Summary: Yi Chen was an honest and hard-working man, but he caught his girlfriend who was having an affair with a wealthy second generation. Because of his sadness, he decided to return to his hometown to calm down. While on his way, he met a god cultivator and ended up being his student. After that, his life began to change. On the right and left arms holding the beautiful girl, from the start of the school flower, rich young women, beautiful teachers, beauty CEO, famous beauty stars, beautiful goddesses. One by one the women came to him. Chapter 1: Break up with girlfriends. My name is Yi Chen. I am 17 years old. Since I grew up with my grandfather in a remote village, my life is the same as the boy in general, but my life suddenly changed after leaving my grandfather. Because no one wants to take care of me, I started to live independently. I started working part-time in order to continue to live. Because of my good grades, I decided to go to school in the city to get a proper education. I studied at Hexing School. After 3 months I have a boyfriend. My girlfriend's name is Yuting. She has shoulder-length hair, has a height of 155 centimeters and has a slim body. Even though she is not a school flower, but to me she is a beautiful girl. We have been dating for about 9 months. But after we entered the second year and we were placed in a different class, Yuting's attitude began to change. This is my story. Today is Sunday school and her workplace is on vacation. Yesterday was Yi Chen's payday and today she intends to invite Yuting to go to Starbucks to eat. Although Yi Chen's part-time salary was not very high, Yi Chen had to eat regular meals every month and sometimes eat leftovers at the place where he worked so he could take Yuting to go to Starbucks. But today the call and message he sent was ignored by Yuting, who made him very angry. Where did Ting go? Why didn't he answer his calls? Indeed, in recent days he was often ignored, which made Yi Chen annoyed. Yi Chen looked at the clock on his cell phone and showed it at 12 noon, so he decided to go to look for drinks and food. After leaving behind his boarding house, Yi Chen arrived at a shopping center. Yi Chen immediately went to a food stall and wanted to order food and drinks. Uncle, please 1 goreng noodle and 1 soda drink. Yi Chen saw the view on the streets. Ram. A loud voice was heard and a BWM Sport with the price of hundreds of thousands of dollars through the view of Yi Chen, and the few people who ate also noticed. The BMW pulled aside on the side of the road, and when the door opened, the figure Yi Chen knew got out of the BMW sport car. It was Yuting, and a man also came out of the driver's door. A handsome man with fashionable clothes and a cool hairstyle. Yuting put his arm around the man's arm and act intimate. Even the fools know what relationship they have. The fire in Yi Chen's heart appeared. He rose from his seat and approached Yuting and the man. Ting Ting. When someone shouted his name, Yuting turned around and saw that it was Yi Chen. He immediately let go of the man's arm. Yi Chen, how can you be here? Yuting spoke nervously. Shouldn't I ask like that? Who is he and why are you with him? Me. He was. Yuting looked nervous when he wanted to answer Yi Chen's question and didn't know what to answer. Who is Ting Ting? Asked the man next to Yuting. He is he, Yuting Ragu replied. He is his ex-girlfriend. When Yuting's words came out, the fire in Yi Chen's heart really exploded. He was very angry at the words of Yuting. Oh, so this is the poor man you often tell me about. The man looked at Yi Chen with an insulting look. Yi Chen raised his hand and wanted to hit Yuting. Seeing what Yi Chen, Yuting would do to be afraid and close his eyes. Yi Chen really wanted to hit Yuting, but somehow he didn't have the heart. Yuting, why are you doing this to me? Tell me why you prefer him over me? Asked Xiao Chun. You really want to know? I'll say I'm tired of living poorly with you. You can't buy me expensive clothes, jewelry, and even expensive cell phones. But he, while pointing at the man next to him, he can buy me what is not you can give me. But I have love for you, Xiao Chun said. What nonsense, can love be eaten? Can love make buying expensive things? All of Yuting's words pierced his deep poly heart. He was indeed poor, but Yi Chen always worked hard so that his life could be better. Good. I'm Yi Chen, may be blind for loving a girl like you. Starting today, our relationship broke up, and don't ever look for me again. Without waiting for Yuting's answer, Yi Chen immediately left Yuting and the man. Fortunately, the distance is not too far. About 5 minutes later, Yi Chen made it. Kruuwak. Yi Chen's bowels rumbled. I forgot I had not eaten from this morning, while rubbing his small stomach. Saw the time leaving for the bus is still 10 minutes away. Yi Chen went to buy some steamed buns and mineral water for his trip. Yi Chen did not forget sending a message to the homeroom teacher to ask for school leave for the next few days. After 1 hour, the Ahiria bus leaves the city. The journey from the city to the village takes around 6-7 hours. Of course, there are many people on the bus, because the bus will also pass through several other villages, because the trip was a bit boring. Yi Chen played mobile, not felt the journey is almost to the final destination, that is Yi Chen village. At the moment, the only remaining passenger is only Yi Chen. In a few kilometers, the bus will arrive. The bus suddenly loses control and the bus driver is forced to pull off his vehicle. What's wrong, uncle? I do not know, let me check first. Immediately the driver went down and checked. The driver, who saw that the tire flat. How is it? Yi Chen asked. Sorry, young Tyre and I cannot continue, the journey can only wait tomorrow morning. You can sleep on the bus tonight if you want. It's okay, my uncle can walk a few more kilometers up. Yi Chen paid his money and went down. The road conditions were quite dark considering it was midnight, especially the lighting was very minimal. Luckily, Yi Chen didn't carry a bag so he could run without fear. When he walked for a few minutes, he arrived in the sky. The figure of the old man flew. He wore white clothes and white hair. Yi Chen was a modern person. How could he possibly believe that ghosts existed in this world? But seeing people floating above the sky naturally scared Yi Chen. The figure in the sky of silence suddenly approached towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who saw this, was very scared. Yi Chen tried to brace himself but saw the figure of the old man getting closer and closer. Yi Chen was finally scared and shouted, "Ghost!" Yi Chen ran with all his strength. Chapter 2 Master. Yi Chen continued to run down the grass. Motherfucker, why today is so unlucky? First I broke up, now chased a ghost. Yi Chen continued to curse in his heart. After running hundreds of meters, Yi Chen's running speed decreased. He then looked back knowing that the ghost disappeared from his view. Finally Yi Chen's heart relaxed and he rested near the tree with his breath rising and falling. Hey kid, why are you running? Heard a voice beside her. All the fur on Yi Chen's body stood up. Yi Chen turned his head to the side and saw the old man's ghost flying in the sky. Ghost grandfather, ghost ancestor, please don't eat me, my flesh tastes bitter. Ha 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 ha, young man, I'm not a ghost, I'm also a human like you, said the ghost of the old man, stroking his long beard. You're a liar, how could humans fly? Are all ghosts like you? Like to cheat? It is true that I am a human just like you, but I am also a practitioner in the Deva realm. Coincidentally, when passing through this planet I found something interesting. Deity, aren't you from this planet? Of course I'm not from your world. Space is very wide, there are lots of people living out there. Really? Yi Chen did not believe that there were other humans outside the earth. Old man, of course, what's in it if I lie to you? Yi Chen, then why did you chase me just now? I need to confirm something from you. After finishing his sentence, the old man immediately grabbed Yi Chen's right hand. Yi Chen tried to get away from the old man, but however much he tried he could not let go. Good, I didn't expect to meet a treasure on this remote planet. Laughed old man, then took his hand from Yi Chen's wrist. Saw the old man laugh. Yi Chen rather confused. Old man, son, you have a very rare ancient body. Throughout the whole world, this body is very good for cultivation. How are you interested? Asked the old man. Not interested, Yi Chen answered firmly. Hearing Yi Chen's answer was stunned. Why? Because being a practitioner must definitely sit and close my eyes for weeks or even years. Life like that is very boring. If there is nothing else, then I will go first. Senior, after paying homage to Yi Chen, immediately went towards the direction to his village. While the old man was still stunned by Yi Chen's answer, the old man began to think that Yi Chen's brain was damaged. There were people out there who sacrificed property and were even willing to be servants to enter the world of motivation. If these people heard what he said just now, they would definitely hit Yi Chen's head for being stupid. The old man still hadn't given up and immediately chased towards Yi Chen. Son, are you sure about this? Of course I'm sure. I don't like the life of being imprisoned for years. Son, I forgot to tell you, if the owner of an ancient body, if not treated properly, can harm the owner. Hearing the old man, Yi Chen's words immediately turned. What do you mean? I mean, if you are in excess of yang qi, then you will explode into pieces. What? After listening to Yi Chen, very scared, then how to prevent it? In this world nothing is free. If you want to admit me as a teacher, I will tell you. Yi Chen was so confused why this old man wanted him to be his student. What exactly do you want from me? How can I release a good seed like you? With your primordial you can certainly climb into the realm that I cannot achieve in this life. I have lived more than 300,000 years and my time is not much anymore, so even though I have nothing later, but there are still people who inherit some of my techniques. Listening to age, Yi Chen's parents were stunned. 300,000 years, whether the cultivators could live that long. Ahem, what are you waiting for? You do not want to worship this master of yours. Yi Chen looked at the old man and slightly tapped. Students greet the teacher. Ah, good start, now you are my student. The heart of the old man was quite happy as he seems. Then how do you cure Yang Qi's advantages? What's more? Of course, doing something sacred between men and women to cultivate yin and yang in the body. Is it just like that? Isn't that easy to do? Yi Chen's chest heaved up in anger. He thought that to heal needed a rare ingredient / method that was very difficult, but it turned out that only contacting it could cure him. Isn't all that Yi Chen needs to do is find a woman and this problem will be solved easily? Boy, although it's easy to have a relationship between men and women, do you have the techniques to manage yin and yang? Yi Chen looked down. He did not have such a technique. Hana, you realize that without me, you will die because of Yangqi's strengths. Then the teacher quickly gave me that technique to me. Don't be greedy, let's leave this place first. After that, a power enveloped Yi Shen and he flew with the old man to the horizon. Chapter 3 Select Cultivation Techniques. Yi Chen knew that his lord could fly, but he did not expect it. He took him to leave the Earth's atmosphere, and a black hole appeared in front of them. At this moment Yi Chen did not know where the old man would take him, and he too blum knew the name of his master. Master, do I not know your name yet? The old man. Oh yes, I was so excited I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gu Xian. Then your name? The student's name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked around, and as far as the eye could see, there was only darkness, and a few thunderbolts began to grab, but the master made a blue protective shield around the two of them and protected from lightning strikes. Out of curiosity he asked, Teacher, where are we now? We are now in the dimensional spaceflow. This dimensional spaceflow makes it easy for us to go to Adder Star, and there are two ways to activate it. First, one must reach a certain stage or use a special item. If someone who has a low level of cultivation and opens it without special items, then they will be hit by some of this lightning. Even though Yi Chen still didn't understand his master's explanation, but he just nodded as if he understood. Half an hour later they both came out of the current dimensional space and Yi Chen saw a green planet in front of his eyes. They both immediately headed towards the green planet, arriving on the planet. As far as the eye can see, there are only trees, and the air in this place is very clean and fresh. This is our training ground for the future. I will put up some arrays so that the magic beasts do not come near here. After that, Gu Xian flew and disappeared from Yi Chen's view. While waiting for his teacher to return, Yi Chen looked for shelter. Under the tree, Yi Chen sat down and waited for his master to return. Yi Chen sagged bored at this time. Almost 2 more hours, Mr. Goen, until now not back. Yi Chen began to fear if Gu Xian leave on this planet alone. Yi Chen's anxiety subsided after he saw Gu Xian descend from the sky. Yi Chen immediately approached Gu Xian and shouted, mastering. As he was about to approach, he was like being held back by a power that was invisible to the eye. It turned out that Gu Xian didn't throw Yi Chen closer because he intended to activate the formation of an array. Suddenly, Gu Xian's body emitted blue light rising into the sky, and also appeared some blue light from 4 different directions that were quite far away. The 4 lights immediately went to Gu Xian's light. Bam! Bam! Several explosions were heard. After the explosion, blue light forms a giant dome above the sky and descends to the ground. It is estimated that this dome is hundreds of miles away. Now Chen, all chi energy in a radius of 200 miles from here will gather at our place now. Yi Chen was still confused because he did not yet know what energy chi was. Seeing Yi Chen was confused, Gu Xian finally remembered that he had not taught the basis for cultivation, therefore Yi Chen did not yet know the usefulness of energy chi. Ahem. Forget it. First you must choose the cultivation technique that suits you. Gu Xian waved and an ancient building appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. This building had 3 floors. Yi Chen began to get used to seeing these strange events and he began to believe what his teacher was saying. Come on in. Gu Xian then went to the front door of the building and followed behind him by Yi Chen. After the door was opened, Yi Chen saw a lot of books and scrolls. Now, son, this is a low-class technique for starting the path to become a cultivator. Choose your own. Master, what, there is no top-class technique that you can give? Yi Chen asked because a little dissatisfied. Huh? You think this is too easy? Because you are just beginning to step into the world of cultivation, then you have to start from the easiest first, to understand a cultivation technique. Someone takes a long time, especially the higher the level, the more difficult it is to understand. Listening to that, Yi Chen was quite stunned. He did not think that to learn a cultivation technique is quite difficult and requires quite a long time. Now Chen, choose a technique that you think is good. Hear that, Yi Chen immediately began to look at the book one by one, but after seeing a lot it turns out there is still no technique that interested him, until he saw a very thick book that was on the chain. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen asked teacher of this book, why is there a chain? Gu Xian saw where Yi Chen's finger was pointing and he saw an old scroll with a chain that was coiled. Oh, that is a technique that I got by chance in the past, because no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break the seal, because I didn't know what technique and level. I just put it on this first floor. Ada, why the book exudes a familiar feeling. It's like a mana trying to pull Yi Chen closer. Yi Chen finally walked towards the book and tried to pick it up. When Yi Chen's finger touched it, suddenly Yi Chen felt something hot in his chest. Yi Chen looked down. He saw the necklace his grandfather had given him shining, and the chain in the book also moved. Crack! Crack! The sound of the chain opened, and the book floated and opened the pages one by one quickly. Gu Xian, who saw the scene, was shocked, but after the book stopped opening the page, a white light came out and pushed Gu Xian out of the room. It is important to know that Gu Xian's level of strength is almost the same as the king of the realm in the high rank. To be able to kick him, Gu Xian saw the closed door and a barrier covering the building. Chapter 4 Inheritance from the God of Sage. Seeing Gu Xian easily evicted from this room, Yi Chen panicked. After that, light enveloped the building around Yi Chen. A floating figure appeared in front of Yi Chen. The figure looked at Yi Chen's body from the top down. The ancient body was not bad. Son, I am the Sage God, one of the 5 most powerful true gods in the past. I intentionally left the rest of my soul in this book so that one day someone can inherit my power, and today you have activated this legacy I left behind. If other people hear the name of the god of Sage in the realm of their gods, they will definitely be very happy, especially knowing to activate an inheritance. But it doesn't seem to apply. Not for Yi Chen, Sr. Maybe you are mistaken. I just touched that book and didn't do anything else. This person could kick his master easily, proving that this person was strong enough. If he wanted to harm or kill Yi Chen, it was easy enough. See, Yi Chen, restless god sage, finally spoke. Calm down, I will not harm you at all. I will explain so that you little Mangeti. To activate my legacy, besides having to have this book, you also have to have a key, and the key is in your neck. The sage god pointed to the necklace on Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen finally realized that the necklace around his neck was glowing in red. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen asked, what ancestor actually is this thing? This is a fire crystal, which is one of the 8 crystal elements of fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, darkness, dimensions scattered throughout this world. Prepare yourself to receive my inheritance. And at the tip of the finger of Lord Sage a drop of blood appeared. This is a drop of blood from me that has been purified for millions of years to obtain blood that cannot be destroyed. After this blood enters your body, all your veins and meridians will be replaced with the sage god meridians, and the process will be a little painful. Then a finger from the sage god pushed forward the blood directly into Yi Chen's chest and entered through his skin. When the blood entered, Yi Chen felt all his venues twitched and felt his Venera being eaten by something. A great razor socket finally struck Yi Chen's entire body. He felt like being stabbed and chopped by thousands of invisible swords, making Yi Chen scream in pain. Gu Xian, who was outside, is currently trying to destroy the barrier, but even with the strength of his strength up to 80%, the barrier still doesn't budge. Gu Xian didn't know what was going on with his student inside. If he had an accident, then it was very troublesome, because it will be very difficult to find a student who has a body like Yi Chen in this world. Ark. A cry of pain was heard from the inside. Gu Xian, who heard a cry of pain from the inside, he immediately tried again, and this time he used 100% of his strength. Bam! A loud explosion that could be hit by almost tens of thousands of mil. Dust fell to cover 200 miles away. When the dust disappeared, the barrier was still standing strong and not even scratched. Seeing this, Gu Xian could only sigh and pray that his student would be fine. After 2 hours, the screaming finally stopped. Yi Chen's body and the blood of the sage gods successfully fused. Yi Chen felt his body light and a lot of strength flowed in his body. His mind was also very clear now. Now you have inherited my power, even though it is incomplete. If you can find the other 7 crystals, then you will get my complete inheritance. Senior, then where should I look for the other 7 crystals? Yi Chen asked. It depends on your luck, because the crystal is scattered throughout the whole world. God Sage answered with uncertainty, because you have accepted my inheritance. The responsibility that you will carry in the future will be very heavy. My task is now finished when I leave. And also for cultivation techniques and others are all in this book. I hope you can complete a mission that I cannot complete in the past. Sage God closed his eyes and became increasingly transparent. Wait, Senior, what do you mean by mission? Explain to me. Before Yi Chen finished his words, the rest of the soul sage gods disappeared. The book that originally floated in the air turned into a ray of light and entered Yi Chen's forehead. Yi Chen received various information on how to cultivate, starting from some sage deity abilities and some heavenly level techniques, so Yi Chen learned it one by one. For some reason, after Yi Chen had inherited the power of sage god, Yi Chen could easily learn these things. From what Yi Chen had in mind, a cultivator had 52 deep veins, but Yi Chen now had 60 deep veins. The deep vein is the most important factor for any cultivator. The more one can open the vein door deeply, the faster they absorb yuan qi, and of course the faster they become stronger. These 8 additional veins represent 8 immersive elements belonging to the God Sage, and of these 8 additional veins, one is open. The flame vein to open requires a special fire crystal ability, can increase the strength of its users tens of times over for a few moments. If the cultivation level of the user is weak, then it will hurt itself. This book is like a system and only shows information about fire veins and fire techniques for other veins. Yi Chen's level of thinking had gone up a level, so he knew that if he wanted to open up other information and techniques, then he would only have to find another sage god crystal. Of course, the technique which is unrelated to the other 8 elements is also open, like the striking Paliang technique called the True God Body, where there are 10 levels. Each level will increase the power of the blow several times. After finish learning a few techniques that are quite strong, Yi Chen immediately stood up and wanted to get out, but it seems the barrier still hasn't disappeared. When Yi Chen tried to think of a way to remove the barrier, the barrier vanished and immediately the figure of the figure rushed in and stood in front of Yi Chen. It depends on your luck because the crystal is scattered throughout the whole world. God Sage answered with uncertainty, because you have accepted my inheritance. The responsibility that you will carry in the future will be very heavy. My task is now finished when I leave. And also for cultivation techniques and others are all in this book. I hope you can complete a mission that I cannot complete in the past. Sage God closed his eyes and became increasingly transparent. Wait, senior, what do you mean by mission? Explain to me. Before Yi Chen finished his words, the rest of the soul sage gods disappeared. The book that originally floated in the air turned into a ray of light and entered Yi Chen's forehead. Yi Chen received various information on how to cultivate, starting from some sage deity abilities and some heavenly level techniques, so Yi Chen learned it one by one. For some reason, after Yi Chen had inherited the power of sage god, Yi Chen could easily learn these things. From what Yi Chen had in mind, a cultivator had 52 deep veins, but Yi Chen now had 60 deep veins. The deep vein is the most important factor for any cultivator. The more one can open the vein door deeply, the faster they absorb yuan qi, and of course the faster they become stronger. These 8 additional veins represent 8 immersive elements belonging to the God Sage, and of these 8 additional veins, one is open. The flame vein to open requires a special fire crystal ability, can increase the strength of its users tens of times over for a few moments. If the cultivation level of the user is weak, then it will hurt itself. This book is like a system and only shows information about fire veins and fire techniques for other veins. Yi Chen's level of thinking had gone up a level, so he knew that if he wanted to open up other information and techniques, then he would only have to find another sage god crystal. Of course, the technique which is unrelated to the other 8 elements is also open, like the striking Peiliang technique called the true god body, where there are 10 levels. Each level will increase the power of the blow several times. After finish learning a few techniques that are quite strong, Yi Chen immediately stood up and wanted to get out, but it seems the barrier still hasn't disappeared. When Yi Chen tried to think of a way to remove the barrier vanished and immediately the figure of the figure rushed in and stood in front of Yi Chen. Ancient warrior realm, Overlord realm, and you are now in the spirit profound realm stage. Overlord realm is the peak stage in the mortal realm. After that you can reach the divine realm, and the divine realm divided also in several levels: divine nascent realm, divine spirit realm, divine tribulation realm, divine rebirth realm, divine monarch realm, divine preceptor realm, divine overlord realm. The divine overlord realm is the pinnacle of the divine realm, and after that is the level of the true gods, but the era of the gods over millions of years ago, and now there is nothing else that attains the god level in the realm of this deity. And the sage god you inherited in your body is one of the 9 strongest gods in the past who ruled over the gods. That's why your achievements in the future will definitely not be limited. Yi Chen had memorized everything with ease. Then what teacher are you at now? Because of curiosity, Yi Chen asked. Right now I am in the 6th level divine overlord realm. Gu Xian said proudly. Wow, mastering really strong. Then how long will it take for me to get my strength like master? Haha, maybe a few thousand or maybe tens of thousands of years, depending on the talent and resources you can have. It took too long, Yi Chen protested loudly. Well, now I will explain about the body especially. The body, ancient Yang, is a body that is quite special, even hundreds of times stronger than the owner of the body, pure Yang, a man the stronger Yang. They are the faster they can also cultivate. Well, but if the amount is too much, then it can harm its own body, so to balance it requires yin from women. Yi Chen listened very seriously. Then how to overcome them mastered. There are a number of ways one can first absorb yin through the air. For this way you should be as close as possible to that woman, but this method is the worst because it can only absorb a little yin. The second is direct touch. This way, as long as you come in contact with women, you can absorb their yin, and this method is better than the first. And for the last term, of course, by means of an intimate relationship. This method can benefit both parties, and fortunately I have the technique that really suits you. Gu Xian took a book from his sleeve. On the cover of the book is written The Heart of the King. Well, this is a book that to process it requires body requirements, ancient Yang. Gu Xian then pushed the book to Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately opened it and looked at some of its contents. In the beginning, it was almost the same as what Gu Xian said, how to manage Yang and absorb yin. But after in the middle of the contents, Yi Chen was a little dumbfounded. Ever kissed a woman while dating you? Ting. Yi Chen only hugged and held hands. Gu Xian, who saw the twitch in the face, laughed. What do you think? A good book is not mastering whether I should learn it. To be honest, this technique is really very perverted. If you don't want to live, then you don't need to study it. After all, the time you have is less than 5 years, so if you are not fast, then death will pick you up. Yi Chen could only take the book and save it for later study. Gu Xian stood up. Chen, it's time for our practice. Gu Xian took out an item. He lifted it in the air and a light came out from that thing. Soon the sky and those around Yi Che turned into white fields. Now where we are at the Wheel of Time, here time is very slow for 1x use. The Wheel of Time can last for 1 day, and in the Wheel of Time itself is 1 month, only 1 day in the real world. Wow, cool. So if we train for 10 years here, then it's only 4 months in the real world. Ahem. Gu Xian coughs. Son, this item is very rare. In fact, I only have 20 in stock, so it's only enough for the next 20 months. Chen, prepare yourself physically and mentally because in the next 20 months I will train you very hard. Gu Xian smiles, smirking. Chapter 6, Preparing to return to planet Earth. At this time Yi Chen saw a lake, and around the lake there were many naked girls who were bathing in the fresh lake water. Saw a figure of beauty with a slim and curvaceous body, snow-white skin, crystal clear eyes, and a face like a goddess. When Yi Chen wanted to hug and kiss the goddess, suddenly his eyes were blurred, and when he realized he was in his bed, again the dream appears. After Yi Chen learned the technique of the king's heart, every time he slept he always dreamed of a spring dream where he saw many very beautiful girls, but every time he wanted to pick her up everything was blurry and he was in bed. It has been a year and a half after Yi Chen started his training. His figure now is not like before. He now has a height of 182 centimeters, his body is no longer thin like it used to be and now it is filled with muscles, his face is very handsome, his hair is long because it is not cut. For 1.5 years, Yi Chen got up from the bed. He tipped his sign into a ponytail and left out of the ancient house. Yi Chen immediately flew towards the forest and left the Wheel of Time. He looked around to find subjects to warm up. Finally, after walking around for a few minutes, he found a magic monster named the Wolf of Fire. The magic monster had a height of 2.5 meters and a length of 3 meters. 50 centimeters large fangs of fire. Yi Chen immediately landed in front of the Fire Fangs wolf, saw the arrival of Yi Chen. The fangs of the Fire Fist immediately roared and put on standby mode. The Wolf of Fire Fangs immediately pounced towards Yi Chen and opened his mouth to prepare to tear Yi Chen. The Wolf of Fire Fangs was getting closer, but Yi Chen did not dodge it. Yi Chen instead raised his hand. Bam! Yi Chen's hands gripped the wolf's fire fangs and raised them into the air. The two hot fangs were as if he could not hurt Yi Chen's palm. Yi Chen then twisted his body 360 degrees and he turned faster, and Yi Chen throwed the Wolf of Fire Fangs into the air. The Fire Fang wolf was thrown for tens of miles and finally hit the ground and made a hole as large as hundreds of meters. Yi Chen then flew in the direction he threw the Wolf of Fire. When he got there he saw the Fire Fang wolf get up then run with lightning speed like seeing a ghost. Seeing the Fire Fang wolf run away, Yi Chen shook his head. Too bad, even though I just started warming up. When Yi Chen was about to look for new monsters to warm up, a familiar voice called to him, so he turned over. Chen, come with me, there are important things I want to tell you. Then Gu Xian went towards the house. Yi Chen flew behind Gu Xian. Sit down. Yi Chen immediately sat opposite Gu Xian. Master, there are important things you want to tell you. It has been almost 20 months since I trained you, and you also have mastered all the skills that I have. Now is the time for you to go to your place of origin and solve your own ancient body problems. Yi Chen, I understand, teacher, and remember well my last words. Protect what is guarded for you, even though the whole world is hostile to you, and in this world strength is everything. If you have no power, then you will be trampled by strong people and all things that are guarded will be stolen from you. Gu Xian was right 1.5 years ago when Yi Chen did not have the strength of the thing he was guarded and loved to steal from the strong and rich, and when he decided to climb the path to eternity he swore in the future to protect the precious things he had, and make sure you do not expose the inheritance of a sage god, because if it is known by greedy people, it will be dangerous for you. Gu Xian advised Yi Chen. The words he said were very serious, even including the person closest to me, teacher? Yi Chen asked. Yes, that includes the people closest to you, because if it leaks, all the realm gods will surely hunt you down, even including your relatives or wives in the future. Heard the consequences? Gu Xian. Yi Chen said was quite surprised. Students will always remember the words of the teacher just now. Now the master also has a personal request. When you are strong enough, I want you to take care of my daughter. She is called Gu Sun, and now she is in the Star of the Holy Sky, which is one of the star kings in our domain today. And I hear that she is new. I have just been appointed as the personal servant of the snow butterfly goddess. Of course, Yi Chen also knew his master had told the 4 most beautiful women in the West. Many strong men from various stars were willing to die to get their beauty. One of them was named Dongfang Xiu, who also had the nickname of the snow butterfly goddess. Teacher, why does he not live with you? Yi Chen asked, quite curious. It's a long story that he really hates me. That's why he doesn't even want to see me. Gu Xian gripped his chest like in pain. Master Yi Chen immediately stood up and tried to support him. Sorry Chen, I can't tell you that. When I remember that mistake, My heart felt stabbed by hundreds of knives, so I'm sorry I can't tell you. Gu Xian tried to stabilize his sitting position. Yi Chen actually asked what was wrong that made his daughter angry with him, but seeing the teacher's current condition, he did not dare to ask and just nodded. Good teacher, I promise if one day I have great strength, then I will take care of your daughter. Yi Chen patted his chest while promising, thank you very much. Then Gu Xian took the ring on the ring finger and handed it to Yi Chen. Kiddo, in this storage ring there are a few items that help to raise your cultivation quickly. Yi Chen shook his head, shaking. Teacher doesn't need me to bother you enough already. Take this. I deliberately prepared for your departure. Gu Xian continued to offer the storage ring to Yi Chen. Because Yi Chen is helpless, can only accept it. Thank you, teacher. Now you can go inside the storage ring. There is also a teleportation stone to return to your original planet. I also taught you how to use it in the past. Yi Chen, good, teacher. When do you think we can meet again? Only time can answer that, Gu Xian said while stroking his beard. Then teacher, see you later. Yi Chen activated the teleportation stone and a Mukul black hole. Yi Chen immediately jumped inside. Seeing Yi Chen's figure go, Gu Xian was relieved. A blood arrow shot out from Gu Xian's mouth. It seems like my time isn't long. The reason he didn't tell Yi Chen was because he was afraid that if Yi Chen found out, he would be sad. Before leaving from the world, there was still one more thing that he wanted to realize. Gu Xian flew away towards the horizon. Chapter 7: Terrorist in the Forest. Teleportation stones are quite expensive items in the God realm. These stones can move a person instantly to the place he wants to go, but the coordinates appear randomly near the place in the destination. In front of his eyes, Yi Chen saw the sight of many trees. Finally, after all this time, I returned to this place. Yi Chen took a deep breath and felt the air of the earth back. Even though the energy on earth is very thin, but there should still be many places that have pure energy that has not been polluted by pollution and can make a person break through to the overlord realm level. Yi Chen immediately flew at normal speed and looked around. Who knew there was a high-value herbal plant in this unspoiled forest? A familiar figure crossed Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen saw a wild mountain chicken, which was his favorite food when he was still in the village. It's just that because the chicken was very fast in running, it was quite difficult to catch it without using a trap. But now Yi Chen didn't need to use a trap anymore. Yi Chen disappeared from his place of origin. Yi Chen suddenly appeared behind the wild mountain rooster, reached out and immediately caught the wild mountain's chicken feet, and the wild mountain rooster, who was looking for food, had no time to escape and easily caught. Ha, I haven't eaten good food for a long time, and finally today I will eat delicious food. Yi Chen laughed while rubbing his chicken head in his hand. Yi Chen then went looking for a river to slaughter, pulling feathers and cleaning the inside of the chicken. Yi Chen's hands speed very fast. In a few minutes the chicken meat was finally clean and ready to be grilled. After that, Yi Chen collected a branch or dry wood. Surely he didn't take one by one. He used his mental strength, twigs and dry wood that were within tens of meters. Flying to Yi Chen's front, now all that's left is to collect the spices. Yi Chen then walked through the forest to find some spices. A few minutes later, Yi Chen held some fresh spices. Yi Chen smeared the chicken with herbs. Then the wood that he had collected was stacked and a small flame appeared from Yi Chen's finger and burned the wood. This fire was an ordinary weak fire. Yi Chen thought of using deep fire the wood in a few seconds immediately to ashes. Yi Chen started to fill the chicken meat. Yi Chen couldn't wait to eat the roast chicken. Yi Chen lifted the cooked roast chicken and smelled the aroma. It smells good, but it's a shame there is no barbecue sauce. If there is, definitely this pangang chicken will be better. Please. Please. When Yi Chen was about to take a bite, he heard someone's voice asking for help, so Yi Chen put the roast chicken immediately disappeared towards the sound. When he arrived at the place, Yi Chen saw the woman who was running with some torn clothes, and behind her there were two people wearing black face masks carrying an AK-47 type rifle. Terrorist? That is all that Yi Chen can conclude, so Yi Chen immediately rushes to save that woman. The woman continued to run, but she felt her whole body was hot and her body was a little to soften a little. The woman stumbled and fell. She saw the two men who were chasing her near close. Feeling desperate, the woman closed her eyes and accepted her destiny. Just then the woman heard the sound of falling objects and saw a young man in modest clothes, long hair, standing in front of her. The woman just glanced at the figure and her vision became black and she fainted. Seeing someone darting down from the sky into the two people that stopped and pointed the AK-47 weapon towards Yi Chen. At the sight of a young man in shabby clothes, "Young people, hurry up and move away from our affairs or you will kill me." The two men sneered and looked down at Yi Chen. "Really? And then show what you can do." Now Yi Chen's turn. Underestimated. You dare? The terrorist immediately raised his arms and ready to shoot Yi Chen. Wait, why don't we torture him first? Until he begs us. Terrorists beside him give advice to other terrorists to torture Yi Chen alone. Then the person who gave The suggestion of putting on an iron boxing glove rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen laughed at this anchovy in his heart. When the terrorist was ready to hit Yi Chen's face, Yi Chen quickly grabbed his neck and slammed it hard on the ground. Bang! The sound of broken bones is heard loudly. Seeing his colleague easily dropped by Yi Chen, the terrorist immediately shot Yi Chen. Bam! 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 All bullets are shot, none of Yi Chen. Go to Yi Chen's speed so fast that the terrorist only saw his shadow. When the terrorist noticed that Yi Chen was already in front of him, and Yi Chen's hand poked his chest, when Yi Chen's punch landed, the terrorist felt his entire internal organs shift and he bounced a few meters to hit a tree and cough up blood. Seeing the two terrorists fainted, Yi Chen immediately walked towards the woman, but his footsteps stopped. He felt a dozen someone approaching towards him. Chapter 8: Battle with Mercenaries. The sound of the running man's footsteps increasingly clicked. Yi Chen turned towards the voice. Immediately several people dressed similar to the two people who had just been beat up by Yi Chen appeared, and they were pointing their weapons towards Yi Chen. Seeing more than dozens of weapons leading to him, Yi Chen still did not show the expression of distress or fear. He even showed a smile. Please lower your weapons. We can talk, well, right, with a smile. Yi Chen tried to break the ice. The terrorists only look at each other, and there is a burly person coming out of the crowd, that bald man that has a scorpion tattoo on his cheek. He then looked at the two people who fainted on the ground and said, "Are you the one who injured my two subordinates, less than 20 years? Seeing that bald man, Yi Chen wanted to play with him. I didn't do it. How could I not have a weapon? Weapon can bring down two people who have firearms. You think you can fool people like me? I just heard gunfire and only you were here, so if it wasn't you, who else would hurt both of them? Kill him and feed his body to the dog, ha 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 ha." The bald man gave orders to the subordinates behind him. Hearing the bald man's words, Yi Chen's eyebrows were slightly raised because they were not happy. If you get the wrath of the gods, terrorists who listen to Yi Chen laugh immediately. Their fingers will press the trigger, but before their fingers press them, they feel the heavy hammer hit his chest and they all fly a few meters backwards. The bald man who gave the order was confused because there was still no gunfire after a long time, so the bald man looked back and saw that all his subordinates had been ground on the ground and their mouths were bleeding. Seeing this strange, bald man was a little scared. He saw the figure of Yi Chen Yang still standing at his place of origin and not moving an inch. Look, what I say is right. They are all affected by God's wrath for trying to kill good people. Like me, maybe your turn will be affected by God's wrath. Of course, the person who injured everyone was Yi Chen. Yi Chen used the 9 shadow step and in several seconds hit the man's cells lying on the ground. This move could create shadows that could trick the enemy and the total shadow that could be made by the moves. This reaches 9 figures. When using this style, Yi Chen changed right where he stood with a lot, and he himself went behind the bald man with a very fast speed and beat everyone, and Yi Chen did it in less than 2 seconds. Looking at this strange, "Who are you really?" the bald man began to fear Yi Chen. "I'm just a school student who was lost in the forest," Yi Chen answered. "As is, where is Mukin?" "There is a school student like you." The bald man was still not satisfied with Yi Chen's answer. "It's up to you, wanna believe or not, for me no problem. Actually, I do not like violence, but because you want to try to kill me, then I will give you a lesson that you will not forget in this life." Yi Chen smiles, and smiles are like devils. Hearing that, the bald man immediately pulled a pair of scimitar weapons from his backyard. The bald man then leveled the combat position. Immediately he ran towards Yi Chen scimitarty. His left hand was cutting horizontally towards Yi Chen. While Yi Chen was still relaxed, he stretched out his right hand and pinched the sword. Seeing what bald head was doing, he only smirked and thought Yi Chen was too great. Clank! The scimitar held onto Yi Chen's thumb and index finger. The bald man was surprised, and because he panicked, he tried to cut down the scimitar in the other hand to Yi Chen. Yi Chen also used his other hand to hold the bald man's wrist and squeeze him. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard in the silent forest. Yi Chen then threw it like throwing cotton. The bald man fell down and curled up on the ground of misery. He saw his arms bent. He saw Yi Chen in horror. Yi Chen walked over. Saw Yi Chen walked over to the bald man. Saw Yi Chen approach. The bald man was afraid and tried to lift and run away from Yi Chen. "Don't come near, you Satan. I know I was wrong, so please don't come closer." No matter how bald, the man begged Yi Chen to ignore him and walk over. Yi Chen actually does not want to be cruel, but these people also often kill cruelly, so what for loving them? Yi Chen lifted his legs and stepped on the bald man's calves. The bald man felt extreme pain. "Little grandfather, I know wrong, so please let me go." The bald man's arrogance was no longer there. He could only hope to stand away from this devil. "Yi Chen, you said you would kill me and give it to the dog. Why don't you try it now?" Yi Chen then strengthened his permission. No, I was just kidding, so please let me go." With a painful expression, the bald man who had a burly body begged Yi Chen. "Well, you know you're wrong, then will you repeat it again?" "No, I won't dare to repeat it, so please let me go this time." "Too bad. If I let you go, then surely you will kill so many people, so I decided to make you paralyzed for life." Crack. Crack bone sounds cracked back hhhhhgggh. Just kill me instead of feeling this extreme pain. He would rather die. Death is too luxurious for you, so it's better to torture you. With Yi Chen's vicious smile stepping on the other bald man's feet again. The basis of Satan, my organization will definitely never let you go. The pariah kept screaming in pain. Oh, I do not mind to destroy your organization, and you must have also tortured your victims like I do now, so what have you ever felt sorry for them? So accept your karma for your actions. Within minutes the screams of pain were heard in the forest, and some of the bones were both stiff and the bald man's hands were broken even though he could still live. The bald man could only be a person with a disability for the rest of his life. Seeing that bald man had learned Yi Chen's lesson, then walked towards the collapsed woman. Chapter 9 Cure Glamorous Women. Yi Chen approached the woman. When Yi Chen approached, he saw a very glamorous adult woman who had a beautiful white face and body like a devil and two large rabbits that were estimated to be the size of E or F cup. Even though her long hair was a bit messy and still could not cover her beauty, this was the most beautiful woman Yi Chen had met in the past 19 years. Yi Chen crouched down and took the glamorous hand of the mature woman. This woman's hands were very soft. Yi Chen immediately dispelled dirty thoughts and checked the pulse of the adult woman and felt something was wrong. The blood flow was too fast and the female body was hot today. When Yi Chen touched his wrist, the woman opened her eyelids and saw the face of a handsome man. Because she felt hot and felt like ants crawling all over her body, the first thing she wanted was to tap into Yi Chen and eat her. Seeing the adult woman suddenly hug her to fall to the ground, Yi Chen quite stunned and dazed. The mature woman reached out her hand to Yi Chen's shirt and wanted to open the button of his shirt. Feeling that someone was trying to open the button of his shirt, Yi finally regained consciousness and he immediately caught the hand of the mature woman and tried to stop her. Give it to me. Please give it to me. My body feels bad for some reason today. Adult lust exploded and he was very aroused at this time. Yi Chen, who heard this, knew what had happened. It seems like this young woman was poisoned by an aphrodisiac, so Yi Chen locked her hands so she would no longer move. Aphrodisiacs are quite dangerous if not handled immediately, or he can damage this woman's body. Yi Chen just remembered, yes, surely the bald man has an antidote. Yi Chen held the woman like a princess and immediately walked towards the bald man. The bald man was still lying on the ground. He saw Yi Chen approaching again and panicked. Say, where do you keep the antidote for this aphrodisiac? Yi Chen said in a voice asking. The bald man was afraid of Yi Chen and he immediately said, this is a newly developed drug, so there is no antidote. Listen to that answer. Yi Chen was not satisfied and wanted to kick the bald man. Seeing Yi Chen not satisfied with his answer, the bald man said again, this aphrodisiac is not too high a dose, so you just need to make it reach the peak by touching his body. If you dare to trick me, then I will make you suffer even more. After saying those words, Yi Chen immediately took the adult woman away. Yi Chen immediately looked for a suitable place to heal the adult woman. After a few minutes, Yi Chen finally found a large tree. He immediately approached and descended on that tree branch. On top of this big tree there is a flatter place that is better than on the ground. The mature woman continues to stretch like a caterpillar on Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen then places an adult woman. She sees a very passionate adult woman in front of her. If Yi Chen was not aroused with this, then he was a liar. He was also a normal man. Seeing a beautiful woman who teased like a devil, they would definitely eat it right away. Yi Chen tore up the clothes of the adult woman and a black underwear appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. He saw the peak soaring covered by the black bra, and the private parts were also covered by black lace panties, which made Yi Chen even more excited. Yi Chen's heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Even though Yi Chen was the first to do this, but he learned all the techniques in the king's heart that could satisfy women easily. Yi Chen reached out his hand to the two big white rabbits and he squeezed it. The sensation was very chewy and pleasant. Feeling the touch of Yi Chen's body was like provoked, he immediately shouted, "Ah, again more. Touch more. Good, delicious." Yi Chen's hands-on hands are really fun, thousands of times better than touching his own body. Hearing the shout of a mature woman, Yi Chen Samakian was excited. He increased the power of the squeeze of his fingers to the fingers of his hand, only separated by the black silk bra, which was quite thin. Ah, ha, do more. I want more. Enjoy. Very good. The adult woman, like rising to surge, and a very pleasant voice continues to come out of the adult woman. Because not satisfied with touching, Yi Chen finally let go of the woman's black silk bra. After the black silk bra opened, two pink cherries appeared. Yi Chen admired this beautiful work in front of his eyes greedily. Yi Chen sucked and gibbled it so that it made the mature woman enjoyment. Don't bite. Sick, lighter. Ah. That woman gets more and more pleasure so that her mind is empty and she is like being in heaven. Yi Chen didn't forget to suck the adult female's inchi, even though the amount was small, but better than nothing. The customer pleasure from that woman continues and continues to be heard in this silent forest. After 15 minutes the moans finally stopped. Ada, how many times has the woman reached the peak? She huddled next to Yi Chen and slept with a very satisfied face. Yi Chen took his storage ring blanket and covered it over the body of the adult woman's naked, half naked. He began to remember the madness just now. Said in the Emperor's heart technique, someone who has felt the Emperor's heart technique, then he will not be satisfied anymore to deal with normal people. Yi Chen also did not know the origin or name of this woman, but if this woman wanted to be responsible, then Yi Chen would definitely be responsible, because she was not a person who would run away after doing such a thing. Even though her aim was good anyway, this woman was still a beauty like a goddess. Chapter 10, Su Mingxin. Seeing the woman sleep peacefully, Yi Chen didn't want to wake her up, so he went and saw the mercenary. When he got there, Yi Chen saw everyone had been killed. There was a wound on their neck. Everything was still there except for the bald man. Yi Chen saw that there were new footprints. It was estimated that this was the friend of the bald man in more than 20 minutes. It was estimated that they had gone very far. Yi Chen wanted to catch up, but he still had to guard the woman. He would not be afraid. This, if they still had brains, they could no longer dare to provoke Yi Chen. So Yi Chen immediately returned to the tree where the woman slept. Oh yeah, I almost forgot my roast chicken. Yi Chen almost forgot his roast chicken, so he took his roast chicken first before going to the tree. Fortunately, the chicken was not eaten by wild animals around here, so Yi Chen could still eat the roast chicken. When he reached the top of the tree, he saw that the woman was still sleeping with a peaceful face. Yi Chen wanted to eat the chicken meat immediately. So he took the chicken thigh dagging and ate it. At this time, the eyelashes of her little woman trembled slightly and she opened her eyelids and she woke up and looked around until finally found the man who helped her was eating chicken very greedy. Who are you? There was only one sentence in the mind of the adult woman. Yi Chen was currently enjoying this roasted chicken until he heard a sweet voice from the side. Yi Chen saw the woman. It was awkward. Unfortunately, the woman did not know the blanket covering it fell so that Yi Chen could see the two big rabbits again. So Yi Chen turned his face. Seeing Yi Chen not answer and instead turned her face away, she was rather annoyed. Hi, I'm asking you. Ahem, before that, cover your body first, I can see it clearly, Yi Chen warned the mature woman. Hearing Yi Chen's words, finally the woman was easy that was screaming. He took the blanket and tried to close his body. Turn around, I want to wear this blanket, the woman ordered Yi Chen. Hey, I've seen everything become what you hide. Oops, Yi Chen let slip and saying, pervert, quick turn. The adult woman looked very angry with Yi Chen's eyes in his eyes as if to kill Yi Chen. Seeing this woman's gaze, Yi Chen immediately turned. The book I read was really scary to provoke a woman, especially a beautiful woman. Yi Chen began to think, what if he provoked a strong goddess? Wouldn't Yi Chen be immediately killed? Yi Chen would start understanding why teacher told him to go to earth instead of going to the god realm. The rustling sound of clothes sounded. It's done, you can turn. Yi Chen then turned around. He saw the woman wrap her blanket like a towel and her underwear she folded beside her hand. Seeing where Yi Chen's eyes were looking at the woman was a bit dissatisfied. When he wanted to scold her, he saw the handsome face of Yi Chen and his heart beating very fast and made him confused. Need to know that Su Mingxin grew up in a rich man's environment and he had seen countless handsome men, but compared to Yi Chen they could be said to be rubbish. Seeing that woman's face was a bit confused, Yi Chen finally tried to call it miss. You're fine. Hearing Yi Chen calling out, that woman finally woke up from her daze. Sorry, I'm a little confused just now, the woman said with a red face. Oh, it's okay. The situation was awkward again. Yi Chen also didn't know what to say. Eventually the woman decided to pass the atmosphere. Thank you for helping me from those people. It's okay for humans to help one another. Oh yeah, what's your name? Yi Chen tried to ask for her name. Su Mingxin. My name is Su Mingxin. Then what is your name? Oh, Miss Su. My name is Yi Chen. Nice to meet you. Yi Chen reached out in front of the adult woman. You don't need to be too formal. You can call me Su Mingxin again. You're also still a generous woman. Then I'll call you Sister Su Mingxin. Yi Chen gave a warm smile to Su Mingxin, read Su Mingxin's face like an apple. For some reason he was very attracted to Yi Chen, but because of his high self-esteem he was ashamed to admit it. Seeing Su Mingxin's face blush, Yi Chen was worried that the aphrodisiac still had the effect. Do you feel bad? Maybe the aphrodisiac still has an effect. Hearing this, Su Mingxin's face turned red even though he was under aphrodisiac control, but he still remembered what Yi Chen was doing to his body. Yi Chen almost saw all parts of his body that were naked even though he didn't tarnish him, but he was still ashamed to see his face. Chen, please forget what you just saw. The woman was embarrassed and the woman's tone was quite small like a mosquito. Yi Chen could barely hear it. Yi Chen nodded. Okay. Yi Chen didn't want to make the situation even more ambiguous, so he answered yes. But to forget the things he had done to Su Mingxin's body was almost impossible. Chapter 11, Looking for a Way Out. Yi Chen, oh yeah, how could you be kidnapped by those people just now? Su Mingxin began to remember. I remember I was attending a party. But because many people were trying to gather around me, it made me uncomfortable, so I intended to get some fresh air outside, but from behind someone held me with a handkerchief with sleeping pills, and when I woke up I was already there. A container truck with some people in it armed. Yi-Chen, oh, I see, then do you know what their purpose was? To kidnap you? Su Mingxin, I also don't know, maybe they want money or something, Su Mingxin answered uncertainly. I understand, you must be hungry. Eat this roast chicken. Yi-Chen handed over another piece of meat to Su Mingxin. Su Mingxin took the dangang from Yi-Chen's hand. Seeing the roast chicken, he was a little doubtful whether it could be eaten, seeing Su Mingxin's hesitation to eat it, so Yi-Chen tried to convince him. With gusto, Su Mingxin's Poochie laughing seeing the way Yi-Chen ate, so Su Mingxin smelled the aroma first. The aroma of this roasted chicken was very fragrant, then Su Mingxin took one small bite. Su Mingxin felt that this roast chicken was very tasty, so he took one more bite. Yi-Chen saw Su Mingxin eating gracefully. It didn't seem to be that he cared about his image. After finishing their meal, they exchanged many words and Yi-Chen also told some funny jokes to Su Mingxin. The two of them did not expect their relationship to be very close. Yi-Chen also didn't skip over to this opportunity and absorb Su Mingxin's Inchi. Let's get down and find a way out of this. Huatan. Yi-Chen stood up from his seat. Su Mingxin also just remembered they were in a tree now. Su Mingxin also stood up from his seat and stood beside Yi-Chen's body. He looked down and it turned out that this tree was quite high at an estimated 15 meters from the ground. Su Mingxin began to think about how Yi-Chen could carry him up when he fainted. Okay, come on down. Yi-Chen then held Su Mingxin like a princess. Su Mingxin did not expect Yi-Chen would treat him like this. He was quite happy, but the next instant Su Mingxin became afraid. Yi-Chen immediately took him jumping down. Su Mingxin only closed his eyes and buried his face in Yi-Chen's chest. After a few seconds the sound of the wind stopped. Su Mingxin was relieved that the two of them were still alive. He did not expect that Yi-Chen would immediately jump down, especially the height of the tree was still 15 meters. Yi-Chen, you almost scared me to death. Su Mingxin tried to protest to Yi-Chen. Haha, we are still alive, so it's okay. Yi-Chen then walked first and was followed by Su Mingxin behind him. If they wanted to get out of this forest, it was better to follow in the footsteps of the assassins just now. Actually, if Yi-Chen wanted to leave the forest, this was easy enough because he could fly right away. But he couldn't do it because after all there was Su Mingxin nearby. Yi-Chen didn't want to expose his strength, so he can only walk with Su Mingxin. Su Mingxin still wore a cloth to cover her body. After a few minutes of walking, Yi-Chen and Su Mingxin arrived at the Yi-Chen battlefield. Before, Su Mingxin saw a lot of corpses lying on the ground. Out of curiosity, Su Mingxin asked Yi-Chen, Yi-Chen, are you the one who did this? How can I explain it? I just beat them up, so I left them for a few minutes, and when I returned they all died. I predict they were killed by their own colleagues. Yi-Chen did not think that Su Mingxin was not afraid to see many corpses. He was used to seeing this. I understand. Su Mingxin did not ask further. Even if Yi-Chen killed them, he would not blame him because after all Yi-Chen's life. Asti was struck because if he didn't do it, then Yi-Chen himself might be the one who would die. Let's just follow this trail, maybe we will find a way. Then they both walked together through this forest. Suddenly Su Mingxin fell. Seeing this, Yi-Chen immediately approached and asked, what's wrong? I sprained my ankle. Su Mingxin wore wearing shoes that were pretty good and not suitable for walking in a forest full of plants and rocks like this. Hold on a moment, I will help you. Yi-Chen then gently grabbed Su Mingxin's feet and massaged her. Only from the chin. Yi, Su Mingxin groaned with pleasure. Meng Mingxin did not deny that Yi-Chen's massage technique was very good. Finished, Yi-Chen saw Su Mingxin close his eyes and really enjoyed his massage. How can you stand up? Listen to Yi-Chen's words. Finally Su Mingxin woke up and tried to stand up, but when he wanted to stand up, Su Mingxin felt his feet soft and would fall. Yi-Chen immediately reacted and held Pingang Su Mingxin's support. Su Mingxin, are you alright? Yi-Chen asked worriedly, not just a little limp, while holding on to Yi-Chen. Then how about I carry you, then? Yi-Chen asked me to carry Su Mingxin. Doesn't Yi-Chen bother you? Embarrassed, it will not bother me at all. Come on, otherwise the day might get more and more. Yi-Chen bowed and waited for Su Mingxin to get on his back. Chapter 12, Dragon Special Forces. Su Mingxin then went up to Yi-Chen's back. On Yi-Chen's back, Su Mingxin felt a safe and comfortable feeling, while for Yi-Chen to feel a gentle object pressing on his back. Yi-Chen also touched the danger so that Su Mingxin would not fall. Su Mingxin was very embarrassed when Yi-Chen touched her thigh, but he did not protest because it was hugged so as not to fall. The back of a man is very wide and comfortable. Su Mingxin muttered, you say something? Yi-Chen asked him. No, Su Mingxin didn't expect Yi-Chen to hear that. During this half hour while walking in the footsteps of Yi-Chen holding Su Mingxin without behandy at all, Su Mingxin was closing his eyes and enjoying it, but he wasn't asleep. Yi-Chen suddenly stopped. Tired? Asked Su Mingxin. Yi-Chen, it doesn't seem like some helicopters are flying towards us. Su Mingxin didn't hear the sound of the helicopter approaching, so he was confused with Yi-Chen. For listener Yi-Chen, no need to doubt. After 1 minute, finally Su Mingxin heard the sound of a propeller from the helicopter. Yi Chen looked up. He saw several helicopters and from his emblem belonged to the government army. Yi Chen, let's go to the open place so they can see us. Fine. Yi Chen brought Su Mingxin to an open place and lowered it. We are here. We are here. Su Mingxin tried to wave her hand and shouted for the helicopter to see them. Seeing Su Mingxin's reaction, Su Mingxin might know these people, Yi Chen said in his heart. Because Su Mingxin knew them, so there was no need to protect him. Yi Chen finally went. Sneaking and hiding behind a tree, Yi Chen, we are safe. When he turned, Su Mingxin did not see the figure of Yi Chen. Su Mingxin looking around and still did not see the signs of Yi Chen as he evaporated into the air. Yi Chen, where are you? Su Mingxin tried to call, but there was no response at all. The helicopter that saw Su Mingxin immediately went down. While Yi Chen was still watching behind the tree, if something unwanted happened. When the door to the helicopter was opened, Yi Chen saw a woman with the clothes of the army down and was followed by several armed soldiers. Yi Chen saw these people. They must be very well trained, whereas the woman who was highly respected by these people seemed to be a cultivator and was in the early stages of the Earth realm, and it was estimated that this woman's age was almost the same as Su Mingxin. On her shirt there was a dragon symbol. Yi Chen had heard that there was a Chinese-owned special army named Dragon and the leader was a very beautiful woman. Even in the rumors he had destroyed a terrorist organization that had thousands of members of its own, but no one had ever known its face or what its name was. Because members of the Dragon Army are very mysterious and very secretive, and it was said that this woman was also a member of the Dragon Special Forces and her strength was quite strong. Seeing him, really Su Mingxin, female warrior, was happy. Miss Su, your grandfather was very anxious about your disappearance. The woman looked at Su Mingxin from top to bottom, even though he was only wearing a blanket, but there were no traces of injuries on his body, so he was relieved. So the woman gave him his clothes and covered Su Mingxin. Miss Su, did something happen to you? Asked the female soldier. Su Mingxin ignored the woman and continued to try to trace Yi Chen. Come on, Miss Su, we go home. This place is not good for you. The woman tried to pull Su Mingxin into the helicopter, but Su Mingxin tried to rebel. Wait a minute. Yi Chen, I know you are still around here, so come out, come with me, leave this forest. There is still no answer at all. The female soldier near Su Mingxin confessed that she was a cultivator. She could certainly detect the people around her, but she did not feel at all the existence of other people except the soldiers who followed behind her. Miss Su, there is no one here. Let's go home. Maybe you are hallucinating. No, it's not a hallucination. How is it a hallucination? He felt affection and comfort when he was near Yi Chen that had never been given by anyone else or even his family. Su Mingxin, since she was a child, lived alone. All her family were busy working and working together. She never had time for herself, so Su Mingxin never felt love or comfort from her family. Mississippi. We have to leave the forest quickly or else grandfather will be very angry later. Su Mingxin knew that Yi Chen was avoiding him. Are you trying to hide from this woman? One day I will definitely find you. Su Mingxin then went to the helicopter before she entered. Su Mingxin did not forget to turn her head and she entered the helicopter. After that the helicopter flew and left the forest. Yi Chen then came out of his hiding place. It seems like Su Mingxin's background is strong enough that even his grandfather could rule the elite army. The reason Yi Chen avoided it was because if he joined Su Mingxin he might be suspected by this army, and would bring trouble in the future. Yi Chen saw the helicopter getting more and more distant until it didn't look good. Time to go home. I haven't visited Grandpa's grave for over 2 years. Yi Chen then flew and went towards his hometown. Chapter 13, Return to my hometown. Yi Chen flew very relaxed and Yi Chen needed more than an hour to arrive at his hometown. An old wooden house was finally seen. All the wood from this house looked broken. This house might collapse at any time and was very unsuitable to live in. This was Yi Chen's house in his grandfather's past and was a place full of memories from his grandfather. Yi Chen walked towards the entrance. After entering the goods and furniture inside, it still looked the same as when Yi Chen left this house, although there were many now dust and also lots of cobwebs in the house because it hasn't been cleaned for a long time. Yi Chen went into his room and opened a drawer. In the drawer there was a picture of Yi Chen and his grandfather. This was the only picture that Yi Chen took with his grandfather. Yi Chen's grandfather's name was Yi Hun, even though he was not his real grandfather, but Yi Hun had taken care of Yi Chen from childhood until he grew up. Yi Chen was very eager to make Yi Hun happy and always studied hard so that Yi Chen could get a decent job and be able to make his grandfather happy. But fate said otherwise. When Yi Chen was 15 years old, his grandfather slipped and entered the abyss, leaving Yi Chen alone. Yi Chen began to support himself by selling vegetables and fruit that can be found on the mountain. because Yi Chen's backyard was a forest, so Yi Chen could always get free food from the wild. A year later, Yi Chen graduated and got a scholarship, and Yi Chen could go to school in the city. Oh, I forgot I had been away for a long time and maybe I will be expelled from school. Yi Chen almost forgot if he had been gone for a long time, even though Yi Chen had been gone for almost a year and a half, but it was in the wheel of time. And it is estimated that only 1 month in the real world, seeing the many problems that Yi Chen had to face, he decided to solve them later. Yi Chen was a cultivator of trivial issues like this that could definitely be easily overcome. Yi Chen then went to the forest behind the house to look for bunga. After Yi Chen found the flower he was looking for, Yi Chen picked it and arranged it. Yi Chen immediately went to the public cemetery in this village where Yi Han was buried. When he got there, Yi Chen searched for his grandfather's grave. Yi Chen found it under the headstone of Yi Han's grave. There was a bouquet of flowers and it looked quite new. It was predicted that 2 or 3 days ago someone had visited his tomb. Yi Chen was quite confused because grandfather did not have distant relatives and only Yi Chen was only his family. So Yi Chen was quite curious about Sia, who placed this essay on what might be the wrong place. Yi Chen finally approached and put his wreath under the headstone. Yi Chen crouched down and held the headstone. Sorry grandfather, I haven't visited you for a long time. I hope you are happy there and no longer need to worry about me because your granddaughter is no longer like before. I promise we'll live a good and happy life from now on, said Yi Chen in tears. Yi Chen recalled all the things he went through with his grandfather Yi Han. Their likes and sorrows passed together. Yi Chen did not realize that the day was getting darker, so Yi Chen said goodbye and went home. In this house there were no electric lighting devices, only candles, so Yi Chen took a crystal from his storage ring and put it on the table as Yi poured the strength of his profound crystal that shined quite brightly. Of course Yi Chen didn't sleep, he started to cultivate again, maybe because it had become a habit for Yi Chen at this time. Time goes on and on. Knock knock, a knock from the door. Who's visiting me at this time of the night? Yi Chen then moved out of his bed and opened the door. When the door opened, Yi Chen saw the head of Huangbao village standing at the door. Village head, what are you doing at this time of night at my place? Yi Chen asked. Who are you? Why do you live in the Yi family's home? Huangbao doesn't know who was the man who opened this door. Yi Han's house no longer inhabits because Yi Chen was also in the city at the time, so when he saw the Yi family's house had light he went there and ascertained whether Yi Chen went home, but at this moment Huangbao doesn't know the handsome young man who opened the door, so he asked. Yi Chen, village head, you visited my house and do not know who I am, whether your head was kicked by a horse just now. You are Yi Chen. You are very different from the Yi Chen I used to know. Huangbao looked up and down and couldn't believe that this Yi Chen was even better looking than the actors on television. Yi Chen, yes, so what do you need at this time of night? May I go in? I will explain inside. Please. Yi Chen led Huangbao into the house. Huangbao then sat in a chair that was very old. Even when Huangbao sat in the chair making a sound that might break. Actually, to come here I want to give you something. Huangbao then issued a letter and handed it to Yi Chen. Chapter 14, Mysterious Letter. Yi Chen took a letter from Huangbao and opened it. Inside the letter there was a sheet of paper which was neatly folded. Yi Chen read the contents of the letter. After reading, Yi Chen asked, who are these letters from? Here, a few days ago someone was looking for your grandfather and that person said that he was your grandfather's friend, so I told him he was dead and the old man was quite shocked, and then he asked in your grandfather's meal, so I took him to the grandfather's possession. There the man told me to leave him alone. Huangbao told everything that happened a few days ago to Yi Chen. Huangbao, after a few hours later, that person came again and asked me if Yi Han had a child, so I told him that Yi Han did not have a child but had a grandchild who was in school named Yi Chen. That person then asked for a picture of yourself. Dear, I don't have. But I said that Yi Chen used to come back here every few months and might come here soon too, so that person gave me a letter and asked to give it to you when you get back later. I see. Listen to this. Yi Chen understood why there was a bunga essay in his grandfather's grave. Huangbao was quite curious about the contents of the letter and asked, Yi Chen, what is in the letter? That person wants me to go to his place and want to talk privately with me. Here it says the complete address of that person. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. That person is very rich. He drives a luxury car that costs millions of dollars. When he said luxury car, Huangbao's eyes shining in the village. Very rarely does anyone see a luxury car, let alone have it. Even Huangbao, who is the head of his annual salary village, only $20,000. What's more, the population here may be less than $5,000 a year, because that is a lot of people from the village who try their luck in big cities. Yi Chen, really? But my grandfather never told me about friends or relatives to me. If you're curious, why don't you just go to that address again? You're now living in the same city, said Huangbao. Yi Chen, you burner, maybe I will go there to make sure who this person is. Well, Yi Chen is late and I also have to go. There is still a lot of work that I have not completed. Huang Bao then stood up from his chair and left Yi Chen's house. After escorting the head of Huang Bao village go to the door, Yi Chen returned to the cross-legged bed and started cultivating again. Initially Yi Chen was very bored while cultivating, but over time Yi Chen started to get used to it, even though the longest time Yi Chen cultivated was only 5 days, but it was long enough according to Yi Chen. When Yi Chen had raped, Yi Chen would train his body or some of the moves Yi Chen learned. Yi Chen also learned how to forge spiritual equipment even. Though Yi Chen learned through the book given by Gu Xian, author's note, to forge spiritual equipment requires some special ingredients, and if during the process fails then all materials will be lost. And someone must have the attributes of fire and control are very good when doing forging. The sound of a cock crowing sounded. Yi Chen then opened his eyes to rise from his bed. Today before Yi Chen returned to the city, Yi Chen first wanted to renovate this house, because this house had a lot of decayed wood at an age, so Yi Chen went to the mountain and cut down a few trees. Of course Yi Chen used his power because the location of Yi Chen's house was near the mountain and a little far from the neighbors. Quite rare people came to the mountain. Yi Chen drew with his sword and Yi Chen waved his wooden stick flying behind with him. The process of repairing the house turned out to take quite a long time. Finally the house that looked already had to look like it was new. Yi Chen carved several pictures of dragons on the pillars of the house and walls. When Yi Chen was finished it was already midday, so Yi Chen left and returned to the city, because Yi Chen did not have a penny in his body. Yi Chen decided to fly alone. Besides saving money, it also saved travel time. The time that should have been 6 hours to go from the village to the city was only within 15 minutes. Yi Chen had arrived near the city gate. First of all Yi Chen went to his Kaskasan house and hoped that his belongings would not be discarded by the landlord. While flying in Yi Chen city, using a shield to hide himself from being seen by people in the city. When he reached the front yard of his rented room, Yi Chen immediately went to the door and opened the door, but unfortunately it was in the lock, so Yi Chen knocked on that door. A fat man opens the door. "Hello friend, can I help you? Are you the new tenant in this room?" Yi Chen asked. "Yes, I just rented this a few days ago," answered the fat man. "Oh, sorry for disturbing me then." "Excuse me." First Yi Chen didn't want to waste time, so he decided to go to the landlord's place and ask where his belongings were. The house owned by the landlord was not far away, only a few hundred meters from the location of the rented room belonging to Yi Chen. After a few minutes Yi Chen walked to the end of the house belonging to the landlord. Yi Chen knocked on the house. "Wait a minute," a voice from within answered. After a while the last 40-year-old woman opened the door. This woman, wearing very open clothes, had a very thick makeup. The landlord who opened the door was surprised to see a handsome man standing in front of his house. Seeing this man, the landlord rose up. This landlord often slept with different men every day. Even some young men who could not pay rent were forced to serve him at nighttime. 30 is like a tiger and 40 is like a tiger. And at this time, looking at the handsome Yi Chen was like a dangling delivered to the mouth of a tiger. Chapter 15 became popular. Yi Chen saw the eyes of the hungry landlord who was starving. Yi Chen began to worry. All Yi Chen wanted to do was to get his old things. "Hello, my landlord, Yi Chen, is a tenant in a room in room 8. Before I came here, I want to take my new goods. Is my item still available?" Yi Chen asked politely, but landlords like Ina did not listen to Yi Chen at all. His thoughts were only wanted to immediately contact the team with this handsome man. "What? Sorry, I'm not with." Yi Chen repeated the words. "I was a tenant in the 8th room before I came and wanted to take my belongings. What is still left? Is my stuff still available?" "Oh, of course there is. Please go in first." The landlord invited Yi Chen to enter. These landlords named Yu Ye, and Yu Ye took Yi Chen to the living room and told Yi Chen to sit. Then Yu Ye Peggy went to the second floor to get Yi Chen's belongings. For a long time Yi Chen did not expect Yu Ye to be very long when he took Yi Chen's items above. Finally the sound of footsteps coming from above. Yi Chen saw Yu Ye holding Yi Chen's bag, but the strange thing was that old woman Yu Ye was wearing a transparent nightgown and was wearing a sexy underwear. Obviously this whore wanted to tease Yi Chen. The thing that feared Yi Chen finally happened. This woman definitely wanted to do something strange to Yi Chen. Yu Ye approached Yi Chen and sat next to Yi Chen. Old woman Yu Ye then handed the tassita to Yi Chen. "This is your stuff." Yi Chen immediately received the bag and saw what was inside of it. And everything was indeed belonged to Yi Chen. When Yi Chen checked the bag, Yu Ye's fingers touched Yi Chen's thigh and dishonestly teased him. "Handsome man, how about tonight? Accompany me." The thing that Yi Chen was afraid of finally happened. This prostitute really had an idea to him. Yi Chen immediately put Yu Ye's hand away from him. "Landlord, please guard your attitude. Come on, look, come here. I still have a pretty good body, do you not want to?" Yu Ye continued to say vulgar words. Yi Chen was displeased with this and Yi Chen immediately stood up and went straight to the exit, but the locked exit. Yi Chen frowned. "Huh, handsome, you won't be able to run away from me tonight." Old lady Yu Ye laughed. How could a wooden door stop a person like Yi Chen? Yi Chen used his strength to open that door and immediately ran as fast as he could. See, Yi Chen can open the door. Ye panicked and immediately chased after Yi Chen. But when Ye at the door, Ye did not see the figure of Yi Chen. Wherever damn handsome man managed to escape from me, if I met again I would not let go of him. Yi Chen had entered into a small alley. Yi Chen found it strange that the landlord would not have seen it, but now his reaction now was not too much. Yi Chen then went to the money withdrawal machine to see the remaining money in his savings account. When Yi Chen checked it, the 3-digit numbers appeared on the screen only stayed $150. With a little money, Yi Chen might not be enough for Yi Chen's needs. Moreover, Yi Chen needed new clothes because his old clothes no longer fit to be used at this time. Yi Chen decided to buy clothes first. Fortunately, near here there was a clothing store that was quite large at a relatively cheap price. When Yi Chen entered into, Yi Chen welcomed by the employee girl in the clothing store. When the woman saw Yi Chen, the woman was stunned. Handsome, the woman's face flushed a very embarrassed gaze like a woman who was in love. Yi Chen, I want to buy clothes that are suitable for my size, but the employee girl did not listen and was still focused on watching Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen finally coughed. Coughing, Yi Chen woke the girl. What you said just now? I said I want to buy a suit for my size, Yi Chen said. The girl then saw Yi Chen's body and saw the clothes worn by Yi Chen quite worn out. Come here, I have clothes that might suit you. Without waiting for Yi Chen's approval, the servant girl pulled Yi Chen toward the clothes rack. In the mind of the Yi Chen employee girl might be a person who wasn't too rich and maybe he could take care of her being a white face. If Yi Chen knew what was on the mind of this employee girl, maybe Yi Chen would be upset. The servant girl chose a few clothes and pants and handed them to Yi Chen. Handsome, hurry up, you tried. Yi Chen then went to the dressing room. When Yi Chen opened his upper shirt, the employee girl suddenly opened a little how-to-fit gap. Before the employee girl finished, her words stopped. Wow, perfect abdominal muscles. Seeing Yi Chen's naked girl's chest was getting more and more excited. Hey Chen, what are you doing to our customers? A female voice sounded behind the servant girl. My brother Lin. The girl who was called by Chen was nervous when trying to answer. How could he tell if he was peeking at customers? So the woman named Lin walked alongside the Chen girl, and when she saw the handsome man who was in the locker room, Lin's woman's heartbeat was getting faster. Lin Burlam had seen this handsome man in his life, and even his idol actors in front of Yi Chen could only be in trash say. The woman named Lin abandoned the Chen girl and immediately grabbed Yi Chen's hands. Handsome, do you want to be my girlfriend? Lin's woman immediately stated her feelings. This Chen girl who heard was angry. Brother Lin, don't you already have a boyfriend? How can you do this? Lin girl, I will immediately break up with him, Lin replied without turning her face. The Chen girl did not accept and tried to separate Lin and Yi Chen. What are you trying to do? Said Lin angrily. I found it first, so he belongs to me. Chen tried to resist. How to Chen, look at you, you want to compete with my chest, you are still quite small, while insulting Chen Lin, showing off 2 big mountains. How could Chen girls accept with defeat? I can still grow, but look at you, soon a wrinkle will appear on your face. This woman Lin's not happy. Both of them continued to throw mocking words at each other, whereas Yi Chen quickly wore his clothes. The commotion of these two people pulled a few customers and employees in the shop. When the women who saw Yi Chen's face, they immediately fell in love and immediately rushed towards Yi Chen. Seeing some women snort at Yi Chen, feeling uneasy in his heart, Yi Chen saw various women of different ages gathering near Yi Chen. Handsome, be my girlfriend. Handsome, let's get married. Handsome, how if you become my little lover I will give you 10 pounds of body weight every month. Don't listen to this woman. If you want to be my man, then you can do everything you want on my body. Words like this came out of the crowd of women. Yi Chen was quite confused because he had never faced a situation like this in his life. Yi Chen wanted to leave this place immediately, but his escape route was blocked by a crowd of women. Yi Chen finally jumped over the crowd and immediately headed for the shop exit. He's run away, go after him until he escapes. Come after me, I want him. The female crowd agreed and immediately chased after Yi Chen. Today was truly a strange day for Yi Chen. How the women could be like that, whether they were possessed by an evil spirit or something. Yi Chen finally stopped at an intersection, but a few moments later there was the sound of footsteps from the crowd, and when Yi Chen looked back it turned out that the crowd of women were still chasing him. So Yi Chen ran again. Yi Chen entered into an old-type Chinese clothing store, hiding in a corner, and used a barrier so he wouldn't be found. It turned out that these women did not want to give up. Some of them into every shop and alley to look for Yi Chen. After searching in all angles and not finding Yi Chen, some women were finally going to go. Chapter 16 Zilio Bracelet. Yi Chen detected the surroundings and the women had left. Yi Chen finally came out of the place he was hiding. Yi Chen had no idea being handsome it could be very troublesome. The biggest reason for Yi Chen's change might be because he learned the King's Heart technique. Yi Chen really failed to buy clothes today. If it continues like this, it will be troublesome every step. even though Yi Chen needs a woman does not mean that Yi Chen will fuck all women that Yi Chen likes. King's Heart technique can also be said a dual cultivation technique. A woman who has practiced a dual cultivation technique with Yi Chen will also get quite extraordinary benefits. In the King's Heart book, it is also written that both parties can not only increase their cultivation base, even women can become much prettier and softer if doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen. If it was known by women, then more and more women would chase after Yi Chen. Every woman would want to be a substitute, and even a goddess in the god realm was no exception. What else? A mortal woman on earth was an irresistible temptation. I forgot to explain technique King's Heart to the reader's eye. Hope you guys can explain my explanation. Yi Chen had already decided to hide his face, so later Yi Chen would make a skin mask to change his face like before Yi Chen started the path of cultivation. But first Yi Chen wanted to do something first. When he looked around the shop and saw the old type of clothes that were rarely glimpsed by young people in the current era, but this was really suitable to hide Yi Chen's appearance, Yi Chen took his clothes and some other items and went to the dressing room. When Yi Chen came out, he was wearing a black shirt, round black sunglasses, and Yi Chen was wearing a crooked hat. Yi Chen that was previously long now had been cut to short. Yi Chen cut his hair only with a knife. Yi Chen's skill didn't need to be questioned. His appearance Chen is very strange right now. Yi Chen then went to the cashier and wanted to pay for these items. Uncle, how much are these items? The uncle saw the clothes worn by Yi Chen and also the additional items. Total. All the items you were wearing were $50. Yi Chen then handed the $50 to the uncle. This is the money. Then Yi Chen left the store. On the road there might be some people who looked at Yi Chen, but after that they started ignoring him. Looks like this works, Yi Chen said silently. In front of Yi Chen there were two men who were talking about something that caught Yi Chen's attention. Hey, do you want to go to the Antiques Festival or not? What's good is that only old people like things like that. Do you think there are only parents there? When I hear that many beautiful girls from rich families also come there to accompany their parents or grandfather? Why didn't you say let's go there earlier? The Antiques Festival happened to be a coincidence that I could sell some items I had there. Yi Chen then followed the two men to find where the Antique Festival was. After following for several minutes, Yi Chen saw a lot of stalls selling various antiques. Even there are some stalls that try to offer spiritual objects at very high prices. Yi Chen is here too to sell an item now. This item is a bracelet that Dan-Pat neutralizes poison in the body, accelerates all blood circulation, and can accelerate one's healing. This bracelet was made by Yi Chen when he was bored of practicing, although this could be categorized as a second-level spiritual tool, but the price should not be too low. He and Yi Chen had named it a Zilio bracelet, so Yi Chen set up a stall quite simple with a piece of cloth for the base. Let's buy a Zilio bracelet that can neutralize toxins in your body, accelerate all of your blood circulation, and can even accelerate regenerating damaged organs. Yi Chen is trying to offer his bracelet. How much is the bracelet? A 40-year-old man tried to raise the price. This uncle is very cheap. It costs only $100,000, answered Yi Chen. What did your head just hit on the bracelet wall? Like this, it costs $100,000. Said uncle while insulting Yi Chen. This uncle is quite cheap. I have given you as much as 90% discount, and don't look at his shape. The effect is extraordinary. The price for health is very expensive. This is very cheap. If you don't buy it, you will definitely regret it for life. Yi Chen tried to convince this buyer. Did you say the price of this bracelet is 1 million? If you want to fool this old man, you have to be smarter. The uncle finally left while cursing Yi Chen with unpleasant words. To convince the people here is quite difficult. If this in the world of cultivators is definitely this thing, the price must be very expensive. But unfortunately this is on Earth and only a few believe in the existence of magic and magical objects. Yi Chen kept trying to offer the Zilio bracelet. Every time someone wanted to buy it and Yi Chen opened their prices, they would immediately insult Yi Chen. To make this one bracelet wasn't easy. Even Yi Chen failed several times, which made Yi Chen lose some ingredients and cores from the magic beasts. It's been almost 2 hours, but no one wants to buy this bracelet, seeing that it's impossible to sell it here. Yi Chen decided to pack up and leave this place empty-handed, but when Yi Chen was packing, someone spoke to him. Are you still selling this bracelet? Yi Chen Mendangan and see a beautiful woman with long straight hair and a body that has developed very well. The woman is wearing a one-piece gown with a branded bag on her arm. This woman's beauty was almost comparable to the Su Mingxing Yi Chen had seen, even though this woman was slightly defeated at the summit of the two peaks of the mountain, but it was still big enough if you wanted to bury your face in the two slits of the mountain. Chapter 17 Business Queen Lu Yu. Yi Chen, oh, of course I still sell it. Are you really interested in this? Yes, I'm interested in this bracelet. So how much is it? Asked the beautiful woman. the price is $100,000 each, and began to explain the usefulness of the Zilio bracelet. Does this really work as you said earlier, beautiful woman? A little doubtful with Yi Chen's explanation. Of course, if I lie, then I'm willing to be struck by lightning 1,000 times. Yi Chen took an oath to convince this beautiful woman. Alright, I'll take this bracelet. This woman is actually still doubtful, but somehow her intuition says different. Women's intuition is very strong. That's why this beautiful woman prefers to trust her intuition. During this time has the opportunity to cure my grandmother. It does not matter. This beautiful woman's grandmother has been ill for years, and doctors say her grandmother's liver is damaged. Her grandmother's body condition is getting worse. Need to know that the liver functions to neutralize all poisons in the body, and if it is damaged, then poisons will accumulate in the body and that person can die. Of course, this Zilio bracelet can heal the heart of this beautiful woman's grandmother, even though the process is not possible instantaneously and requires some time. The beautiful woman took $100 from her bag and intended to pay for Zilio's bracelet. Yi Chen also took the bracelet and wanted to hand it over to the beautiful woman. When the handover would be done, a hand suddenly blocked Yi Chen and the beautiful woman. A young man in a blue suit is next to Yi Chen. How can you trust this person? This young man obstructed this beautiful woman to buy Yi Chen's bracelet. This is not your business, and don't call me with that disgusting name. You and I have nothing to do with anything. The beautiful woman was angry with the young man in the blue suit. You were is also for your own good. How can I let you be deceived by someone like this? The blue-eyed young man looked at Yi Chen with a provoking look. Mr. Bai, I remind you, don't call my name like that again. You are not who I am. It's not your business anyway. Why do you always try to interfere in all my business? I do not reprimand you because I give a face to your father, but if you keep doing things like that, don't blame I am because, said you woman, looking at the man in the blue suit with a cold gaze. The name of the young man in the blue suit turned out to be Bai San. Well, I understand, Lu Yu, but why do you want to buy this fake item? You are a smart business queen, but today you are so stupid to be fooled by this con artist? Ask Bai San, what did you just say? You said that I was stupid. Lu Yu's gaze was getting colder and Lu Yu was getting angry. Damn, I misspoke, Bai San said in his heart. Bai San is one of the pursuers of Lu Yu. His father is the vice chairman of the Lu Group, who is also a confidant of Lu Yu. Bai San this month Bai San has tried various ways to please Lu Yu, but unfortunately this woman still did not see it in the slightest. Just look at you, Lu Yu. If my father's plan works, then I will make sure you will crawl under my feet. Bai San spoke in his heart. Bai San, sorry Lu Yu, I was just wrong, please don't be angry. Chen, who heard the conversation, the two of them began to understand who this woman was. Lu Yu is the owner of the Lu Group, which has many companies that move in various sectors. Even Yi Chen used to often use belongings belonging to the Lu Group, so Yi Chen also knew how strong the Lu Group was, and the Lu Group's stock market reached hundreds of billions of dollars. If Yi Chen knew before, he would surely Yi Chen would raise the price of this bracelet several times. For you, $100,000 was only like $100 for him, but Lu Yu looked away and ignored her. Bai San was very angry, but Bai San couldn't possibly take it out on Lu Yu because, after all, Lu Yu was still his father's boss. If Bai San did something strange to Lu Yu's career, and his father's secret plan would definitely be ruined, so Bai San could only take it out on Yi Chen. The line pulled the Yi Chen collar that was sitting on the ground. You con artist, you know who are you trying to fool? It is the woman this young master likes, and you see, because of you Lu Yu is angry at me. If you said that you are a con artist, so I will let you stay in this city, but if you refuse, then I will make sure you will not be able to go back to this city. Bai San speaks to Yi Chen with a voice that is not big, so only Yi Chen can listen to him. Ha, who do you call a con artist? The goods I sell are really authentic, Yi Chen said. Bai San, ha, do you think I did not hear what you were promoting earlier? How could such items exist in this world? The items you said earlier were only in films only. Well, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. That makes no difference, Yi Chen said. So you refused my orders? Good. Bai San then raised his fist and ready to hit Yi Chen's face. Lu Yu, who was standing behind Bai San, tried to stop him, but it was too late. Yi Chen didn't even avoid it and still sat like before. Bang. A voice rang out and Lu Yu thought that Yi Chen would be hurt, but Lu Yu saw that Bai San was holding the hand he used to hit Yi Chen in pain. Damn, your skin ache is made of really hard, Bai San protested. Of course, Yi Chen's physical body was so strong that maybe Bai San could hurt him. For Yi Chen, Pukulin Bai San was just like someone poked Yi Chen. It turned out that Bai San did not give up. He used his hard shoes to kick Yi Chen. This time Yi Chen stood up and immediately grabbed the collar of Bai San's suit and lifted him into the air very easily. Bai San didn't think that Yi Chen was really very tall. Bai San was only 168 cm, while Yi Chen was 182 cm. Because Yi Chen had sat down, Bai San hadn't noticed at all. Yi Chen, looks like you still haven't bled too, Pa. Pa. A slap sound very crispy in the ears of many people. You dare to hit me, I will definitely kill you, Pa. Pa. The sound of a slap sounded again. You are still brave, you know I am the brother of a wolf who is the biggest gang in this city. If I tell him, then you will definitely be killed, Pa. Pa. Again a slap sound was heard, but Baisan did not give up and continued to curse Yi Chen. Pa. 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 The sound of a slap is constantly stopping. I'm sorry, I'm wrong, please spare me. Baisan now begging his cheeks to feel burned and his face almost like a pig's. But be good, if you still dare to provoke me, then the next is not your face that I hit, but I will knock out all the teeth you have, Yi Chen warned Baisan in a threatening tone. Yi Chen then threw him a few meters. Baisan didn't dare to stay anymore and hurried away. Just look, I'll find Brother Wolf and ask him to get rid of you. From this world, Baisan only dared to say in his heart because fear Yi Chen would hit him again. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at Liu Terxium at him. Yi Chen, oh yes Miss Liu, sorry hit your friend just now. Liu, he is not my friend anymore. I even give thanks because you get rid of him. That is so disturbing me. If you don't like it, why don't you send him away directly? Yi Chen asked. Liu, his father is the vice chairman of my company. Actually I wanted to evict his father and son, but the father of Baisan turned out to have many connections from shareholders because that is difficult to get rid of. Oh, I understand. Then what about our business, do you still want to buy it? Asked Yi Chen. Liu, of course. Liu then handed over a stack of $100 to Yi Chen. After receiving the money and making sure the real money, Yi Chen gave the bracelet to Liu. Yi Chen, thank you for doing business. Same if I excuse myself first. There are things I have to do. Liu then walked away, but after a few steps she said, oh yeah, I don't know yet, I may know. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not hide his real name to Liu. Yi Chen, I'll remember. My name is Liu. If you need help, don't hesitate to come to me. Then Liu walked away and disappeared in the crowd. Yi Chen didn't understand Liu's thoughts. According to her, this woman's mind was complicated. How could she promise something to someone she had just met? Yi Chen didn't think too much about it and prepared to leave. Chapter 18, Looking for Gold in a Rubbish Heap. A group of people who had tattoos and carried pipes and wood came to Yi Chen. There were a total of 6 people, one of whom was in the front row, with the hair color in the paint. With the blonde color, big brother, it looks like this person's trait. The young man said to the person at the very front, and this might be their boss. Yi Chen, what do you want from me? Of course we have come here to beat you so that your entire face will no longer be recognizable, said the leader of the thugs. Yi Chen, but I don't know you guys and have never had a problem with you guys. Yi Chen doesn't remember dealing with people from the underworld before. Did you really forget that you just hit the brother of our boss and you're still asking what the problem is? Isn't that a joke? Said the blonde man. It turns out Baisan. Just see if I see you again, then I will make sure I knock out all your teeth. Yi Chen had been merciful before but did not think Baisan still wanted to find a problem with him. Yi Chen was actually lazy to deal with the barking dog, so Yi Chen took a spell paper from his storage ring and threw it towards the 5 people behind the blonde man. What are you waiting for? Quick, beat him, blonde man commanded the subordinates behind him. Good boss. These friends immediately picked up metal pipes and wooden baseball bats and moved forward. The people who were at the antiques exhibition started to crowd and see what was going to happen. Some people already felt sorry for Yi Chen's misfortune. Those in this city certainly know who these thugs are. They are members of the underground gang named the Red Wolf, who are also one of the 3 largest underground gangs in the city. A scream of pain sounded, but this is not Yi Chen's but the property of the blonde-haired man. The blonde-haired man was beaten by his own men. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? On my face, wooden baseball. The onlookers who saw this were their jaws falling to the ground and their brains could not process what was happening now, because the thug who was supposed to hit Yi Chen instead hit the person who gave the order to them. Yi Chen was delighted to see this. Actually, the spell paper that Yi Chen threw could create an illusion. And the illusion that Yi Chen wanted was to make that blonde-haired man become Yi Chen. Therefore the 5 thugs saw the blonde-haired man as Yi Chen. Because the effect of the illusion spell paper was only for a moment, Yi Chen immediately packed up his belongings and left this place unnoticed by the people around him. Feel this, bro. Bang. You dare to provoke us to feel this in the hoodlums of thugs. They are beating Yi Chen, but actually they don't know that they are beating their superiors. The blonde-haired man kept screaming in pain all over. His face had many lumps and bloody everywhere. Even the blonde-haired man could hardly be recognized. Finally, after 5 minutes, the effect of the spell paper finally disappeared. Boss, how can you be here? Where is that person? Asked one of the people who hit the blonde-haired man. The blonde-haired man is trying to stand up from the ground. Pa. 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 5 hard slaps landed on the thugs' faces, What are you, blind? You just hit me. What are you, bored for life? The blonde-haired man roared in anger. He felt his entire face was very sick, and the men who beat him even expressed like innocent people. But our boss really hit the guy. But how can he be replaced as the boss? Said one of the 5 thugs, trying to explain. Pa. 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 5 slaps sounded again. Are you trying to find an excuse again? I ask, how long have you followed me? How could you not get to know your own boss's face? The blonde-haired man kept getting angry. Boss, the man we are going to hit seems to have gone. The blonde-haired man finally remembered and saw that Yi Chen had left a long time ago. Even the crowds began to gossip. Damn. To save the face of the Red Wolf gang of thugs, finally leave the exhibition venue. Yi Chen did not leave the antiques exhibition and tried to find some items that might be valuable here. Yi Chen started to walk around in every stall in the exhibition, but almost all of the items here were just rubbish. Yi Chen saw an object that made him slightly interested. Somehow that thing was like calling out to him, so Yi Chen went there. Yi Chen then took an iron that looked like a gate to hear the carving of a woman who looked like a fairy. The size of this thing fit in the holder in Yi Chen's hand. See someone interested in his belongings. The seller finally approached Yi Chen. Dear customer, can I help you? Yi Chen, how much is this thing? You do have an eye. It is a pretty good object, and this item was found in a cave by an adventurer. The price is not too expensive, only $5,000, the seller said, explaining the item to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had no idea that this metal was very expensive. So Yi Chen tried to put in his mental energy and see what was hidden inside him. When Yi Chen's mental energy tried to come in, a very strong force suddenly resisted Yi Chen's mental energy. What? Yi Chen did not expect that the mental energy that would be blocked by a strong force from the thing in his possession. Yi Chen did not give up and wanted to try again, but the result was still the same as before. Yi Chen then tried to bid this item again. Too expensive, why can't it be less? Sorry, this price is the cheapest customer I can give you, answered the sword. Okay, but I want one more item. Yi Chen saw a black token that attracted him. The inner layer of this black token was gold. But maybe this sword didn't notice because the black part turned out to be a crust. How are the $5,000 added to this item? Yi Chen raised the black token and showed it to the seller. The seller saw that the items that Yi Chen was holding were only items that were not very valuable and the price did not reach $200, so he was quite happy. Well, I agree. Seeing the seller agree, Yi Chen handed over $5,000 to the seller. After completing the payment, Yi Chen then left the stall. The seller did not know that the furious he just sold was a very valuable item, but the seller was satisfied with the money. And get this, time, in China, there are many people who are involved in the profession of selling antique goods because of the income they can get. Quite a lot, even though some of them have to deceive customers into making huge profits. But the greater the price, the greater the risk. If the customer feels cheated and reports to the police, then they can be arrested. In this world, all jobs have risks. Even the easiest jobs also have risks. After Yi Chen left the stall, Yi Chen stopped in a quiet place. Yi Chen saw the 2 items he had just gotten Yi Chen and then saw this iron-like gate that still holds a lot of mystery for Yi Chen. While for his shop, Yi Chen used his strength to crush all the crust in this token, and a golden token that has a very nice pattern appears. This piece can be sold at a high price. I will save it in advance and sell it if I have no more money. Yi Chen put the 2 items into his storage ring, but strangely, iron-like gate that refused to enter into Yi Chen's storage ring can only sigh and put the iron into his shirt. Yi Chen immediately looked for a hotel to stay in tonight. Chapter 19, Back to School. Liu, the woman who bought Zilio's bracelet from Yi Chen, is currently driving her car to the hospital where her grandmother is treated. Liu still hoped that a miracle could happen. Liu finally arrived at the parking lot of the hospital. Hua Hospital is the #1 hospital in this city and has the most reliable equipment and staff. Liu immediately rushed to the ward where her grandmother was treated. Arriving on the ward, an old woman lay in bed. The old woman was wearing an oxygen hose and she was in a coma. Seeing the situation of his grandmother, who like this, Liu wanted to cry. Liu approached her grandmother. Hurry up and heal so you can spend time with me. Liu grabbed one of his grandmother's hands and rubbed it. Liu then took Zilio's bracelet and put it on her grandmother's wrist. Liu hoped that a miracle could happen, but after waiting for a long time, Liu was disappointed that Zilio's bracelet did not seem to cure her grandmother. Of course, the effect of this bracelet is working. It takes time until Liu's grandmother returns to recover. Liu then falls asleep near her grandmother's bed. Time passed so quickly, Liu felt a hand stroking her hair, so Liu opened her eyes. When Liu opened her eyes, she saw her grandmother, who was supposed to be in a coma, woke up. Liu thought that she was dreaming. Liu pinched her cheek and felt sick, so this must be the reality. You, how can you sleep here? Said Liu's grandmother. Your grandmother, waking up. How are you feeling? Do you feel something unpleasant in your body? Liu began to look worried about her grandmother's body. I already feel a little better, even my body feels fresher and lighter than before, said grandmother Liu, trying to move some parts of her body. Don't move your grandmother much first, I'll call the doctor to know your condition. Liu immediately rushed to call the doctor. Finally the doctor arrived and examined the condition of his grandmother. How is my grandmother's condition, doctor? Asked Liu. His heart rate and body temperature are normal, but the results have to be delayed. Check up tomorrow morning to find out the results, and the patient should be well rested. The doctor then left the ward. Liu is quite happy to see her grandmother is fine. Grandmother, you heard what the doctor said. You have to rest a lot. Liu pulled the blanket and covered her grandmother. Liu began to look at the bracelet on her grandmother's wrist. It seemed that Yi Chen did not fool him. Liu hoped that the checkup results would be good tomorrow. The sun shone through the window when Yi Chen finally woke up from his bed. Yi Chen had not slept in this comfortable place for a long time, maybe because the hotel had quite good and comfortable facilities. Today Yi Chen intends to go to school. Maybe Yi Chen can get in from a woman who was a virgin. Actually, in from the air only released by virgin women. And for women who are not virgins, in can be obtained by intimate relationships. And for double cultivation, a person who is the first time will certainly get the most benefits, the second and third benefits that cannot get more than the first time. Yi Chen first wore a human skin mask that had been damaged with his old face to avoid things like yesterday. Yi Chen went to his school and tried to meet his homeroom teacher. Arriving at the Hexing school, Yi Chen saw many schoolchildren who began to arrive. It had been a year and a half since Yi Chen saw such a scene. Yi Chen then went to the room where the homeroom teacher was there when he got there and then knocked on the door. A voice invited from inside, so Yi Chen entered inside. Homeroom teacher Yi Chen is currently sitting and driving a few documents. Seeing who entered was Yi Chen, then homeroom teacher Yi Chen immediately stood up from his chair. Yi Chen, is really you? You still dare to come back after not attending class for more than a month? Yi Chen's homeroom teacher seemed quite angry when he saw Yi Chen. Sorry teacher, I had some personal problems at the time, so I couldn't go back to the city. For a few months, Yi Chen tried to explain. Don't try to find any reason what happened here, you're still wrong. Yi Chen's homeroom teacher sighed. It's no use for everyone, it's up to the dean whether to expel you or not. So, teacher, what should I do? Yi Chen asked. What's more, of course go to the dean room right now and see what the dean decides for you, said homeroom teacher Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately went to the dean room. Yi Chen knocked on the door and the dean invited Yi Chen to enter. Who? Asked the old dean. Yi Chen, I'm Yi Chen, student in class B second year. Oh, so you are a student who is said to be absent from class for more than 1 month. You know this school has rules and you have broken the union. The dean told Yi Chen. Yi Chen, will I be expelled from school? Actually, Yi Chen didn't really care about going to school if he was kicked out. Yi Chen left to find another school that would accept him. Dean, even though I won't kick you out, from now on you will be transferred to Class J. Yi Chen, Class J. Classes are a place for troubled children in our school, the dean explained to Yi Chen. And from now on you will move to that class. You can go directly to Class J right now. The dean told Yi Chen to go. After Yi Chen left the dean room, Yi Chen immediately went to Class J. When he got to the door of Class J, Yi Chen heard a very noisy voice from inside. Yi Chen didn't enter right away because someone put the bucket on top of that door, and if it was open the amber would definitely hit the person who opened the door. Looks like this trap wasn't set up for Yi Chen. Sure enough, a boy walking closer to the door of this male class exuded a gloomy aura. As this young man opened the door to Yi Chen, immediately holding this young man's shoulders so that he wouldn't go any further, fire. Bang. Bang. The sound of water falling followed by ember busy was heard. When someone opens the door of the class, all the eyes of the students in the class aim at the door. Some want to see a good show, but see a trap they make unaffected, they are disappointed. Soon some boys take mops and clean the dirty floor. It seems the culprit is these guys. The floor that looked empty again was clean. The boy with a gloomy aura didn't even thank Yi Chen and went straight to his seat. Yi Chen just shook his head and prepared to find a seat. Chapter 20, Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen looked around the classroom and found an empty bench at the very back, so Yi Chen decided to sit there. When he got there, Yi Chen took a chair and sat down. Because Yi Chen wore a human skin mask that made him no longer the spotlight of many people. Hey, what classmate did you just transferred here? The man in front of Yi Chen turned around and asked Yi Chen. Yes, starting from today, I will be transferred to class, Yi Chen answered. Oh, so that's what my name is, Zhang Liao. You may call me Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao reached out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, my name is Yi Chen, nice to meet you. Yi Chen then shook Zhang Liao's hand. Zhang Liao, hey Yi Chen. If I were you, I would immediately move from that seat. Why? Yi Chen asked. That's because before Zhang Liao finished speaking, the class door opened again. When the class door opens and a beautiful woman enters, that woman, 17 or 18 years old, a beautiful face can attract all men who see her height 165 centimeters, smooth legs clearly visible. The woman has long straight hair and wears a butterfly bow on the right side. Her newly developing body hair was wrapped in a pure white shirt, as the beautiful woman walked. The whole view of the men in the class was only focused on her. The beautiful woman then walked towards Yi Chen and sat right beside Yi Chen. Yi Chen Yang saw that this was quite enthusiastic. Yi Chen had no idea that on the first day he would move class to be directly at the table with this beautiful girl. Yi Chen didn't even think that the most problematic class in the classroom turned out to have a very beautiful woman. When the woman sat down, the woman looked at Yi Chen, even though Yi Chen was a man. So Yi Chen, who should have introduced himself, "Hello, classmate, my name is Yi Chen, may get acquainted with you." Yi Chen reached out his hand. "Hello, I'm Jia Yanyan, nice to meet you." Jia Yanyan shook Yi Chen's hand and threw a smile at Yi Chen. Jia Yanyan, besides beauty, was also always friendly to everyone. That's why Jia Yanyan could be popular. Yi Chen, feeling Jia Yanyan's hand was very gentle. Jia Yanyan, who shook hands with Yi Chen, felt like being shocked and hurriedly took his hands off Yi Chen. As Jia Yanyan pulled her hand too fast, Yi Chen felt a little lost. After introducing himself, Jia Yanyan took the book from his bag and started reading it. Yi Chen wanted to start the conversation but saw Jia Yanyan learning. Yi Chen undid his intention, so Yi Chen wasted no time and absorbed the air, from Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen continued to focus on spreading energy, until the teacher entered the class. The morning class was math and the teacher who taught was middle-aged male. The teacher on the podium continued to explain, but all the students didn't want to pay attention. All students in the classroom were too engrossed in their own world. Some gossip, some sleep, some play their cell phones, but the odd teacher on the podium does not dare to reprimand or scold these students. This is Class J class that is filled with students who have low academic grades and also many students who have problems. Everything in this class seems uninterested with the lesson. The reason the school does not voice them out is that the average person in this class is apparent they are rich people or officials. Therefore, the school will not do difficult things as long as they do not cause problems that are serious enough for schools. On the other hand, Yi Chen saw Jia Yanyan just pay attention to the lesson that was conveyed by the teacher on the podium. Yi Chen could only ask Tanya from wherever Jia Yanyan was, a girl who liked to learn, how it might be that Jia Yanyan was in a class like this. Yi Chen couldn't possibly ask it directly because the two of them just met just now. Yi Chen didn't want to think about it anymore, so Yi Chen took the math book from his bag and studied it. Yi Chen found it very easy to memorize the formula because Yi Chen was now a cultivator. Yi Chen could more easily remember everything very easily. Yi Chen flipped the page quickly, but everything on the page was stored clearly in Yi Chen's memory. After finishing with the math book, Yi Chen continued with the other books. Jia Yanyan, who was next to Yi Chen, sometimes stole Yi Chen's direction. The things Yi Chen did was quite strange. Yi Chen flipped the page quickly. Jia Yanyan felt Yi Chen was cool in his own world, different from every male student who sat at the table with him. Always looked at Jia Yanyan with a wanting gaze that made Jia Yanyan uncomfortable. But Yi Chen, after the introduction, Yi Chen was like not interested in him, didn't even look at him. For some reason, Jia Yan is annoyed. Jia Yanyan is a woman who since she was young gets public focus. Jia Yanyan has quite a lot of male pursuers and almost all of them are the second generation rich people, but all of them Jia Yanyan rejects and ignores. Now seeing Yi Chen ignoring her, Jia Yanyan was annoyed. Until the end of the class, Yi Chen was still cool studying the book. Nama Yi Chen also did not forget to absorb the air, from Jia Yanyan. It was a break time. Many students headed to the cafeteria to buy food. Yi Chen also intended to go there. "Hey wait, Yi Chen, where are you going?" asked Zhang Liao. Yi Chen, to the school cafeteria. "I'm coming." Zhang Liao then moved from his seat and went to the cafeteria with Yi Chen. Jia Yanyan, who saw Yi Chen leaving, was quite annoyed. Even Yi Chen did not intend to invite him. During recess like this, many men would take Jia Yanyan to go to the cafeteria, but he always refused. Jia Yanyan, why do I have to think of things like that? After all, he is not who I am too. Jia Yanyan then also wanted to go towards the cafeteria because Yi Chen's class was in the uppermost building. Yi Chen and Zhang Liao had to go down the stairs first. Yi Chen saw 8 students trying to carry a large piano up the stairs to the top floor. When Zhang Liao arrived on the first floor, Zhang Liao suddenly felt like urinating. Yi Chen, wait a minute, I want to go to the toilet, Zhang Liao said. Yi Chen could only wait for Zhang Liao next to the stairs. When Yi Chen looked at the steps, Yi Chen saw Jia Yanyan also coming down. How to get off? Jia Yanyan, quite elegant. Be careful, away from the road. A panicked voice sounded from above trying to evict from the stairway. Yi Chen saw the great piano sliding down the stairs to the bottom. It seemed like the person who had brought it up had lost the grip that made the piano slide down. Jia Yan, who was in the middle of the ladder, confused where to run. Seeing there was no time to run, Jia Yan closed his eyes and accepted his destiny. Yi Chen immediately ran and quickly was behind Jia Yan, and the group grabbed Jia Yan's waist and hugged him, and Yi Chen held the piano with the other arm. Bang, a loud voice sounded. Yi Chen did not want to expose his strength, so Yi Chen pretended to bounce backwards to fall to the floor, but Yi Chen tried to keep Zhao Yanyan from getting hurt in the process. The screams of the students who saw the event sounded. The weight of the piano was almost hundreds of kilos, and moreover it was sliding at a rapid pace. The person who was hit by the piano would surely be badly injured or even die. Yi Chen saw Zhao Yanyan, who was in his arms, still closed his eyes and his whole body shook. Great, hey, wake up. Zhao Yanyan, who heard this voice, immediately opened his eyes. When Zhao Yanyan opened his eyes, he saw Yi Chen's face, and at this time Zhao Yanyan was being hugged by Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan immediately freed himself from Yi Chen's arms and stood up. Zhao Yanyan finally understood Yi Chen really saved him. If it wasn't for him holding down the sliding piano, that might be Zhao Yanyan would be severely injured. Zhao Yanyan was quite touched by what Yi Chen did. Yi Chen was even willing to save the person he just knew. If it was someone else, then it might be preferable to save themselves. Yi Chen got up from the floor and Zhao Yanyan helped him a little to get up from the floor. Yi Chen, you're fine, Zhao Yanyan asked. It's okay, just a little muscle spasms. I'm a strong person. Things like this where it might hurt. Yi Chen, who was a cultivator. If there wasn't anyone around here, Yi Chen would definitely choose to use his strength. But Yi Chen was trying not to expose his strength as much as possible. Maybe we should go to the infirmary to check your condition, Zhao Yanyan suggested. Yi Chen, I don't really need to be alright, but Zhao Yanyan was still worried about Yi Chen's condition. How could a new person hit a piano by hundreds of kilos and bounce off, which might be alright? Yi Chen, are you alright? Zhang Liao, who just came from the toilet, came back later. Yes, I'm fine. Let's go to the school canteen. Yi Chen invited Zhang Liao to go to the school canteen. Classmate Zhao Yanyan, if there is nothing else, then me and Zhang Liao will have to go to the canteen first. Yi Chen then went towards the canteen with Zhang Liao. Because Zhao Yanyan was still a little worried about Yi Chen's condition, Zhao Yanyan followed behind Yi Chen. Again, Pula Zhao Yanyan also intended to go to the school canteen from the start. Chapter 21. Meet Yu Ting again. When Yi Chen left the 8 people who lifted the piano down and saw that there were no casualties in the incident, even though the piano was somewhat damaged by collision with Yi Chen's elbows. Hey, it's your fault why you didn't hold it properly. Why is it my fault that the skinny one is because he has no energy at all? It is clear that you were letting go of your memories while throwing a mistake at me. The 8 people blame each other. Yi Chen and Zhang Liao finally arrived at the school canteen, but the queue was quite long. Yi Chen, what do you want me to order? And you just sit and wait at the dining table, said Zhang Liao. Yi Chen said several menus, then handed over money to Zhang Liao, and Yi Chen looked for a seat. Since coming to Earth again, Yi Chen enjoyed a relaxed life, even though the problem always came to him, but it was only a trivial matter. Yi Chen knew that this kind of life could not be forever as the heir of Sage God. Yi Chen understood it. If he did not immediately become strong, then many strong people would aim for him. Therefore Yi Chen was always careful not to expose his strength to people who were not Yi Chen believe in. 2 familiar people crossed Yi Chen's eyes. Of course, this was Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend and his mistress. After not seeing Yu Ting for a long time, it seems that Yu Ting has changed. Yu Ting is now wearing expensive clothes that are very open, showing all of her skin, and Yu Ting looks very proud of it. Yi Chen had to say that the cute girl Yi Chen had ever known was no more. In just a few months the Yu Ting people had transformed very much now, but this did not make Yi Chen interested, but instead disgusted him. Oh, Yi Chen hasn't seen you in a long time. Yu Ting's tone of voice was slightly insulting. After gathering in a circle of rich people, the way of thinking of Yu Ting was a little different in his eyes. People like Yi Chen were just rubbish now. Yi Chen, oh Yu Ting, long time no see, you look different now. Of course I'm getting more and more beautiful now. My new boyfriend always gives me everything I want, luxury clothes, luxury bags, luxury cosmetics, and even the best class spa treatments every week. Yu Ting flaunted everything that Yi Chen couldn't do while he was his girlfriend. Is he too confident when I praise him beautiful? I think his appearance is now disgusting, Yi Chen said in his heart. Ting Ting, who is this guy? Yu Ting's girlfriend who was beside Yu Ting asked. Brother who? He was the person that we met a month ago when he was shopping at the mall and my ex-boyfriend, said Yu Ting. Oh, Hu Ji, where might you remember a poor person like Yi Chen? For him, Yi Chen is just rubbish that is not worthy of being noticed. Ha Yi Chen, I see that you are still alone. Have you not found a new girlfriend? Yu Ting asked, but questions like this really insult Yi Chen. Yes indeed, I am still alone now. What is the problem for you, said Yi Chen. I knew how it would be possible for a woman to be with a poor man like you. Again Yu Ting teased about poor Yi Chen Yang. If it was Yi Chen, he would have been angry with Yu Ting's words before, but Yi Chen now, if he wanted to get money, was like turning his palm. The words Yu Ting motivated Yi Chen that Yi Chen had to quickly get a lot of money, immediately making Yu Ting regretful for leaving. Ha, Ting Ting, are you kidding me? Maybe there is a woman who wants to be a girlfriend from a bum. They would prefer a rich man like me. Hu Ji tried to brag himself in front of Yi Chen. Huh? You think I can't get a woman who is more beautiful than Yu Ting? You'll see. Yi Chen said sarcastically. We will wait. If you can get a woman who is better than me, then I will eat poop in public, said Yu Ting, laughing. A beautiful woman suddenly came and hugged Yi Chen's right arm. Yi Chen, have you been waiting long? Said the woman. This woman was Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan, who followed Yi Chen out of concern with Yi Chen's wound. But when Yi Chen sat there were two people who approached Yi Chen, so Jia Yanyan wanted to know what happened to a woman's curiosity was very strong. So Jia Yanyan lifted up and eavesdropped on Yi Chen and Yu Ting's conversation. After learning that Yu Ting was Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend, and Jia Yanyan knew that Yu Ting left Yi Chen only because Yi Chen was poor, which made Jia Yanyan angry. For Jia Yanyan, Yi Chen was thousands of times better than Hu Ji. Even though Yi Chen was not rich, at least Yi Chen had kindness, even willing to sacrifice himself to save him. So Jia Yanyan rushed to Yi Chen and helped him. Yi Chen was quite confused as to why Jia Yanyan suddenly hugged his arm. Who are you? Yu Ting asked curiously, because Yu Ting had to admit that Jia Yanyan was far more beautiful than him. Hu Ji knows who Jia Yanyan is. Flower school in her second year, and Hu Ji also pursued Jia Yanyan. Unfortunately, she was rejected. Let me introduce Yi Chen's girlfriend, Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan introduced himself to Yu Ting. Yu Ting and Hu Ji were also struck by the lightning of the person they had just insulted having a very beautiful girlfriend instead of being slapped in the face. Directly, Jia Yanyan said, spoiled Yi Chen, let's look for food outside of school. I feel comfortable here. Of course Yi Chen understood what Jia Yanyan was doing, so of course Yi Chen followed his game. Yan, my dear. Yi Chen then left with Jia Yanyan and left Yu Ting and also Hu Ji. While walking, Yi Chen felt piercing stares from Sakita, especially the men. Those who looked at Yi Chen very fiercely were secret admirers of Jia Yanyan. Looks like I've become a public enemy, Yi Chen said in his heart. Before he reached the door, Yi Chen turned. Hey, I heard that someone was going to eat dirt in public. Now you can do it. Yi Chen burst out laughing and left the canteen with Jia Yanyan. Yu Ting and also Hu Ji did not have faces anymore, so they both hurriedly left the canteen as fast as they could, afraid that people would force them both to eat poop. Chapter 22 Express Feelings. Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan also went towards the school gate. Hey Jia Yanyan, why did you suddenly help me earlier? Yi Chen asked with a little curiosity. I just don't like you being treated like that by that person, said Jia Yanyan. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen laughed. Why are you laughing instead? Jia Yanyan asked. Yi Chen, well, I didn't expect that a girl like you would care about me. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Jia Yanyan's face turned red. That's because you are the savior of this young woman, so I have to repay your kindness. Jia Yanyan tried to find an excuse. Yi Chen, hey Jia Yanyan, even though I ordered food earlier. Forget the food, come with me to the seafood restaurant, I'll pay. Jia Yanyan pulled. Yi Chen only needed to walk about 3 minutes before he got there. Jia Yanyan, well, we've arrived. Yi Chen saw a pretty classy restaurant. Jia Yanyan then invited Yi Chen in. When the two of them entered, it had been welcomed by a waiter. Young master and young lady want to order an ordinary table or private room, asked the waiter. Jia Yanyan, please provide a private room. Jia Yanyan handed over the membership card to the servant. After receiving the card, the servant escorted Yi Chen and also Jia Yanyan to the private room. The private room designed by Sebagus and as comfortable as possible for the customers. The waiter then handed over the menu to Yi Chen and also Jia Yanyan. When Yi Chen opened the menu, Yi Chen was dumbfounded because the prices on the menu list were almost hundreds and also thousands of dollars. Even the most expensive one was tens of thousands of dollars. Jia Yanyan invited him to this expensive restaurant. It seems like this girl's background is quite rich, otherwise how can treat in a place like this? Yi Chen spoke in his heart. Yi Chen didn't expect that the price of a meal could be this expensive. Yi Chen would always eat food with a price of a few dollars or tens of dollars. Even the Starbucks, which according to Yi Chen was already luxurious, could not be compared with this restaurant, even though Yi Chen was quite happy with the $100,000 he had gotten from selling Zilio's bracelets. But after seeing the price of rich people's food, 100,000 money was nothing. Yi Chen had already decided to immediately get more money, otherwise how could he defeat Yu Ting's current girlfriend? Jia Yanyan, seeing Yi Chen did not immediately choose the menu, so Jia Yanyan asked, why not immediately squeeze Yi Chen? That I am not too familiar with food. So what if you just choose food for me, answered Yi Chen. Oh well. Jia Yanyan then chose the menu and addressed it to the waiter. Then please wait a moment, the food will be delivered soon. The waiter then came out of the private room, and in the private room there are only Yi Chen and also Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan, hey Yichen, may I know why you want to save me when I will be hit by the piano earlier? Why what, isn't it the duty of a hero to save beauty? Yichen teased Jia Yanyan. Hearing the words from Yichen, Jia Yanyan's face turned red again. Is that your only reason, Yichen? You are a strange woman, why should I ask why I help you? If someone else is sure they will do the same as I did, what else? Yanyan, we are top-level beauty, huffed, your mouth is so sweet, surely you have many ex-girlfriends. First, Jia Yanyan was quite happy when Yichen called Yanyan. How could anyone possibly want to do something like Yichen did before? If it was even the chaser Jia Yanyan punned, surely they would prefer to save themselves. To be honest, I only have one girlfriend. Unfortunately. After a long ceremony he betrayed me. It's sad enough to think that love will lose with money, Yichen said sadly. Not every woman is like that. There are women who are looking for true love, said Jia Yanyan. Yichen saw that Jia Yanyan was very beautiful and also very considerate. If Jia Yanyan became his girlfriend, wouldn't he be very lucky? Why not try to express my feelings anyway? I also like Jia Yanyan since I first met, Yichen said in his heart. Yanyan, I have something to say, Yichen said seriously. What is wrong? Answered Jia Yanyan. Yichen grabbed Jia Yanyan's hand and said, Yanyan, would you be my girlfriend? Seeing Yichen suddenly state his feelings, Jia Yanyan blushed ashamed. Jia Yanyan also started liking Yichen when they first shook hands. But as a woman, how could Jia Yanyan express his feelings first? Yes, I want to be your girlfriend, Jia Yanyan cried happily. Is it true? Yichen asked with disbelief. Jia Yanyan, yes, I also like you and I am very happy to know you also like me. Yay, I finally have a beautiful girlfriend. Yichen jumped with delight. Pucci looks at Yichen, who now looks like a little boy. Jia Yanyan laughing. Yichen then hugged Jia Yanyan and their two eyes faced each other. Yanyan. Yes, answered Jia Yanyan. Yichen suddenly grew bolder. May I kiss you? Jia Yanyan didn't talk and just nodded and closed his eyes. Ready to wait for a kiss. Actually, Jia Yanyan had never felt a kiss. Only read it from a book. If the kiss felt so good, so Jia Yanyan wanted to try it with the person he liked. And now Jia Yanyan has someone he likes, so why should he refuse? Yichen wanted to kiss immediately but forgot that Yichen was currently still wearing a skin mask. Yichen then took off the mask first. Yichen's handsome face finally looked back. If Jia Yanyan saw Yichen, now Jia Yanyan would be surprised. Jia Yanyan waited for a kiss from Yichen, but Yichen took so long. Jia Yanyan opened his eyes and saw a very handsome man. The man immediately kissed him, which made Jia Yanyan try to rebel, because it was kissed and it felt very pleasant. Jia Yanyan's resistance finally disappeared. Jia Yanyan closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Yichen got more and more brave. Yichen put his tongue into Jia Yanyan's mouth. Both tongues met. Jia Yanyan welcomed Yichen's tongue. Jia Yanyan, who had been passive, now became active. The kiss from Yichen and also Jia Yanyan lasted for several minutes before the two of them gasped. The conscious Jia Yanyan soon rebelled from Yichen's arms. Let go of me, big pervert. Yichen was confused by Jia Yanyan's reaction at the moment. Yanyan, what's the matter? I'm Yichen. Are you really Yichen? Jia Yanyan asked in disbelief. Yichen almost forgot that he just took off his skin mask, so face this should be foreign to Jia Yanyan. Yes, Yanyan, this is my real face. Actually, I have been wearing a skin mask so as not to cause problems. Yichen pointed at the leather mask on the table. Jia Yanyan saw the thing that Yichen showed and took the skin mask. Yichen, why are you wearing this mask? In my opinion, you are better looking if you don't wear this leather mask, Jia Yanyan said. It's not that I want to wear it, but the problem is the reaction of the women is too excessive when looking at me, Yichen said. Helplessly. What do you mean? Jia Yanyan asked. When Yichen wanted to explain further, the door opened and a female servant brought a push table. When the woman saw Yichen's handsome face, the woman was very excited. The maid went inside and put food on top, but her eyes never left Yichen even once in a while. The maid teased Yichen by shaking her buttocks. The movements of the servant were not spared from Jia Yanyan's point of view. After the female waitress finished putting food on the table, Jia Yanyan immediately chased her away. Seeing Jia Yanyan angry, Yichen laughed and said, Yanyan, why is so angry with such a trivial thing? I just don't like the way the servant teased you, Jia Yanyan said. Let's eat or the food will get cold fast. Yichen then opened the cover of the food and immediately ate it. When eating, Jia Yanyan always sees Yichen. Jia Yanyan happy because she has a handsome boyfriend who can protect herself. Jia Yanyan feels that she is the luckiest woman in the world. Chapter 23. Teacher Lin Roshi, Yichen, and also Jia Yanyan finally finished eating their meal. Yichen, we should return to class immediately. After this is a lesson from Brother Roshi. I don't mean Teacher Lin, Jia Yanyan tried to remind Yichen. But Yichen didn't know who Teacher Lin was because in his class Yichen didn't remember a teacher whose name was Lin Roshi. Yes, Yanyan, let's go back to class together, Yichen said. Yichen wanted to pay the food bill. However, Jia Yanyan was his girlfriend and Yichen was a man, so Yichen had to pay the bill. Yichen, let me pay, it is very expensive. Zhao Yanyan tried to stop Yi Chen from paying because Zhao Yanyan knew that Yi Chen didn't have much money. It's okay, Yanyan, I still have enough money to pay for this, and in the future I will definitely find a lot of money to make you happy, Yi Chen said seriously. Zhao Yanyan, yes, I believe that you will definitely be a successful person and I will definitely continue to support you at every step of your way. Zhao Yanyan believes in Yi Chen. Yi Chen Yang heard the words of Zhao Yanyan. It was great because Zhao Yanyan wanted to trust him. Yi Chen wore a Kempali skin mask to avoid getting out of trouble. Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen, why are you wearing that leather mask if it is more suitable not to wear that mask? Yanyan, I also don't want to wear this mask. You see the reaction from the servant, right? If I don't wear this mask then your girlfriend might get kidnapped by another girl, Yi Chen said helplessly. Zhao Yanyan, you praise yourself too much. Yi Chen and also Zhao Yanyan were finally senpai in class. The place when the bell rang, they both returned to their desks. Zhang Liaoyang, who saw Yi Chen and also Zhao Yanyan, came together asking Yi Chen, where have you been? I was looking for you in every corner of the canteen, because I did not find you and you did not appear. Also appeared eating food. Oh, it's okay. I just ate with Zhao Yanyan at a restaurant near the school. What? You just ate together with one of our school flowers? Zhang Liao could hardly believe what he heard from Yi Chen. Zhang Liao often saw several boys in his class and other classes who tried to invite Zhao Yanyan to eat out, but they were almost always rejected by Zhao Yanyan, and Yi Chen just ate together with the flowers of the Zhao Yanyan school. Looks like your relationship with Zhao Yanyan is pretty good. Zhang Liao while drinking water from a bottle. Now Zhao Yanyan is my girlfriend, so our relationship is very special. Zhang Liao, who heard this, immediately sprayed all the water he drank. What you just said? Zhao Yanyan is your girlfriend, you're not feverish? Zhang Liao almost could not believe how on the first day Yi Chen suddenly became the girlfriend of Zhao Yanyan. Huh, you do not believe you? Yanyan explained to him so that he understands. Yi Chen asked for help from Zhao Yanyan to explain. Zhang's classmate is right that I'm Yi Chen's girlfriend now, said Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan didn't want to hide that she was Yi Chen's girlfriend. After hearing directly from Zhao Yanyan, Zhang Liao was struck by lightning. Yi Chen, you were great on the first day you moved to our class. You have got our school interest. Zhang Liao praised Yi Chen. Yi Chen just smiled. Then finally the homeroom teacher came to the podium. Yi Chen's homeroom teacher turned out to be a beauty that was not inferior to Zhao Yanyan, especially in the chest that had developed very well. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lin Roshi and I am the homeroom teacher. The reason I introduced myself is because there seems to be a new transfer student in this class. Lin Roshi looked at Yi Chen. Quick, new student, introduce yourself to another classmate. Lin Roshi asked Yi Chen to introduce himself. Yi Chen walked and stood in front of the class. My name is Yi Chen. I'm 17 years old and I'm from XXX Village. Please cooperate now. After introducing himself, Yi Chen sat down. Just like that was your introduction? Asked Lin Roshi. Our teacher Lin is not on a blind date. Several people in the class who heard the words Yi Chen laughed. Shut up, teacher. Lin Roshi hit the table with a book that made students who laughed became silent. Lin Roshi did not expect that there would be more problematic students placed in his class again. You may return to your seat. Lin Roshi invited Yi Chen to sit. Okay everyone, take out your English books now. Lin Roshi ordered the students in the class. Strangely, the students who previously spoke in class, gossiping and playing all suddenly became obedient, which made Yi Chen ask Tanya in her mind. When Yi Chen was sitting, Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan said next to his ear, Yi Chen, you are brave enough too, teasing your teacher in front of the class. You are not afraid that teacher Lin's fans are targeting you. What should be afraid of? If they dare to look for trouble for me, I will kick them all. Pucci, let's start the lesson. We should focus. Zhao Yanyan laughed. Good, my beautiful queen. Yi Chen then opened an English book. Chapter 24, Female Star Feng Shui. All students listen to what is explained by teacher Lin Roshi, but the truth is that almost no students understand. They are just looking for a face so as not to be scolded by teacher Lin Roshi. Yi Chen was quite lazy with the lesson because Yi Chen had memorized everything in the book, so to take care of the boredom, Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yanyan, who was focused on hearing what teacher Lin Roshi had said. Zhao Yanyan, who was listening to the teacher, explained that he could not focus because Zhao Yanyan felt ashamed when Yi Chen looked at him. Yi Chen didn't look at me, which made me embarrassed. Zhao Yanyan said, embarrassed? So what's wrong if I find my girlfriend? Yi Chen teased Zhao Yanyan. It's not wrong, but look at the situation in place first, said Zhao Yanyan. Okay, then Yi Chen looked to the front of the class. At this time teacher Lin was writing on the board and Yi Chen focused on teacher Lin Roshi's body. Yi Chen looked at master Lin Roshi's thighs and found something interesting. Her female instincts are very strong. Lin Roshi felt her but was staring at someone. Lin Roshi turned around and she saw Yi Chen staring at her. Yi Chen came forward and solved this question. Lin Roshi was angry and wanted to avenge Yi Chen. Lin Roshi told Yi Chen to do this difficult matter when Yi Chen couldn't answer it correctly. Lin Roshi had a reason to scold him. Yi Chen knew that this beautiful lady teacher was angry because Yi Chen stared at her thighs. Because being told, Yi Chen came to the front of the class and immediately arrived in front of the blackboard. For Yi Chen, who now asked these questions very easily for him to answer, Yi Chen write all the answers to the questions quickly and correctly. The face of Master Lin Roshi was unsightly. Lin Roshi did not expect that Yi Chen could answer all questions quickly and correctly, so Lin Roshi did not have the opportunity to scold Yi Chen. "Teacher, may I return to my sitting place?" Yi Chen asked. "Come back." Lin Roshi was helpless and could only release Yi Chen for this time. Lin Roshi continuing lessons like before, until the school bells sounded and teacher Lin Roshi finally ended the class session. All of the students had tidied up their books and stationery and prepared to go home. Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan were the same as the others. "Yanyan, you have an event after this?" Yi Chen asked. "Today I have a music instrument class, so I will go there to study," said Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen, "Yanyan, turns out you like it too, with music instruments too. I used to not like it, but after hearing the female star Feng Shui play some musical instruments with a very beautiful, I became interested and finally like," said Yanyan while spelling female star Feng Shui. "Who is the star of Feng Shui?" Yi Chen asked. Jia Yanyan's expression was like seeing a ghost. Jia Yanyan looked with a look of disbelief. "In this country, who does not know Feng Shui? A beautiful female star whose voice is very beautiful and smart in playing some musical instruments. Feng Shui has many magazines, newspapers, and also television." And Yi Chen just said he didn't know who Feng Shui was. Yi Chen was indeed not very interested in the world of entertainment, even watching television. Yi Chen was very rarely. Yi Chen would rather play a cell phone game than watch television. "You don't know Feng Shui, who is the most popular star right now? Have you never watched it on television at your home?" "Feng Shui is almost on every television channel in the country," said Jia Yanyan. "Never," Yi Chen answered honestly. Seeing Yi Chen really honest, Jia Yanyan just shook his head. "Forget it. Sunday with Feng Shui will be a guest at my course, so next week make sure you take the time to accompany me." "Yi Chen, we haven't exchanged cell phone contacts. It would be easy to get in touch if we were homesick," Jia Yanyan said, spoiled. "Oh, it's Yanyan. I don't have a cell phone now. My old cell phone is gone, so maybe I'll buy a new one later." "Oh, if so, then I go first." Jia Yanyan immediately left the class. In class only Yi Chen and also teacher Lin Roshi. Chapter 25, Lin Roshi's disease. "Yi Chen, this is about your behavior in the classroom," said Lin Roshi. "What was in the classroom?" Yi Chen asked, getting confused with teacher Lin Roshi. Indeed, you think the teacher does not know that you were silent?" Quietly looked at the teacher's buttocks when said. The face of Lin Roshi was rather red. "Teacher, you misunderstood me. I just saw your thigh," Yi Chen said. So you see my thighs?" Teacher Lin Roshi's tone was rather angry. Lin Roshi sighed. "Yi Chen, teacher knows that you are in puberty, but that does not mean you can make your teacher your object of fantasy. Yi Chen really has a headache now." Yi Chen did not expect that this female teacher would misunderstand her. "Teacher, I will be honest with you now," Yi Chen said seriously. Lin Roshi saw the seriousness of Yi Chen and his mind went wild. "What does this kid want to express his feelings to me? Isn't he too brave?" Thoughts from teacher Lin Roshi had already gone wild. "Yi Chen, what teacher at night the teacher often feels your thighs pain that makes you difficult to walk. Our Yi Chen is a teacher and student, so such a relationship cannot be accepted." Teacher Lin Roshi spoke deviated from the topic. Lin Roshi was surprised after hearing what Yi Chen said that was beyond his expectation. "Yi Chen, teacher Lin, what did you just say?" "Forget what I said just now, Yi Chen." Lin Roshi was truly ashamed that he let his mind go wild. "This is the fault of this bad boy. That makes me think like that." Lin Roshi started blaming Yi Chen on the day. "What did you say, Yi Chen, just now?" Lin Roshi asked. "Yi Chen, what do I say? At night teacher often feels both of your thighs pain that makes you difficult to walk." "Yi Chen, how do you know?" It is true that in a few weeks Lin Roshi felt a little pain in his thighs. When he checked into the hospital, the results were nothing strange and the hospital only gave him painkillers. It turns out it's true. "It seems like when I saw the teacher in the class, I knew it," Yi Chen said. So Lin Roshi has been misunderstanding Yi Chen. Yi Chen apparently saw his illness. "Then Yi Chen, can you heal teacher Lin Roshi? Little hope Yi Chen can cure him." Initially the pain was not too felt, but the longer the pain was getting more and more painful until Lin Roshi could not walk when even days, and it was very disturbing. "I do have a way to cure it, but I have a condition." Yi Chen tried to negotiate with teacher Lin Roshi. "What conditions?" asked Lin Roshi. Yi Chen looked at Lin Roshi from top to bottom. The beauty of teacher Lin Roshi was not inferior to Jia Yanyan. What else on the second part of the protruding mountain peak? Seeing the direction of Yi Chen's eyes, Lin Roshi was angry and reprimanded Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, where are your eyes looking?" Yi Chen immediately withdrew his gaze from the two mountain peaks that belonged to Master Lin Roshi. Teacher, the conditions are very simple, just say it quickly, you don't need too much basement anymore. Lin Roshi was no longer a friend. If Yi Chen dared to ask for strange things, Lin Roshi would immediately slap him on the spot. Yi Chen, as long as you promise to treat food for 2 weeks, free meals for 1 week can reduce Yi Chen's expenses. That's all. Lin Roshi thought that Yi Chen would ask for something strange, but only asked for free food for 2 weeks. Yi Chen, do you really think I would ask for anything else? How do you agree, teacher? Lin Roshi is like an apple today. Lin Roshi was very chaotic by Yi Chen. Well, I agree, then when do we start the treatment? Yi Chen, how about tonight? I still have business now. Lin Roshi, okay, then how about my place? It's up to the teacher to want to do the treatment, said Yi Chen. Then Lin Roshi handed the address of his place of residence to Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not see it and immediately put it in the pocket of his pants, then left the Lin Roshi room. Seeing the figure of Yi Chen who had disappeared, Lin Roshi felt relieved. Today was the first time Lin Roshi could be chaotic to this extent, but somehow Roshi believed in Yi Chen that Yi Chen could heal his pain. When Yi Chen left teacher Lin's room that was quiet, all the students had gone home. After this, Yi Chen intended to buy a cell phone to make it easier to connect with each other. Roads in the city during the afternoon really crowded. Yi Chen walked to the mall. The distance between the school and the mall is not far, only just a few kilometers. After 20 minutes, Yi Chen finally arrived at the mall. Yi Chen went straight to the cell phone sales department. In the past, Yi Chen could only look around and couldn't buy it, but now it's different. Yi Chen had money and could buy it. Yi Chen approached one of the shops. The seller, who saw Yi Chen coming, immediately offered the product they were selling. Yi Chen immediately bought an iPhone cell phone, which was the most expensive cell phone at the moment. After completing Yi Chen's payment and then leaving the shop, Yi Chen was quite happy because he could finally buy the cell phone Yi Chen had always dreamed of from before, and now Yi Chen could finally have it. Yi Chen then went to his favorite place to eat. Yes, this is a goat satay stall on the side of the road, which is the place where Yi Chen eats if Yi Chen is holding money. This little stall is not only affordable, but the taste of goat satay here is very good. And Seder goat 30 skewers, Yi Chen ordered. And who is really a chicken mendangan? Yi Chen, you haven't come to this place for a long time. Did something happen to you? Asked the aunt. It's just a small problem at home and now it's finished, so it's no problem. Auntie shop owner, oh good, sit down first, I'll make the food. The name of the aunt of the owner of this stall is Chenka. Chenka is always kind to Yi Chen and often gives extra portions to Yi Chen at the same price. Lin Roshi is like an apple today. Lin Roshi was very chaotic by Yi Chen. Well, I agree, then when do we start the treatment? Yi Chen, how about tonight? I still have business now. Lin Roshi, okay, then how about my place? It's up to the teacher to want to do the treatment, said Yi Chen. Then Lin Roshi handed the address of his place of residence to Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not see it and immediately put it in the pocket of his pants, then left the Lin Roshi room. Seeing the figure of Yi Chen who had disappeared, Lin Roshi felt relieved. Today was the first time Lin Roshi could be chaotic to this extent, but somehow Roshi believed in Yi Chen that Yi Chen could heal his pain. When Yi Chen left teacher Lin's room that was quiet, all the students had gone home. After this, Yi Chen intended to buy a cell phone to make it easier to connect with each other. Roads in the city during the afternoon really crowded. Yi Chen walked to the mall. The distance between the school and the mall is not far, only just a few kilometers. After 20 minutes, Yi Chen finally arrived at the mall. Yi Chen went straight to the cell phone sales department. In the past, Yi Chen could only look around and couldn't buy it, but now it's different. Yi Chen had money and could buy it. Yi Chen approached one of the shops. The seller, who saw Yi Chen coming, immediately offered the product they were selling. Yi Chen immediately bought an iPhone cell phone, which was the most expensive cell phone at the moment. After completing Yi Chen's payment and then leaving the shop, Yi Chen was quite happy because he could finally buy the cell phone Yi Chen had always dreamed of from before, and now Yi Chen could finally have it. Yi Chen then went to his favorite place to eat. Yes, this is a goat satay stall on the side of the road, which is the place where Yi Chen eats if Yi Chen is holding money. This little stall is not only affordable, but the taste of goat satay here is very good. And Seder goat 30 skewers, Yi Chen ordered. And who is really a chicken mendangan? Yi Chen, you haven't come to this place for a long time. Did something happen to you? Asked the aunt. It's just a small problem at home and now it's finished, so it's no problem. Auntie shop owner, oh good, sit down first, I'll make the food. The name of the aunt of the owner of this stall is Chenka. Chenka is always kind to Yi Chen and often gives extra portions to Yi Chen at the same price. Chapter 26, Red Wolfgang is making trouble again. Finally, Chenka's aunt delivered food to Yi Chen's table. Yi Chen smelled her fragrant aroma and immediately put it in her mouth. After becoming a cultivator, Yi Chen felt that he was never full, even though Yi Chen could not eat for days, but when Yi Chen ate, Yi Chen felt he could put all the food into his stomach. Maybe because during practice only eating dry rations and bad fruits made the food here delicious and made Yi Chen addicted to continue eating. In just a few minutes the whole satay goat was eaten up by Yi Chen. Auntie added 30 skewers. Chenka, seeing this, was astonished. He had never seen anyone eat that fast before, and 30 goat skewers were still lacking for Yi Chen. Aunt Chenka then roasted it again for Yi Chen. Suddenly several gangs came to Bibi Chenka's stall. "Hey Aunt, where's the protection money today?" said one of the bad guys. "Chenka, we just opened and we still haven't got money." Aunt Chenka tried to beg the gang guards. "It's none of our business that we want his money," said one of the bad guys. Yi Chen knew some of these people. They were the ones who were looking for trouble with Yi Chen at the antiques goods exhibition yesterday. But the blonde forgiving man yesterday had no possibility of currently carrying out the operation after being badly beaten up here at night. Yi Chen didn't do anything to them yesterday, but after seeing this Yi Chen really wanted to beat them all up. Yi Chen stood up from his chair and walked towards these people. "Ha, look at someone pretending to be a hero." These bad guys began to mock Yi Chen. "Son, you don't know who we are. If you lick my feet and apologize, I'll let you go." The bad guy pointed at his dirty feet. "This is your last chance." Yi Chen was still standing and not afraid at all, looking for death. Bang. Bad people who tried to hit Yi Chen immediately flew towards the trash can on the other side of the road. The bad guys who saw this surprised. Bang. 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 But before they could act, they had been beaten up by Yi Chen and ground on the ground in great pain. Chenka, who saw it, was surprised. Chenka did not think that Yi Chen was as strong as this and could bring down the bad guys very easily. Yi Chen then said, "If you still dare to come again to this place, then I will make sure you will never again be able to get up from the bed of the times." These bad guys were already afraid of Yi Chen and immediately left as fast as they could. Yi Chen, "Thank you for helping Aunt Chen Xiu," thanked Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, it doesn't matter, Auntie, if they still dare to look for trouble in Auntie's stall, just tell me." "But Yi Chen, how if they in the future come to you and look for trouble?" Aunt Chen Xiu worried about Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, if they still want to live, they will not dare come to look for trouble with me." "Oh, looks like I'm too worried. The food boil will be ready soon." Chenka immediately roast the goat satay again. After finished eating all the lamb satay available, Yi Chen paid and left the stall. There were still a few hours left before night, so Yi Chen decided to go to a place that still had clean energy and tried to practice there, and Yi Chen knew a suitable place. Yi Chen flew and went to the parks in this city. The parks in this city were still clean, and also the energy around this area was still naturally free from pollution. Fortunately, the park is quite quiet because this is not a holiday. Yi Chen crossed the stone and closed his eyes and absorbed the energy Yi Chen could absorb. After more than 3 hours, Yi Chen finally opened his eyes. The energy on Earth is far thinner than Yi Chen's training ground, which used to be. Yi Chen only increases its strength by very little, according to Yi Chen, than absorbing energy from the Earth more quickly absorb air. Inchi. From Zhao Yanyan or teacher Lin Roshi, it was already late at night, and Yi Chen prepared to go to the place where Master Lin Roshi lived. Yi Chen opened the note given by teacher Lin Roshi. This was the address where teacher Lin lived, and teacher Lin Roshi lived in the women's dormitory provided by the school. The school actually also provided dormitories for both women and men. The reason Yi Chen chose to look for a rental place outside was because the price was cheaper. The rental price for 1 month is around $400–500, and for VIP class the price is $800–1,000 for the month. For Yi Chen, $500 was the salary of working for 1 full month. Yi Chen was lazy to walk and chose the fastest way. Yes, it was flying, besides quickly also saving time. In the sky, Yi Chen looked around to make sure that no one would see him go down. Yi Chen finally arrived in front of teacher Lin Roshi's door. On the 4th floor of this building, Yi Chen rang the bell. After a few seconds, the door finally opened. The one who opened it was of course teacher Lin Roshi, but teacher Lin Roshi no longer wore after the teacher's clothes. Like this afternoon, teacher Lin Roshi now wears casual clothes that are suitable for teacher Lin Roshi. It is important to know that this year's teacher Lin Roshi is already 25 years old. This age is the age of the woman in the glory. Beauty will be at its peak at this age. Enter. Lin Roshi invited Yi Chen to enter his residence. Yi Chen then followed behind teacher Lin Roshi and entered inside. "Sit down." Teacher Lin Roshi then went to the kitchen and made Yi Chen a drink. Yi Chen, sitting in this soft chair, the place where women live, was very fragrant. Once, Yi Chen began to ask whether this fragrance was from perfume or purely from a woman's body. Chapter 27. Treat teacher Lin Roshi. Teacher Lin Roshi made cold drinks for Yi Chen and put them on the table. "Please drink first." Lin Roshi then sat facing Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not hesitate and immediately drank the cold drink. "So Yi Chen, how are you going to cure my illness?" asked Lin Roshi. Yi Chen, "Oh, the method is quite easy. I just need to massage the teacher. The muscle tissue of Master Lin has been frozen, and if it continues to let it spread throughout the body until teacher Lin can be totally paralyzed." "Is it as serious as that?" Lin Roshi was afraid. "Yes, if it is left alone. It will be a problem, but the teacher is very lucky to be able to meet me. Yi Chen said proudly. What are you waiting for, Yi Chen? Let's begin. Lin Roshi was a little impatient. Alright, let's be noble. First take off your lower skirt so I can massage your thighs. A sinister aura came out from Lin Roshi. Yi Chen is shameless. You want to seek profit from me, right? I do not want to do treatment. Then Lin Roshi was so angry that his chest went up and down, even though Lin Roshi already believed in Yi Chen. But Yi Chen was the same as other men, always thinking fucks about a woman's body. Yi Chen, well, if the teacher does not want it, does not matter to me either, because after all the need is not me at first. Although this disease was not very dangerous at first, but if you continue to leave it like this, it can make the sufferer really paralyzed. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly leave here immediately. Lin Roshi immediately took care of Yi Chen. Because Lin Roshi did not accept Yi Chen's kindness, Yi Chen could only rise from the couch and leave this place. Lin Roshi, who saw Yi Chen had gone side and was ready to return to his room, when Lin Roshi got up and took a few steps from the sofa, Lin Roshi felt extreme pain on both of her thighs, which made Lin Roshi's legs feel soft and Lin Roshi fell into floor. Lin Roshi felt that from the thigh to the leg really hurt. Every day the pain was getting worse and worse, which made Lin Roshi want to cry. What, I will become paralyzed? No, I do not want to be paralyzed. Lin Roshi began to fear that what was said Yi Chen was right. Yi Chen, come back please. Yi Chen, please help me quickly. Lin Roshi began asking for help. Yi Chen, who had just come out of the room, heard teacher Lin Roshi. Yi Chen wanted to come in and immediately see what was happening. But Yi Chen remembered that teacher Lin Roshi had just kicked him out of the room, so why did Yi Chen have to bother to enter again? The voice asked Yi Chen to return from Lin Roshi more and more loudly, until teacher Lin Roshi cried inside. Yi Chen, who heard this, could no longer bear the heart. How Yi Chen was a nice kind man, how could a woman cry? Yi Chen then immediately re-entered teacher Lin Roshi's dormitory. When Yi Chen entered, Yi Chen saw teacher Lin Roshi on the floor and cried. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Roshi immediately stopped crying and saw that Yi Chen was back. Finally, you are back. I apologize for just now. Please immediately heal my illness. Teacher Lin's tone of voice was like a person being bothered. Seeing teacher Lin sincerely apologize, Yi Chen forgot the incident that earlier, so teacher Lin changed his mind. It's good, let's start the treatment. Yi Chen then lifted teacher Lin Roshi off the floor and placed it on the couch. My teacher will start. Yi Chen then removed the skirt from teacher Lin Roshi. Lin Roshi already knew what Yi Chen would do, so Lin Roshi did not reject him and only closed his eyes. Teacher Lin's skirt had been removed and leaving only red lace underpants. Yi Chen swallowed his saliva. Yi Chen was ready with all of this, but seeing this scene, all men would definitely be aroused. Yi Chen immediately threw away his bad thoughts anyhow. Now he was a doctor and Lin Roshi was his patient. Yi Chen then placed his palm on Lin Roshi's thigh. Lin Roshi trembled slightly as Yi Chen placed his hand on the thigh. Yi Chen focused the disrupting energy on his palms and began massaging Master Lin Roshi's thighs. Lin Roshi felt that Yi Chen's hand suddenly became a little hot, and Lin Roshi felt his body relax. Yi Chen didn't give a chance and began using the King's Heart technique to absorb Yin from Lin Roshi's body. Somehow Lin Roshi felt that his whole body became hot and the touch of Yi Chen felt very delicious, which made Lin Roshi moan. Yi Chen in the middle was ready to concentrate but suddenly heard teacher Lin Yang's voice moaning sweetly. Yi Chen felt the fire in his lower part rise. Teacher, please don't make such a sound, Yi Chen said. Yi Chen, I don't know all. How come I can make that sound all? Lin Roshi tried to cover her mouth with her hand but the sound could still leak. Yi Chen had no choice but to continue this massage. For 5 minutes the massage session, Yi Chen felt it felt like hours for Yi Chen to hear the moans from teacher Lin made Yi Chen's desire rise, but unfortunately Yi Chen couldn't release it, which made him upset. After 5 minutes of massage, Lin Roshi felt he was going crazy. In this life Lin Roshi had never felt pleasure like this, only from Yi Chen's massage. It felt like flying to the sky. Lin Roshi felt her bottom was wet and immediately pushed Yi Chen away. Lin Roshi took her skirt then rose from the sofa. While walking Lin Roshi felt her feet soft. Lin Roshi staggered toward her room. Yi Chen immediately helped him by supporting him. Yi Chen, please don't beg for me. Lin Roshi felt that if Yi Chen touched him again he would go crazy. Lin Roshi released herself and walked towards her room and closed the door. Yi Chen was truly left alone in the living room. Lin Roshi, who was in the room, immediately released the wet underwear. The face of Lin Roshi was completely red. Lin Roshi naturally knew what the sticky object was in her underwear. What made Lin Roshi embarrassed was that he had just come out of his own student's touch, and Lin Roshi did not know how he would see Yi Chen in the future. Lin Roshi immediately cleaned up the remaining sticky juice that was in her private parts and took new underwear from the wardrobe. Chapter 28. Teacher Lin Roshi roommate. Yi Chen was currently left alone in the living room. It seemed like teacher Lin Roshi still hadn't wanted to get out of his room. Lin Roshi actually did not have a face to meet Yi Chen, therefore Lin Roshi locked himself in the room. Yi Chen was tired of waiting for more than 10 minutes and there were no signs that teacher Lin Roshi would come out. So Yi Chen decided to check it out. Yi Chen knocked on the door of the teacher Lin Roshi's room. "Teacher Lin, are you okay?" But there was no answer coming out from inside. Yi Chen then used his Spirit Sensei to monitor teacher Lin Roshi. Fortunately, teacher Lin Roshi did not mind. Why? Yi Chen felt that teacher Lin Roshi did not want to see him, so Yi Chen decided to leave this dormitory. Yi Chen walked toward the door and prepared to open the door, but it was unexpectedly evident that someone was holding the door handle and opening it, and the woman who opened the door from outside turned out to be Zhao Yanyan, who was carrying a shopping bag. "Yanyan baby, why did you come here?" Yi Chen asked Zhao Yanyan. "Zhao Yanyan, shouldn't I be asking that? After all, this is my residence, so Yi Chen, what are you doing in my room?" Yi Chen had no idea that Zhao Yanyan actually lived here, let alone his roommate was teacher Lin Roshi. "Wait." This afternoon Zhao Yanyan called teacher Lin Roshi with her sister Roshi. "Yi Chen, I was invited here by teacher Lin Roshi, but now teacher Lin Roshi is in his room and doesn't want to come out." Zhao Yanyan, who heard this, immediately put down his shopping bag and immediately went to the front door of teacher Lin Roshi's room. "Roshi sister, you're fine, aren't you?" Zhao Yanyan was a little worried about teacher Lin Roshi. Zhao Yanyan, who lives in one roof with teacher Lin Roshi, also knew of the illness Lin Roshi was suffering from. Usually Lin Roshi would complain that her legs hurt when it was even days. Zhao Yanyan, who did not get an answer from inside, worried. Then Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen to break down the door. Yi Chen quickly broke down the door. Maybe Roshi's sister is in trouble inside. Yi Chen had already used his Spirit Sensei and learned that teacher Lin Roshi was not in trouble, but because his girlfriend asked Yi Chen to break the door. "Yanyan, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. It's just that I'm a little tired today, so I want to be an innocent creator first." Lin Roshi spoke from the room. Actually, Roshi didn't want to answer Zhao Yanyan, but saw Zhao Yanyan intending to tell Yi Chen to break the door. Zhao Yanyan felt relieved after hearing it directly from Lin Roshi. "Yi Chen, looks like teacher Lin is exhausted, so we can let teacher Lin rest in peace." "You're right, it seems like Lin's sister is tired." "Oh yes, Yi Chen, what are you doing in this dormitory?" Zhao Yanyan asked again because he had not gotten a satisfying answer from Yi Chen. Yi Chen then explained from the beginning to the end, and a few embarrassing things that Yi Chen didn't tell Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan now understands what happened. "Oh, so you came here to cure Roshi's sister's illness. But Yi Chen, have you ever studied medicine before him?" "Yi Chen, only a little." "Oh, so how can Ru's sister be healed?" Zhao Yanyan asked about the situation from Lin Roshi. Yi Chen honestly answered, "Actually, I still need one more therapy so that the disease can be completely healed, and I forgot to tell teacher Lin earlier." "Yi Chen, Yanyan, please convey the treatment requires one more time to teacher Lin later." Zhao Yanyan is okay, then I'll go home first. "Yanyan dear." Yi Chen suddenly hugged Zhao Yanyan. After they were both satisfied, hugged, Yi Chen then prepared to leave this dormitory. "Yi Chen, wait, why are you in such a hurry? Do you not like being with me?" Zhao Yanyan complained to Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, it's not like that, Yanyan dear, but this is already late. Wouldn't you be scolded by the dorm supervisor if you were caught carrying a man into the room? It's still 7 p.m. and the maximum limit of people visiting is 9 p.m., so we still have some more time. So how do you want to stay with me here?" Zhao Yanyan said timidly. "Yi Chen, if Yanyan Sanyang asked how I could reject it." Zhao Yanyan smiled with a beautiful sagat. "Good, let's bring the bag containing food ingredients to the kitchen, and I will prepare a delicious meal for you." Zhao Yanyan then went to the kitchen and Yi Chen followed behind him. When he reached the kitchen, Yi Chen saw a set of complete cooking utensils. It seems like the room occupied by Zhao Yanyan is the most expensive VIP room, but Yi Chen has to admit that the facilities offered are truly complete. There was a living room, a kitchen, a private room, and many others. Yi Chen took off the leather mask he was wearing because only Zhao Yanyan was here now. Zhao Yanyan was already somewhat used to what Yi Chen was doing, although Zhao Yanyan preferred it if Yi Chen didn't wear a leather mask because he was much more handsome. But as Yi Chen's girlfriend Zhao Yanyan also knew what problems would be caused by such a handsome face, or maybe there were many girls who would steal Yi Chen from Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan poked her hair into a ponytail so as not to interfere when cooking. "Want to be modeled like anything?" Zhao Yanyan still beautiful. Yi Chen did not want to remain silent. Yi Chen helped Yanyan to wash vegetables and meat. After the vegetables and meat have been washed, Zhao Yanyan then chopped them into small pieces. How to cut Zhao Yanyan can be said already used. Zhao Yanyan wants to cook sautéed spicy soy sauce. Yi Chen, who was currently behind Zhao Yanyan, saw how attractive he was when Zhao Yanyan was cooking, so Yi Chen hugged Zhao Yanyan from behind. Zhao Yanyan felt Yi Chen hugging him from the back and Yi Chen's dishonest hand was on his two soft breasts. Yi Chen is not, so I am cooking now. Zhao Yanyan was not angry with what Yi Chen was doing, but at this time Zhao Yanyan was cooking. Indeed, why are you still able to cook? Yi Chen said and squeezed the two newly developing breasts belonging to Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen used Zhao Yanyan's heart and absorbed Yin technique again. When Yi Chen activated the king's heart, Zhao Yanyan groaned with extraordinary pleasure. Yi Chen, please don't do that, I can't stand it if you keep touching me. Zhao Yanyan's breath was already breathing hard at the moment. Yi Chen then didn't use the king's heart technique and Zhao Yanyan felt normal again, even though he still felt the pleasure effect just now. Yi Chen, who saw this, immediately concluded that when using the king's heart technique can make a woman feel extraordinary pleasure even if only from touch. Yi Chen's initial goal was to overcome the ancient Yang body for cultivation problems. It could wait later, because if Yi Chen did not immediately do dual cultivation with women, then Yi Chen would become a beast controlled by lust. The worst part would be that Chen Chen could explode and die. Actually, Yi Chen wanted to try dual cultivation with Yan Yan, but the timing alone wasn't suitable, so Yi Chen had to be a little more patient for now. Zhao Yanyan had recovered from a sense of pleasure. Zhao Yanyan was confused as to why he suddenly felt a very pleasant feeling when Yi Chen touched him, whereas Yi Chen also touched him repeatedly this afternoon. But it didn't feel like what he just said. Yi Chen, what did you just do? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. Of course it touches Yanyan's chest, dear, Yi Chen said. Zhao Yanyan, I mean, why when you touch me it feels very pleasant, when I do it myself it doesn't feel like it. That's because you were touched by the man you like. Of course it's different from touching it yourself, but Yanyan, unfortunately I didn't expect you to often touch your own two soft rabbits. Yi Chen teased Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan, his face was red like an apple. He exposed his shameful secret to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I will ignore you. Zhao Yanyan went back to cooking and started ignoring Yi Chen. Yi Chen just laughed seeing Yanyan blush. Yi Chen couldn't possibly tell Zhao Yanyan about the king's heart technique for now. If it was the woman Yang who was a veteran in bed and felt the pleasure of Yi Chen's touch, they would definitely not believe what Yi Chen said just now. But fortunately Zhao Yanyan is a girl who has never been touched by a man, so he will definitely believe. Yi Chen no longer teased Zhao Yanyan, obediently waiting for food to be ready at the dinner table. A few moments later Zhao Yanyan had finished cooking food for Yi Chen and put all the dishes on the dining table. Yi Chen, let's taste the food I made. Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen to try his cooking. Yi Chen looked at the dishes on the table. Zhao Yanyan's cooking looked delicious, so Yi Chen took sautéed meat and put it in his mouth. Dangang sauté has a salty, sweet and sour taste that is just right, and it's pretty good. Zhao Yanyan's cooking skills are good enough according to Yi Chen. How's it delicious? Zhao Yanyan asked. Of course this is pretty good. Yi Chen again took the stir-fried meat and put it in his mouth. Zhao Yanyan was happy. Thank God you like the food I made. Haha, I didn't expect that besides beauty, Yanyan will also be good at cooking. Yi Chen praised Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was quite happy being praised by Yi Chen. Every woman would be happy if being praised by the man they liked, including Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan, I just learned to cook and this is nothing compared to the cuisine of Roshi's sister. Looks like Zhao Yanyan learned cooking from Master Lin Roshi, really, but my Yanyan cooking is very delicious too. Zhao Yanyan smiled. Come quickly finish the meal. Yi Chen and also Zhao Yanyan continued to eat. After finishing eating, Yi Chen helped Zhao Yanyan wash the dishes together. Yi Chen accompanied Zhao Yanyan to study and also talked a little. Seeing that the clock on the wall was already showing 8 o'clock more, Yi Chen intended to leave. As long as Yi Chen was here, Lin Roshi never came out of his room. Yanyan, I'll go first. Yi Chen then rose from the sofa and prepared to leave. Yi Chen is waiting first. Zhao Yanyan rushed to Yi Chen and pecked Yi Chen's lips. Yi Chen also quickly responded and began working with Zhao Yanyan. The two of them kissed for a long time and let go after it was hard to breathe. Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen, see you again tomorrow. See you later, Yanyan. Yi Chen then left the girls' dormitory. After Yi Chen's departure, Zhao Yanyan immediately crouched down and covered his face with his hands. Zhao Yanyan didn't know why he suddenly wanted to kiss Yi Chen. But Zhao Yanyan had already started to build with feelings while kissing. The door of the room behind Zhao Yanyan opened and Lin Roshi finally wanted to get out of his room. The reason Lin Roshi had to wait for Yi Chen to come out of his room was that he was very embarrassed to meet Yi Chen after that incident. Is Yi Chen gone? Asked Lin Roshi. Zhao Yanyan, charming, yes, Yi Chen just left just now. Sister Roshi, how is your leg? Better or better? Lin Roshi, it's getting better. Oh yeah, Roshi, Yi Chen's sister left the message earlier. If sister's foot care requires 1x more so she can recover completely. Zhao Yanyan conveyed what Yi Chen said earlier. Hearing that there was still one more healing session, Lin Roshi remembered what happened a few hours ago and Lin Roshi's face turned red like an apple. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Lin Roshi returned to her room. Zhao Yanyan, who was left alone, felt that Roshi's sister was very strange tonight. Zhao Yanyan immediately discarded his strange thoughts. Zhao Yanyan wanted to take a shower and then immediately go to sleep, so he could meet again with Yi Chen tomorrow. Chapter 29 Dragon Machete Sect. Yi Chen preferred to fly back to his hotel because Yi Chen had already paid the fee until next Sunday. Therefore, this time Yi Chen would stay at the hotel. Yi Chen looked from above the sky and saw a battle between cultivators. Yi Chen saw that there were 3 people who fought. One had been seriously injured and 2 other people were only suffering wounds all over his body. Yi Chen decided to approach the 3 people and see what cultivators were like on this earth. From the aura of these 3 people, they were all in the early stages of spirit formation realm. These 3 people were all over 50 years old and had just stepped on to the initial realm of spirit formation. Bang bang bang, the 3 weapons clash with 2 people wearing a machete and 1 person who has been injured wearing an iron fist glove. "Hey Li Suina, your death will arrive soon." "Ah," said the man who was carrying the machete. "Big brother, don't waste time with him. Quickly kill him and immediately take all the items in his body." The second man spoke. "From here it's clear that this fight 2 against 1 and that Li Suina person seems to have received a pretty serious injury. You 2 are shameless. Didn't you say before that you wanted to work together, but now you are trying to kill me disgracefully," said Li Suina, furious. The old man's parents looked at each other. "Ha, it was true before we worked together to explore the ancient heritage place. But unfortunately the place was too dangerous and we have lost one of our brothers and did not get anything. Therefore we want to confiscate all the items that you get at the inheritance, and when you return to the sect we will not be punished," the oldest man said. "You guys from the Dragon Machete sect are indeed despicable people." Li Suina did indeed get some valuable pills from the ancient heritage site. But both Sordara and his teacher died while trying to get the pill because Li Suina really did not want to give the pill to the 2 people from this Dragon Machete sect. Li Suina did not want the sacrifice of his 2 brothers to be in vain. Li Suina tried to stand up with his legs trembling. Li Suina raised his 2 iron fist gloves ready to fight to the point of death. Yi Chen, who heard the conversation from the beginning until the end, knew what was going on. It seemed like the person from the Dragon Machete sect wanted to seize it, an important item that was owned by the old man named Li Suina. Yi Chen didn't like seeing a traitor, so Yi Chen took a mask from his storage ring and wore it, and went towards the old man named Li Suina. When they all want to start a battle, an object falls from the sky, which makes their surroundings invisible, and covered by dust flying everywhere. When the dust had disappeared, 2 people from the Machete sect saw a young man wearing a mask standing in front of them. "Who are you?" asked one of the members of the Dragon Machete sect. Yi Chen said, "I'm just a wanderer who just happened to be passing by and seeing an injustice, then I had to interfere." The 2 men from the Dragon Machete sect were not afraid of their Yi Chen because they did not feel the energy in Yi Chen's body at all. Of course they couldn't feel Yi Chen Yang's current level of strength, because Yi Chen's strength was far higher than the 2 of them. "If you don't want to end badly, you should go now. And don't ever do this for the second time." Yi Chen still gave the 2 people a chance to repent. "Hey oldest brother. Looks like this boy is using a tool to hide his strength. This boy wants to frighten us. This boy is using artifacts that make his power seem higher than us." Members of the Dragon Machete sect whispered to his older brother. "Indeed, this masked man may be less than 20 years old, and it is impossible if the level of skin is above those who have practiced for decades. Sister, it seems like you are definitely right that the device can be expensive if we sell. Today is really our lucky day. One more sheep is coming to the wolf nest, haha." Yi Chen heard what they said. These 2 people were very greedy people. Yi Chen warned for the second time, "I'm being kind now. If you 2 want to go now and won't repeat this again, then I won't make things difficult for you too." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the 2 people were not afraid but instead felt happy. They began to increasingly believe that Yi Chen's power was beneath them, and Yi Chen hid his power with a special artifact just to frighten them. If the masked men in front of them did have the ability to defeat them on horseback, surely they would not talk much and had fought with the 2 of them earlier. "Ha ha son, today is your bad day. You are trying to scare us with your weak artifacts by hiding your power base." The 2 men from the Machete Dragon sect laughed in contempt. "Unfortunately we are not as stupid as you think. Because you want to bail out Li Suina, why don't your friends go to hell?" They both raised their machete weapons and rushed towards Yi Chen ready to kill him. Yi Chen just shook his head looking at the fools of these 2 people. Slash. The second slash of the machete cut Yi Chen right on his shoulder. Ha ha ha, the 2 men from the Dragon Machete sect laughed. Yi Chen didn't even feel the pain of these 2 machetes. To Yi Chen these 2 weapons were like toys. Yi Chen let out his aura and enveloped several tens of meters around Yi Chen. At this moment the 2 people from the Dragon Cleaver sect felt crushed by a large mountain, which made them both kneel before Yi Chen and cough up blood. The pleasure of the 2 men from the Dragon Machete sect turned into extreme fear. They both knew that they had just offended someone they could not mention. "Elders, please spare us both. We promise not to repeat it in the future. These two men tried to find mercy on Yi Chen. I have given you 2 times to go, but you refuse it now. Accept the consequences. Yi Chen then drew his palms and hit them both in his chest to fly tens of meters, and these 2 men sprayed more blood from his mouth and they both fainted. Yi Chen didn't kill both of them but made them both lose their cultivation bases. They would both return to being ordinary people from now on. Yi Chen then approached Li Suanha and gave him a pill to restore his wound. Eat it. Yi Chen then handed the pill over to Li Suanha. Li Suanha, who saw the masked man approaching, was getting more nervous, but seeing the masked man giving him a pill, Li Suanha did not dare not to refuse and immediately took it and ate it. Li Suanha felt his energy returned and all the pain had disappeared, even though the wound had not yet healed. Actually, Yi Chen wanted to ask some information to the old man in front of him about the cultivators in this country and information from the sect and their strength. Chapter 30, Important Information. Thank you for the majesty of Senior who has been willing to save me. Li Suanha highly respects the masked man who is Yi Chen. In the world of cultivators, strong people will always be respected. Therefore, even though the person in front of him is quite young but seeing his strength is very strong, Li Suanha must respect. Yi Chen, don't need to be too formal with me. Actually, there are some things I want to ask you. As long as this person can answer, then please, Senior, just ask, said Li Suanha. Yi Chen went straight to the point. I want you to tell me about the sect or the great power that is in this country to me. There are quite a lot of senior sects in this country and I don't even know everything because they hide themselves. So in this world the sect is also called a hidden sect, except for members of the sect that no one knows about the location of their headquarters, said Li Suanha by apologizing. It seems like Yi Chen was too hopeful of more than Li Suanha given the level of his cultivation, which was still weak. Maybe he was not strong enough to know the big sections. Seeing Yi Chen, who was dissatisfied with his answer, Li Suanha immediately said again, Senior, even though I don't know much about the sects in this country, but I do know some names of the strong sects who are in this mortal world. While Yi Chen was interested in the power of this large sect, say it all, Li Suanha then said, there are 4 of the strongest sects that I know of: the 7 swords of the Langan sword, the Cherry Blossom sect, the Fire Valley sect, the Frozen Ice sect, which is the strongest sect currently in the mortal realm, and there is still an organ of the government called the Six Door Organization and the Dragon Army. Then do you know how strong the sect is? Yi Chen asked. I don't know, but the strength of their elders must be at the level of the sky realm, Li Suanha said uncertainly. Then which of the sects and organizations was the organization which was stronger? Li Suanha, for the strongest is the Dragon Army. Their job is to fend off attacks from people who have special abilities so as not to enter this country. Then it was overtaken by a 6-door organization in charge of overseeing the sect so as not to involve the normal people in it. Then the 7th Sword sect, Cherry Blossom sect, Frozen Ice sect, Fire Valley sect. That's the order of power that dominates this mortal world, said Li Suanha. Mortal world? What do you mean mortal world? The senior cultivators who are not from the Holy Land of Kulin and Sibat are also mortal nature cultivators. You mean there are still other great powers that are stronger than them? Yi Chen asked. Of course, Senior Kulin is a holy land for cultivators and the people there have tremendous power. Senior himself is not from Kulin? Asked Li Suanha. I'm not from there. Then do you know where the Kulin Holy Land is? Yi Chen asked. Li Suanha, what I have heard from the rumors is the gate to the Holy Land of Kulin being on Mount Kulin. But to get there it is said to be very dangerous. Even cultivators whose cultivation is at the level of Sky Realm is still not strong enough to go to the Holy Land of Kulin. Yi Chen was even more curious about what Li Suanha said. Yi Xihan, is that all you know? Yes, Senior, that's all I know, Li Suanha. Even though this information was quite a bit, but this was enough to help Yi Chen know how strong the cultivators that were on this earth. I am from your talk if you just came from an ancient heritage place, is that right? Yi Chen asked. Yes, indeed I just went there with 2 brothers like my teacher, but we did not think that the place was very dangerous, which made my 2 brothers have to die there. When Li Suanha said, he cried. Then can you tell me where the location of the ancient inheritance is? Yi Chen asked the location of the ancient inheritance to Li Suanha. Li Suanha then pulled out a map from inside his shirt and handed it to Yi Chen. This senior is on the map to that place, but the core part of that place is still a barrier seal that makes people unable to enter. Therefore the 7 Sword sect, Cherry Blossom sect, Fire Valley sect, Frozen Ice sect, intend to work together to break the barrier seal, and I hear the time is in about 2 weeks. Li Suanha, the seniors will definitely have a lot of sects participating in it. Because of that, seniors can see for themselves the power of the upper level sect, Li Suanha said. Yi Chen accepted the scroll and saw that it was indeed a hand-drawn map and showed the location of the ancient heritage site. Surely Yi Chen was interested. To go there too, Yi-Chen wanted to see how strong the sex power that was not from Cullen was. Alright, thank you for wanting to answer my question if that's the way I left first. After Yi-Chen said those words, Yi-Chen then left immediately. Li Suanha didn't even see where Yi-Chen had gone. It seems like the seniors just now were very strong. I was lucky to be able to see a strong cultivator in my life. Li Suanha also didn't stay, and also left that place. Yi-Chen returned to the hotel room right where he was staying and immediately went to his bed. Yi-Chen began to think what was said Li Suanha earlier. It turns out that in this world there is also a cultivator. If Yu-Ting didn't decide that time, Yi-Chen might now be a normal person until the end of his life, and Yi-Chen also might not be able to see the vastness of the world. Yi-Chen closed his eyes and relaxed as much as he could, so Yi-Chen did not know that Yi-Chen was finally asleep. When Yi-Chen slept, the gate-like iron glowed and absorbed a little energy from Yi-Chen's body. But Yi-Chen did not know that it absorbed Yi-Chen's little energy. Yi Si-hen, is that all you know? Yes, senior. That's all I know, Li Suanha. Even though this information was quite a bit, but this was enough to help Yi-Chen know how strong the cultivators that were on this earth. I am from your talk if you just came from an ancient heritage place. Is that right? Yi-Chen asked. Yes, indeed I just went there with two brothers like my teacher, but we did not think that the place was very dangerous, which made my two brothers have to die there. When Li Suanha said, he cried. Then can you tell me where the location of the ancient inheritance is? Yi-Chen asked the location of the ancient inheritance to Li Suanha. Li Suanha then pulled out a map from inside his shirt and handed it to Yi-Chen. This senior is on the map to that place, but the core part of that place is still a barrier seal that makes people unable to enter. Therefore the Seventh Sword Sect, Cherry Blossom Sect, Fire Valley Sect, Frozen Ice Sect, intend to work together to break the barrier seal. And I hear the time is in about 2 weeks. Kali Suanha, the seniors will definitely have a lot of sects participating in it. Because of that, seniors can see for themselves the power of the upper level sect, Li Suanha said. Yi-Chen accepted the scroll and saw that it was indeed a hand-drawn map and showed the location of the ancient heritage site. Surely Yi-Chen was interested to go there too. Yi-Chen wanted to see how strong the sex power that was not from Cullen was. Alright, thank you for wanting to answer my question if that's the way I left first. After Yi-Chen said those words, Yi-Chen then left immediately. Li Suanha didn't even see where Yi-Chen had gone. It seems like the seniors just now were very strong. I was lucky to be able to see a strong cultivator in my life. Li Suanha also didn't stay, and also left that place. Yi-Chen returned to the hotel room right where he was staying and immediately went to his bed. Yi-Chen began to think what was said Li Suanha earlier. It turns out that in this world there is also a cultivator. If Yu-Ting didn't decide that time, Yi-Chen might now be a normal person until the end of his life, and Yi-Chen also might not be able to see the vastness of the world. Yi-Chen closed his eyes and relaxed as much as he could, so Yi-Chen did not know that Yi-Chen was finally asleep. When Yi-Chen slept, the gate-like iron glowed and absorbed a little energy from Yi-Chen's body. But Yi-Chen did not know that it absorbed Yi-Chen's little energy. Chapter 31, Fairy Gate. Yi-Chen again dreamed of being in a beautiful lake, but the difference here was there were no women. This place was empty, not beautiful women like the dream of a dream before, but it was different from the dream of a previous dream. Yi-Chen could feel a very pure energy here, which Yi-Chen had never felt in a dream before. Yi-Chen wandered around the lake at this place. The view was very good. Yi-Chen almost thought that this was heaven. Yi-Chen pinched his cheek. Is this a dream? But why do I feel this is really real? This is not really a dream. A woman's soft voice came from Yi-Chen's back. Yi-Chen saw the woman flying over the lake. This woman was very beautiful, who wore white snow-white clothes with a mature body, but this woman had a pair of white wings glittering on her back. This fairy beauty could destroy a country. Who are you? Yi-Chen asked cautiously. The master does not need to be vigilant. I will not do anything harmful to you, answered the fairy. Yi-Chen was not easy to believe because Yi-Chen could not feel the cultivation base of this fairy woman. There were two possibilities. The first of these fairies was stronger than Yi-Chen, and the second of these fairy women really had no strength. Even though Yi-Chen didn't feel any hostility from this fairy woman, but Yi-Chen had to remain vigilant. I asked again, who are you actually? Yi-Chen asked again. The fairy woman sighed and said, my name is Chuyuachan and I am the guardian in this place. Then where are we now? Yi-Chen asked. We are now at the gates of the fairy world, Chuyuachan answered. The answer from Chuyuachan instead made Yi-Chen even more confused. What kind of world is the fairy world? Instead I was sleeping on my soft bed. Yi-Chen complained in his heart. Yi-Chen, beautiful fairy, please explain more details so that I understand better. Chuyuachan that touched his forehead and shook his head, shaking his head. Okay, I'll explain so that you understand. Chuyuachan, this is a fairy world, which is an artifact from the fairy gate that you have. Yi-Chen, you mean that iron shaped like a gate? Exactly, the truth is a very extraordinary artifact, but at this time the artifact does not yet regard you. As its master, all you need to do is give 1 drop of blood and you will be the owner of this place, Shu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had no idea that the mysterious Ion turned out to be keeping a very amazing secret like this. Yi Chen, then what is the advantage if I become the ruler of this place? The benefits that can be obtained by the master will be extraordinary. After the master becomes the ruler of the fairy gate, the master will be able to go in and out at will, and the master can also practice here to his heart's content. Women, then the energy available in this place will be more pure and can speed up the level of cultivation. Shu Yuechan tried to explain to his advantage to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who heard this, was quite tempted by his advantage. Yi Chen then said, "You will not lie to me, right? Shu Yuechan, why would I lie to you?" Yi Chen went mad and was thinking whether to accept or not. Yi Chen saw Shu Yuechan always give a smile to him. This woman's beauty was very deadly. Yi Chen even almost lost his composure. "Well, I agree to be the owner of this place," Yi Chen said. "Then master, please stretch out your fingers." Shu Yuechan asked Yi Chen to stretch out his finger, Yi Chen extending his index finger. Shu Yuechan then approached Yi Chen and suddenly Shu Yuechan put Yi Chen's index finger into his mouth and winced at him. Yi Chen felt pain from his index finger and blood started coming out of his index finger and was suctioned by Shu Yuechan. The master's identity has been confirmed. From now on there is a master from this place. Shu Yuechan will serve the master from now on. Shu Yuechan then be saluted. Yi Chen, may I call you Yuechan from now on? Yi Chen asked Shu Yuechan. As long as the master likes, the master may call me with what the master wants, answered Shu Yuechan. Yi Chen, don't call the master. I'm not used to, just call me Yi Chen from now on. Shu Yuechan, Yi Chen is good. Shu Yuechan then explained again more details about this fairy gate. For example, this fairy gate can only be accessed by Yi Chen and also Yi Chen women. And another requirement is that the woman must have a dual cultivation relationship with Yi Chen first. Enter or pass by the woman Yi Chen appoints who holds the key to enter here, and there are 3 keys. Therefore, besides Yi Chen, there will be 3 more people who can access this place. But that must also have Yi Chen's permission first. Yi Chen, at that time I was when I was on the antique camera. What was Yuechan who called me? Yes, Yi Chen, I called you at that time so you would pick up the fairy gate artifact. Shu Yuechan answered. Yi Chen, so from the beginning you chose me. Shu Yuechan, I chose you because you have an ancient, yang, body, and I know that you will definitely be with many women in the future. Shu Yuechan, you know the way fairy gates work. The more women you have, the purer the energy here. Ha, what if I'm not with many women? In the future, it won't make you disappointed. That's not possible unless you want to die, so please just try. Shu Yuechan Tersium. Indeed, Shu Yuechan was right. If Yi Chen didn't immediately get in from a woman, then Yi Chen would die. And here the energy is several times purer than on Earth, which makes training here more effective than on Earth. And from what Shu Yuechan said, the energy here is still able to get stronger again. That's not only benefit Yi Chen but also the women that Yi Chen has in the future. Chapter 32, Darkness is the power of the taboo. Shu Yuechan, oh yes, little master. Oh no, I mean Yi Chen, I did not think that you are the heir of the legendary god sage. How do you know about that? Yi Chen was a little panicked after hearing him, except for himself and Gu Xian. There should be no one else who knew about this secret. Shu Yuechan, haha, Yi Chen, you think it's really funny? Don't panic like that. We are now connected and I can find out everything that is possessed by my lord, even the details about all the power of the techniques that all the masters ever saved. What? Yi Chen didn't expect Shu Yuechan to be that great. Yuechan, do you know the god of sage too? Yi Chen asked. Shu Yuechan, I do know very little about sage god. Sage god is one of the 5 great gods in the past and controls the 7 elements: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, dimension. What are you saying? Shouldn't the 8 elements of fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, darkness, dimensions? Yi Chen interjected. Shu Yuechan, what are you saying, Yi Chen? Or might the sage gods be highly respected by so many gods and goddesses in the past have the power of darkness? Yi Chen, but the sage god himself who told me, and the sage god had a total of 8 additional veins, each vein representing each element. Shu Yuechan then immediately reached out his hand and grabbed Yi Chen's wrist. Shu Yuechan immediately drew his mental mind to look at Yi Chen's own vein. But Shu Yuechan could only feel 52 vein doors. The special vein belonging to the god of sage can only be hidden by Yi Chen at will, so that others will not know about it, except with the permission of Yi Chen. No one can know it. Shu Yuechan knew that Yi Chen hid it. Yi Chen, don't be stingy. Let me see it, Shu Yuechan asked spoiledly. Yi Chen was helpless and showed it. Shu Yuechan did indeed see that there were 8 additional veins, but one of the 8 veins was red like fire. Shu Yuechan knew that this vein represented the element of fire, and Yi Chen could now control all types of fire in this world. How can a sage deity have the power of darkness, and why is it not mentioned in the notes at all? Shu Yuechan began to think. So what if the god of sage has the power of darkness? Is that wrong? Yi Chen asked, "What problem do you know that in the realm of the gods the power of darkness is a taboo? If you have the power of darkness you will be labeled as a devil and will be hunted by all those in the Deva realm," Chu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen. "But why?" Yi Chen really did not know. Gu Xian never told him before. "Chu Yuechan, you know that when the era of the true gods still existed, Satan and also the gods were hostile to each other, they killed each other, which caused many casualties. On both sides, the war that began hundreds of billions of years ago until now is still happening between the two parties, between Satan and also the gods. Chu Yuechan, therefore every Satan cultivator who enters the Deva realm will be killed immediately and hunted, and vice versa if the deity cultivators enter Satan's territory will also be killed immediately. Yi Chen, if you get the power of darkness in the future, make sure to never use it, otherwise the consequences will be very serious." Chu Yuechan warned Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, if it's like this, I just need to not use the dark crystal when I find it and the problem will be finished easily." "Chu Yuechan, it's best if you keep using the dark crystal left by the sage god if you find it, because if not then the inheritance of the sage god you have is likely to be incomplete, which also affects your strength in the future." Yi Chen was even quite confused by the current situation. If Yi Chen found the crystal of darkness, had the power of darkness and could be chased by all people in the Deva realm, but if not then it would affect Yi Chen's strength in the future. "Well, forget it anyway, I also have not found the dark crystal left by the god of sage," said Yi Chen. "Chu Yuechan, I'm right now you don't have the power of darkness so you don't need to worry for now." Then Chu Yuechan changed the topic of the conversation. "So Yi Chen, how many women do you have right now?" Chu Yuechan asked curiously. "Yi Chen, I only have one woman and we are still new dating today." "Ha, you only have one woman, with your abilities you should be able to get many women easily. Right?" Chu Yuechan teased. "Yi Chen, I am not the one who will date the woman I just met." "Really?" Chu Yuechan blinked her eyes mischievously. Then Chu Yuechan whispered in Yi Chen's ear, "Then master, what if I taught you some movements in bed do you want?" Chu Yuechan's temptation voice was very sweet, which made Yi Chen's whole body soft. It must be acknowledged that Chu Yuechan is indeed a very beautiful woman, who has the power to destroy a nation, and women like this teased Yi Chen. How could Yi Chen withstand temptation? But Yi Chen was trying to survive. "What master, do you want a minority position or from behind, or am I riding you?" Chu Yuechan bolder in teasing Yi Chen. Yi Chen sipped his water. Yi Chen looked to the side. Chapter 33, Desolate Palms Technique. Yi Chen and also Chu Yuechan played the chase for 15 minutes. For these 15 minutes Yi Chen was really unable to chase Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen knew that Chu Yuechan's strength was above Yi Chen. Yi Chen gave up and lay on the grass. "Yi Chen, have you given up? Then become stronger as fast as possible." Chu Yuechan tried to give encouragement to Yi Chen. "Yuechan, can you get out of this place too?" Yi Chen asked. "Chu Yuechan, for the time being I cannot, unless you are capable enough to call me out." "Yi Chen, do you mean, to maintain my body outside I need strength from you, so when I come out, your deep energy will be used as long as I am outside, and when your deep energy runs out, I will automatically return to inside the fairy gate." Chu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen about the details. "Yi Chen, then what is your current cultivation base?" "It's a secret, but supposedly in the god realm only a few are able to fight with me, considering that the era of the gods has ended." If Yi Chen could call Chu Yuechan out, then Yi Chen would not have to fear anyone in the deity's realm. "That's great," Yi Chen said, "but how do you know that the era of the gods is over? Does this place have other masters before?" "Not you are the first person to be the owner of this place, but the person who made this place is the last true god, who is also the first spiritual weapon master in all the Deva realms. He made this place from the best and rarest things available in the Deva realm." "Yi Chen, oh, I see, let's see some places that are here." Chu Yuechan stood there, invited to draw Yi Chen's hand to get around this place. Yi Chen just resigned to follow. Chu Yuechan just went several places such as medicinal plant gardens, hot water pomandus also in this place, training ground, armory and also pills, workshop making weapons. There are even rooms for dual cultivation also here, with a super big bed that can hold dozens of people maybe, unfortunately. Inside the armory and pill there was nothing. Then Yi Chen and Chu Yuechan proceeded to a tower of pagodas. When he entered, Yi Chen saw that the room inside was far bigger than what he could see outside. There were various neatly arranged books. Chu Yuechan said that this book is a cultivation technique or fighting art. Yi Chen thought there were more than hundreds of thousands of cultivation technique books, fighting techniques that were here. Yi Chen then immediately went and looked to see if there were any good fighting techniques for him. Chu Yuechan sat in a chair there and watched Yi Chen choose some cultivation techniques. Yi Chen here get one technique which according to him is quite strong and also suitable for him. "Hey Yuechan, may I take this technique?" Yi Chen asked. "Chu Yuechan, what are you saying? Everything here is yours from now on, so you may take what you want." The name of the technique Yichen took was Desolate Palms. Desolate Palms has 5 stages. The first stage is displaying one finger to the fifth displaying one finger. Yichen then went to the training room to study and wanted to try it at the same time. To understand a technique usually had quite a long time, but Yichen only read it once. Yichen had understood it, so Yichen decided to give it a try. Yichen made the yang movement written in the book. Right then at the fairy gate the sky that was originally bright suddenly became pitch black. Yichen Desolate Palms first finger technique, a hand that emits an ancient aura coming out from behind the clouds. There is only one finger that is open in the palm of the hand while the other 4 fingers are closed. Desolate Palms then crashed to the floor in the practice room and made a loud sound BMMMM. The entire training room shook a little. Yichen was quite satisfied with this technique, although Desolate Palms was unable to make a scratch to the floor in this practice room, but judging by the effect it was definitely quite strong. This training room was made with a variety of strong stone paliang. Therefore it was quite difficult to destroy it even if it was even Chuyuechan. Yichen then tried it again this time, trying the second level of the second finger Desolate Palms technique. The sky is dark again, but now it's much darker than the first one. Yichen Desolate Palms second finger technique. This time the hand that came out of the ancient aura was much stronger than before. In the palm of his hand opened 2 fingers. Bam! The sound produced is much more intense. The power produced is also several times stronger than the first level that makes great vibrations in the practice room. Haha, very powerful technique. Yichen laughed because satisfied with this technique. After using the second level Yichen felt his body was very weak. Yichen felt his vision become blurry and Yichen fell to the floor and passed out. Chuyuechan, who was watching from a distance, could only shake his head. Although Chuyuechan had to admit that speed in Yichen's understanding was great, but it turned out that Yichen was quite stupid enough to faint after using the second level Desolate Palms technique. Yichen did not know the limitation of the deep energy that existed in his own body, because the burden of the Desolate Palms technique of the second finger was unable to withstand the deep energy in Yichen's current body. Chuyuechan then approached to Yichen, who was currently collapsed on the floor. Chuyuechan sat on the floor, then raised Yichen's head and put it on his thighs. Chuyuechan stroked Yichen's hair. Seeing Yichen, who was currently sleeping peacefully, made Chuyuechan happy. Chuyuechan looked at Yichen's handsome face, and Chuyuechan felt that he was not bored with this. Time passed so fast. After a few hours and the fainting, Yichen was finally a little conscious. Yichen felt something soft propped up his head. The smell was also very fragrant at all. Yichen saw the 2 snow-white thighs before his eyes. When Yichen looked up at Yichen, saw the 2 double mountain peaks encased in white cloth. Then Chuyuechan's face appeared behind the 2 mountain peaks. Chuyuechan, who looked up and said, "Yichen, are you awake?" Yichen immediately got up from Chuyuechan's lap and sat here. Chuyuechan. Yichen then asked Chuyuechan, "Yuechan, what just happened to me? You just used the Desolate Palms technique and ran out of deep energy and then passed out." Yichen then remembered what happened to him just now. Yichen had no idea that the second level of Desolate Palms required a considerable amount of deep energy consumption. Then how long have I passed out? Yichen asked. "Maybe you fainted for about 8-9 hours, answered Chuyuechan. "Yichen, during that time, I must get out of here immediately. If not, I will be late going to school to meet Yan Yan." Chuyuechan just laughed at Yichen's panic. "Yichen, you don't need to worry about the time here is much longer than in the real world. 5 days here are the same as 1 day in the real world. So long as you are here 10 hours in the outside world, only 2 hours. Ah, is this place really extraordinary?" Yichen said, "Now restore yourself first. I will go first for now. If you need anything, just call my name." Chuyuechan then left the practice room. In the practice room, leaving only Yichen alone, Yichen then crossed his legs and absorbed the Yangari that was here to restore his strength and also while cultivating. Chapter 34, Saint's Body. After recovering the deep energy, Yichen then cultivated at the fairy's gate. After 1 full day, Yichen finally opened his eyes. Yichen looked around and found no trace of Chuyuechan around him. Most likely, Chuyuechan had not returned. Yichen finally called, "Yuechan, where are you?" A few moments later, Chuyuechan finally appeared in front of Yichen. When Chuyuechan appeared before Yichen, Yichen almost had a nosebleed because the dress young Chuyuechan was wearing was now dripping wet and Yichen could see the underwear that Chuyuechan was wearing. "What are you doing? Dry your clothes quickly," Yichen said, turning his face away. Chuyuechan was taking a shower and suddenly Yichen called to him, so Chuyuechan immediately rushed over and forgot to dry himself. Chuyuechan waved his hand and a wind enveloped him, and in just a few seconds Chuyuechan's hair and clothes were already dry. "So why do you call me?" Chuyuechan asked. "Yichen, how to get out of this place?" "Geez, you call me just to ask questions like that? All you need to do is use your mind to get out of this fairy gate," Chuyuechan answered. "It's that easy." Then Yichen closed his eyes and used his mind. When Yi Chen opened his eyes again, Yi Chen was already in the hotel bedroom like before. How did you understand the way to get out of here? The way to enter the fairy gate is the same as you only need to use your mind alone. Chu Yuechan spoke inside Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen, you can also speak in my mind also, Ter. Chu Yuechan, not only can I speak in my mind but I can also see what the master sees. Oh, I see. Yi Chen touched his chest and did not find the fairy gate artifact. Yan Yi Chen put on his chest before Fuechan. Where is the fairy gate artifact? Yi Chen asked. That artifact is now joined with your body. Flow your deep energy and look at the back of your hand. A picture of a fairy gate will surely appear. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to try it. Yi Chen then tried what Yang was instructed by Chu Yuechan, and sure enough, when Yi Chen ran his energy in the back of his hand, a tattoo of a fairy appeared. Yi Chen saw that the clock was 7 o'clock in the morning and the class would start in half an hour. Yi Chen got up from the bed, then washed his face and immediately changed clothes. When Yi Chen was about to wear his leather mask, asked by Chu Yuechan, Yi Chen, why are you wearing a mask to cover your face? Chu Yuechan asked. Yi Chen then explained what happened when Yi Chen first came here and did not wear this leather mask until he was chased by a woman. Chu Yuechan, who heard this, laughed. Yi Chen, is not because your face is more precisely because of the king's heart technique that you have, which can make a woman aroused just by looking at your face alone. It is a special charm technique possessed by the king's heart technique, and only people who have strong minds are not affected by the enchanting technique of the king's heart. Chu Yuechan then told him how to deactivate that charm technique. Yi Chen wanted to try it, so Yi Chen didn't wear a mask when going to school. While on the road there were indeed many women who saw Yi Chen, but they didn't do anything crazy. Just watched Yi Chen. On the way to Chu Chichen school, he almost always asked questions about what attracted his attention because Chu Yuechan had never seen anything like that before, so Yi Chen had to explain it continuously while on the way to school. On the way to a point, a woman who has quite a lot of yin and told Yi Chen to immediately take her to bed to do dual cultivation. Yi Chen only shook his head and tried not to hear the ravings of Chu Yuechan. Finally, after a few minutes riding, the Yi Chen bus finally arrived at the school gate. When arriving at the school gate, many students, the woman who saw Yi Chen wasn't too used to being the center of attention. Hey, is he a transfer student? I've never seen him before, said one female student. I also do not know, but he is very handsome. Even my idol artist is less handsome with him, said one of the women with starry eyes. Do you think he has a girlfriend or not? If not yet, I want to be his girlfriend. Many women talked about Yi Chen behind Yi Chen. When Yi Chen arrived in class, there were only a few students who had arrived. Yi Chen looked at the whole class and found Zhao Yanyan, who was focused on reading the book. Yi Chen wanted to surprise him. Yi Chen settled down and arrived behind Zhao Yanyan and covered Zhao Yanyan's eyes with both hands. Yi Chen disguised the voice. Guess who? Who are you? Quickly release me. Zhao Yanyan doesn't know whose voice this is. Zhao Yanyan panicked. Yi Chen finally used his original voice. Let's guess, if not then I won't let it go. Hearing the voice this time, Zhao Yanyan knew that this was Yi Chen, and Yi Chen quickly released the naughty net. Yi Chen finally let go of his hand and sat next to Zhao Yanyan. When Zhao Yanyan looked behind Zhao Yanyan to see Yi Chen showing his real face, Yi Chen, why don't you wear a mask like yesterday? Zhao Yanyan asked. I'm not too fond of wearing it, so I just let it go. Yi Chen said, didn't you say there would be a problem if you took off your skin mask? Asked Zhao Yanyan again. Yi Chen, I can overcome the problem, so I don't need to worry anymore. I see, but why do I feel something's different from you, huh? It might just be your feeling, Yanyan, Yi Chen said. Maybe because Yi Chen didn't activate the enchantment of the king's heart technique. What master is your woman? Chu Yuechan asked in Yi Chen's mind. Yes, she is my girlfriend, Yi Chen answered proudly. This woman has the body of Kusa Saintus, who can make her a great cultivator in the future, said Chu Yuechan. Saintus's body. What else? Yi Chen asked. Saintus's body is a special body that is less frequent than the owner of the pure body. If the body is Bankin, then the path of the mind of the owner will be far more advanced than other cultivators. Even the speed of the practice can be 5 times faster than the owner of the body. Pure. Chu Yuechan explained as simple as possible so Yi Chen could find out. Yi Chen had no idea that Zhao Yanyan had such a special body. Yi Chen, you're really lucky to be able to find a woman who has a special body in a remote place like this. If this woman can awaken her body specifically, surely a woman can increase her strength very quickly. Then how to awaken Yanyan's special body quickly? Yi Chen asked. It's easy, you just need to do dual cultivation with him. With your ancient Yangqi it should be easy enough to awaken his Saintus body, Chu Yuechan answered. Speaking in his mind, Yi Chen did not depart that it turned out that the method was quite easy, but the problem was how to persuade Zhao Yanyan to do dual cultivation with him. Is there no other way? Yi Chen asked. Other ways can only wait for the Saintus's body to rise up on its own, but the time needed also cannot be known. but why are you hesitating about dual cultivation? You are a man, you should be the one who took the initiative. Zhu Yuechan tried to advise Yi Chen. Hey, who are you to dare to occupy my chair? A harsh voice shouted at Yi Chen. Chapter 35, Zhao Yanyan's Rex. The person who shouted at Yi Chen had a ferocious face. This man was Sun Tu, who was a tyrant in this class. Everyone in this class was afraid of him. Sun Tu immediately walked towards Yi Chen, then Sun Tu lifted the collar of Yi Chen's shirt and pulled him away from his seat. How dare you occupy my seat? Do you not know who I am? I don't know you and I don't want to know either, Yi Chen said indifferently. Sun Tu, who heard this, anger ignited in the whole class. Almost all students are afraid of him, and now there are new students who are not afraid of him. It seems I have to give lessons so you know your place. Students who have come to see this and they want to watch what will happen to this poor handsome man who dares to provoke Sun Tu. Sun Tu prepared to hit on his face. Yi Chen smiled wickedly. Yi Chen caught the hand from Sun Tuesday. Tuliuang croc from the finger of Sun Tu made a clear voice. Release pain. Senda screamed in pain and tried to wriggle to get his fist out of Yi Chen. It's a shame that the Kappa doesn't want to let go. I do not like violence. But if you are still looking for trouble with me again, then I will not hesitate in the future, Yi Chen warned Sun Tu. After that, Yi Chen threw Sun Tu back and hit a wall. Sun Tu tried to get up from the floor and saw that his hand was trembling in pain. His hand was really red-colored and his body hurt after hitting, but he didn't dare to protest towards Yi Chen. But later Sun Tu will make a few brothers who are in the gang to make him disabled. Sun Tu immediately leave the class so he doesn't lose more face. Yi Chen, you are okay? Zhao Yanyan immediately approached Yi Chen and asked about his situation. I'm fine, just small ants trying to find a problem with me, said Yi Chen, insulting Sun Tuesday. Yi Chen, though Sentu was not too strong, but behind him there are some evil gangs. That's why people who are in school prefer to avoid him. I'm afraid he will look for trouble again to you, said Zhao Yanyan, a little worried about Yi Chen. Take it easy, Yanyan Sanyang, I can definitely handle it, because I'm strong, just trust me, Yi Chen said confidently. Yanyan always believes in what Yi Chen said, so Yi Chen and also Zhao Yanyan returned to their seats. Zhao Yanyan went back to studying a book. Yanyan, why do you memorize English this morning? Yi Chen asked. Today there will be a sudden test today, Roshi's older sister told me, Zhao Yanyan said. Yi Chen, oh, it turned out that way. You must also fight. If your grades are good, then I will give you a special gift. Yanyan tries to motivate Yanyan. What is that special gift? Yi Chen was quite curious about what gifts Zhao Yanyan would give to him. Zhao Yanyan laughing and saying it's a secret. If your score is good in today's test, then I will give it, but if the result is bad, then the prize will be cancelled. I'll look forward to it later. After saying then, Yi Chen slept on his desk. Hey, why are you sleeping? Even though Zhao Yanyan hoped Yi Chen would be even more excited, Zhao Yanyan didn't know that Yi Chen had memorized all the subjects in the school because Yi Chen's ability to answer must be 100% accurate. Zhao Yanyan was helpless to see this, then went back to learning. I don't know how long Yi Chen slept until Zhao Yanyan woke him up. Hey, King, sleep. Roshi's sister's lesson will soon begin. Quickly wake up. Zhao Yanyan tried to wake Yi Chen. What time is Yanyan now? Yi Chen asked while rubbing his eyes. Yi Chen really felt comfortable sleeping near Zhao Yanyan. It's 11 o'clock already, said Zhao Yanyan helplessly. I've slept more than 3 hours. Yi Chen actually wanted to sleep for only a few tens of minutes but didn't expect that I would sleep for more than 3 hours. Yes, and you have missed 2 other subjects belonging to his teacher. Zhao Yanyan looked away and started ignoring Yi Chen. Yanyan, did I make a mistake? I'm sorry. Yi Chen knew that Zhao Yanyan was angry. Zhao Yanyan then face to face with Yi Chen. Yi Chen considers this as my request. In the future surely my grandfather will put me in the best university in the country. What will I do if you cannot enter there? I do not want to be separated from you. Yi Chen, who heard this, was touched by the words of Zhao Yanyan. Even though they were just dating, but the two of their ties were inseparable. Yi Chen then took Zhao Yanyan's hand. Yanyan, I promise that I will definitely get good grades from now on. Zhao Yanyan's eyelids softly after hearing this. Zhao Yanyan was happy because Yi Chen could understand what Zhao Yanyan wanted. Zhang Liao's empty chair today, that's why Zhang Liao didn't bother Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt that there were many women in the class who often glanced at him. Chapter 36, Kisses. Indirectly, okay, the time is over, gather all your books and your English notes in front. Lin Roshi ordered one of the students to collect all the books. After all the books were collected, Lin Roshi distributed the questionnaires to all the students. You have 1 hour to answer this question. After the time is up or not finished, you just collect your answers. If you feel finished before the time, you can also collect them. The cheating will get a punishment. Lin Roshi explains the rules. Lin Roshi looked at the clock in his hand and said time starts from now. After Lin Roshi gave the signal, all the students immediately worked on problem. Yi Chen also began working on the problems. Yi Chen saw the question and it was very easy to do. Yi Chen then began to write all the answers of all the questions. only within 10 minutes the answer sheet Yi-Chen was already full of writing. Yi-Chen stood up from his seat and came forward. Yi-Chen then piled up the answer sheet and filled back into his seat. This scene was also seen by all students in the class. Lin Roshi looked at his watch and saw that time was running for about 10 minutes and Yi-Chen had already collected the answer sheet. Lin Roshi then said to Yi-Chen, "Yi-Chen, are you sure to collect it? There is still 50 minutes left, why don't you correct it first?" "Teacher Lin, I am sure of the answer I wrote." After saying this, Yi-Chen returned to his seat. Strangely, the whole class looked at Yi-Chen with a look of pity, even though in this class, all students were not smart in their lessons, but they were not stupid enough to answer them with careless origins. These were the subjects of their homeroom teacher, Lin Roshi. If anyone got a score below 30, then there will definitely be a full-day lecture by Master Lin Roshi. "Yi-Chen, why are you too hunted to collect the answer? Not a long time, are you sure of the answer?" Jia Yanyan worried about Yi-Chen when he got bad grades. "Yi-Chen, you calm down, Yanyan darling, I'm confident with my own answer. By the way, what's the prize for me later?" Yi-Chen is laughing satisfied. Jia Yanyan's face immediately blushed. Forget if you get a bad score, just watch out." After the Jia Yanyan focused answering those English questions, Yi-Chen was quite bored waiting. There were still about 40 minutes left until the practice exam was over. So Yi-Chen slept while absorbing from Jia Yanyan. Lin Roshi was quite curious about Yi-Chen's worksheet, so Lin Roshi took and looked at the contents Yi-Chen wrote. The more Lin Roshi saw her, the more surprised. All of Yi-Chen's answers were almost the same as the one in the answer key that Lin Roshi made. What made Lin Roshi shocked was that Yi-Chen had finished all the questions Yeg had in just 10 minutes. Lin Roshi did not think that Yi-Chen was smart enough in terms of lessons. It was clear that Yi-Chen's worksheet was alright and there were no wrong answers Yi-Chen's belonged to. This was the first time anyone had a perfect score in this class during Lin Roshi start teaching here. Lin Roshi looked towards the place where Yi-Chen sat and Lin Roshi saw that Yi-Chen was sleeping while the other students were working on the practice test. Lin Roshi, who saw this, shook his head. Lin Roshi actually wanted to reprimand him, but it was okay for Yi-Chen to finish. Finally, the exam time is over and all students collect all the answer sheets in front of the class, including Jia Yanyan too. Lin Roshi then corrected the results of all the answer sheets belonging to all students. The students were not too enthusiastic about the results of their answers. After 15 minutes later, Lin Roshi called students one by one and read the score. 30, 41, 35, 51, 47, 39 results from the average students who are here. Even nobody touches the value of 60. Yi-Chen finally understands why this class is called the worst class. Students who are here are very bad at exam. Jia Yanyan graded 90. Lin Roshi read out the results of the examination. When the results of the retrial were read aloud to the entire class, "It is worthy of being a goddess in our hearts. The value is very good." "Yak, you're right. We're very lucky to still have Jia Yanyan who begged in our class." Male students praised Jia Yanyan. Zhao Lin Roshi then handed over the results to Jia Yanyan. "Yanyan's good work," Lin Roshi whispered, and only with Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan was displeased with this. Jia Yanyan was worried about the value that Yi-Chen would get. Yi-Chen's results are. When Lin Roshi read out the results of Yi-Chen, all the students became curious, because Yi-Chen had already collected the results of his answer in just 10 minutes, which made all the students guess Yi-Chen answered it carelessly. Lin Roshi 100. When Lin Roshi's words were finished, all the students in the class were quiet. They thought they were not mistaken. Hear what had just been said by teacher Lin Roshi. Yi-Chen accepted the results of the examination and saw the 3-digit number, which was 100. Zhao Yanyan, who was beside him, closed his mouth in surprise as well as the results. "Teacher, maybe Yi-Chen cheated from the book." Yi-Chen must have cheated on how he could get such a perfect score. Sen Tu first protested and was followed by several male students in the class, whereas female students look at Yi-Chen with starry eyes. In the minds of female students, besides handsome, Yi-Chen is also very smart, who is a woman who does not like men who are handsome and smart. Jia Yanyan is more happy because his men get good grades. Silent Lin Roshi slammed the ruler on the table, which made the noisy class like the market calm. "All of you think that Yi-Chen copied the results from the book? Then I ask, if you have seen someone cheating can finish in just 10 minutes? Lin Roshi then asked all the students in the class. All students in the class were silent because they just remembered that Yi-Chen had finished the test in just 10 minutes. So the students who were protesting accepted Yi-Chen's results gracefully, but that did not apply to Sen Tu. His sense of hatred towards Yi-Chen was getting bigger and bigger. After seeing that the students were able to accept it, Lin Roshi then said, "Today's lesson will end here. You who get a score below 50, then you have to do the exercises question 50-60 and get it collected tomorrow. Those who don't collect can't get into class. Now you can rest now." Students who score below 50 face suddenly become gloomy, including Sen Tuesday. "Yanyan, I have got a good grade. Where my gift?" Yi-Chen asked impatiently. Not here. I'll give it to you later." Jia Yanyan said with a reddened face. Then where will you give the gift to me? Yi Chen asked again. Jia Yanyan, let's go to the back garden of the school first. Yi Chen began to think with dirty thoughts, maybe Yanyan would give his body to him. When the two of them are ready to go to the park behind the school, Lin Roshi called Yi Chen, come with me to my office. Yi Chen was quite displeased with this, good things would start soon and Lin Roshi messed it up. Yi Chen, I will wait for you in the back garden of the school then Jia Yanyan go first to the back garden of the school. Yi Chen was helpless and could only follow Lin Roshi towards his room. After arriving at Lin Roshi's private room, Lin Roshi then walked to his chair and took 2 boxes from his drawers and put them on the table. Yi Chen, because I promised that if you cure my illness, I will treat you food. This is food for you. This food is much healthier than instant food sold in the canteen. Lin Roshi said with a slightly flushed face. Lin Roshi tried to hold the image as a teacher in front of Yi Chen, but still Lin Roshi was still shy. Yi Chen was not Segan and received the city food that Lin Roshi gave. Yi Chen then opened the contents inside. When the food box is opened, inside the food is neatly arranged. There are vegetables, tomatoes, dongang, and also eggs, which are complete foods for nutrition for growth. And this food looks really good. Yi Chen just remembered that Jia Yanyan once said that the food made by Lin Roshi was better than what he made. So Yi Chen immediately took 1 bite, and sure enough the food was very delicious. Yi Chen immediately ate it heartily. Lin Roshi Yang saw how to eat Yi Chen, laughing in his heart. Lin Roshi thought that the situation would become ambiguous, but apparently not. Yi Chen seemed to think that he was eating with friends, not with master. Lin Roshi also opened the food supply for herself, and what was in the food box was almost exactly what Yi Chen ate. Lin Roshi also started to eat it, but slowly and gracefully. Yi Chen finally finished eating all the food in the box. Lin Roshi then asked when the next treatment would be carried out. Yi Chen replied that the treatment would be done in a few days. And the method was still the same, namely massage, but in the end Yi Chen would use a needle to remove the remaining cold air and Lin Roshi could recover completely. When Yi Chen said that Lin Roshi's massage remembered the indecent shots last night, but fortunately Yi Chen didn't discuss it at all, so Lin Roshi felt relieved. Lin Roshi fetched a cup and poured tea for Yi Chen from wherever. Lin Roshi was like a wife serving her husband while eating, but Lin Roshi didn't realize this and just getting carried away. Lin Roshi was shocked at the speed Yi Chen was eating. Lin Roshi's food stock was still lacking a little, but Yi Chen's had run out, because Yi Chen had finished saying goodbye to leave because there was still an appointment with Jia Yanyan. Teacher Lin, I go first. Yi Chen got up and left the room belonging to Lin Roshi. Lin Roshi seeing the departure of Yi Chen. Actually Lin Roshi was happy to be able to eat together with Yi Chen because this was the first time Lin Roshi had eaten with the opposite sex. What else was still his own student? Lin Roshi picked up the glass and gulped down the tea and then drank it. After finishing drinking, Lin Roshi seeing that there was another glass beside him, Lin Roshi then realized that the glass he made to drink was Yi Chen's. It seemed like Lin Roshi was wrong in taking the glass. Lin Roshi screamed, I just drank from Yi Chen's former name. It's not this, which was called a kiss indirectly. After saying that, Lin Roshi's face turned red like an apple. What's more, Yi Chen was his disciple. The more Lin Roshi thought about it, the more red his face was. Yi Chen didn't know this scene because Yi Chen had already left for the back garden of the school at full speed. Chapter 37. Jia Yanyan was kidnapped. Yi Chen, who had arrived at the backyard school garden, Yi Chen searched for Jia Yanyan's whereabouts, but Yi Chen did not find it. Yi Chen felt a pretty bad premonition. Yi Chen saw the butterfly ribbon that Jia Yanyan often used fell to the ground. Yi Chen then took the butterfly ribbon, and it turned out that the ribbon seemed to fall and was trampled by someone until it was damaged. Yi Chen then used his spirit sensei to search for Jia Yanyan, but as far as a 5-mile radius, but Yi Chen found no trace of Jia Yanyan, which made Yi Chen even more worried. Yi Chen then widened his range to a maximum of 10 miles, but still Yi Chen found no sign of Jia Yanyan's whereabouts. Yue-chan, can you help me look for Jia Yanyan? Yi Chen tried to ask Chu Yue-chan for help to find Jia Yanyan's whereabouts now. Chu Yue-chan, yes Yi Chen, I can do, but I have to use your Meta Lam energy. Yi Chen is good. Then Yi Chen felt his profound energy seemed to be sucked up very fast. If this was done for a long time, Yi Chen could run out of profound energy. Chu Yue-chan seemed to use his spirit sensei to detect Jia Yanyan's whereabouts. Chu Yue-chan, Yi Chen, Jia Yanyan is in the north 25 mil from here. Looks like Jia Yanyan is moving very fast, leaving this city. There are 9 people who are around Jia Yanyan. One among the 9 people is a cultivator. After hearing where Jia Yanyan, Yi Chen's whereabouts were, immediately flew in the direction of where Chu Yue-chan was told. Elsewhere in a black car there are a total of 4 people who carry pistols and wear ski masks. This woman's boss looks beautiful. Can we play it first? Asked one of the criminals. We have to get a big boss's license first, and this woman is pretty. Also, if sold, it will certainly be quite expensive, the man called Boss said to his man. Ah, what a shame, said the villain. Calm down, at the school there are still more 3 beautiful women, including teachers in the class that I entered are also beautiful. I will look for the right time to kidnap her, and we certainly can get quite a lot of money from selling all the beautiful women in the school, young man, Sura said to all the people in the car. Jia Yanyan is currently in the back of the chair and his mouth is being gagged by a cloth. His arms and legs are also tied by a rope, which makes him unable to do anything. From their conversation, they must be a plot to sell women to be made slaves for rich people abroad. Zhao Yanyan did not think that he would fall into the hands of people like this. Initially, Zhao Yanyan went to the park behind the school. The park behind the school rarely went there. When Zhao Yanyan was waiting for Yi Chen, a classmate approached him. This young man was a gloomy young man who was saved by Yi Chen when he first entered Class J. This young man immediately took out a cloth and closed his nose until his consciousness disappeared. When Zhao Yanyan was awake, Zhao Yanyan was in the car with his mouth and hands tied, and around him were 4 criminals who wore ski masks carrying pistol guns and aimed at Zhao Yanyan's head, which made Zhao Yanyan very scared. Zhao Yanyan had never been in a situation like this. Zhao Yanyan only hoped that Yi Chen would come to save him, but that might just be a miracle in the current situation. Yi Chen flew with all the speed he had and was finally able to catch up with the people who brought Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen saw 2 black cars moving at a very fast speed in the car that each contained 5 people, including Zhao Yanyan also in it. Zhao Yanyan is locked in the back in front of the car filled by criminals only. Yi Chen then landed on a few dozen meters in front of that car. Bam! When Yi Chen landed, the ground around Yi Chen cracked. The car of the people who kidnapped Zhao Yanyan still did not want to stop even when he saw Yi Chen in front of him. Boss, there is a strange person in front, should we stop? The criminal in the other car told me through a walkie-talkie. Just shoot and hit him. The man called Boss gave the order to the people in the front car. The villains in the front opened the Maraca window and took their heads off at Yi Chen. Bang, 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 bang. Shot sounds. Yi Chen remained standing in his place as if a bullet aimed at him was not a threat to him. The bullets rained down on Yi Chen, but it didn't hurt Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen's body was very hard. This small caliber bullet wasn't a threat to him. That car didn't seem to have the desire to stop and want to crash into Yi Chen. Yi Chen did a ready position to hit. When the car was ready to crash into Yi Chen hit the car until it flew tens of meters. The car spun around in the air and landed dozens of yards from Yi Chen and exploded. The 5 people who were in it could not get out and explode along with that car. Seeing this, the second car, in which immediately stepped on the brakes, suddenly the brake sound was heard. The car stopped about 10 meters from Yi Chen. The remaining 4 people from the 9 criminals finally got out of the car and Zhao Yanyan was also taken out. 2 of the 4 people aimed their weapons at Yi Chen and 1 pointed at Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen looking at these 4 people. One of them was the gloomy Yi Chen saved yesterday when he wanted to enter the classroom. Yi Chen had no idea that he was a member of these criminals. Yi Chen also saw Zhao Yanyan crying and his mouth was gagged by a cloth and his arms and legs were tied up. Zhao Yanyan wanted to say something to Yi Chen, but unfortunately his mouth was now on a gag that made him unable to speak. Yi Chen, who saw this, was getting angry. These bad guys dared to make Zhao Yanyan cry. "Who are you really?" asked the boss of the criminals. Boss of the criminals did not use a firearm, instead using a one-hand katana. This person looked to be around 40 years old and had a 3rd-level realm spirit formation base. That's why among these 4 people, only this person wasn't afraid of Yi Chen. The others held the pistol with a little trembling. Yi Chen did not want to talk much and immediately rushed towards the 4 people with lightning speed. These people could not see the Yi Chen movement. They only felt that their chest was hurting and these 3 people were flying dozens of meters away. When these 3 people landed on the ground, they were shedding blood, which was very much, and finally died. The boss of the criminals who saw this incident could not maintain his calm anymore. The boss of the criminals has been through the battle of life and death and countless people have died in his hands. But today he feels a terror from a youth who was less than 20 years old. The boss of the bad guys can't run anymore, so he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight with Yi Chen. Yi Chen lifted his index finger and from the index finger a fire came out. Yi Chen then directed the fire towards the villain. When the fire left Yi Chen's finger and rushed towards the criminal boss, when the fire touched the criminal boss, the fire immediately enlarged and covered the criminal boss. Ah! The boss of the criminal is screaming in pain. In a matter of 1 minute, his whole body has been burnt to the bone to be ashes. Yi Chen didn't hold back his strength at all, so for the spirit formation cultivator, he would definitely be able to immediately kill him without any resistance at all. Zhao Yanyan was quite surprised to see a scene like this. Finally, all the bad guys have been eliminated by Yi Chen. Yi Chen then opened all the ties in Zhao Yanyan's body. When all bonds were open, Zhao Yanyan cried and hugged Yi Chen. "It's all done. Yi Chen patted Jia Yanyan's back to calm him down. Yi Chen, I'm very scared. I'm afraid I can't see you anymore, Jia Yanyan said. Crying in Yi Chen's arms, Yan Yan, I will always be there for you and always protect you, I promise, Yi Chen swears. Seeing this chaotic place, surely soon there will be a ton of police who came here, so Yi Chen and also Jia Yanyan must go immediately so as not to get into trouble further. Yan Yan, let's go away from this place. Yi Chen invited Jia Yanyan to leave this place. Jia Yanyan just nodded obediently. Yi Chen then picked up Jia Yanyan like a princess and flew. After seeing that incident, Yi Chen didn't have to hide his power from Jia Yanyan again. Chapter 38 Dual Cultivation. Warning: this scene contains adult scenes. If you don't like it or are underage. Yi Chen took Jia Yanyan to fly to the place of the hotel where Yi Chen lived. Yi Chen did not bring Jia Yanyan off to school. Yi Chen brought Jia Yanyan to his place to calm down first. This was for the good of Jia Yanyan too. Jia Yanyan seeing the scenery below the first time Jia Yanyan was flying, but not on a plane but in the arms of Yi Chen's arms. Jia Yanyan had only seen the scene of people flying on television, but Jia Yanyan had no idea that he would feel it in real life. Zhao Yanyan asked if Yi Chen was a superhuman. After 5 minutes of traveling, Yi Chen brought Jia Yanyan into his room through the open window. Jia Yanyan, Yi Chen, how many more secrets do you have? Actually? Zhao Yanyan asked. Yi Chen, Yanyan, I don't want to hide it from you, but I'm afraid you can't accept it. Don't say it like that. I will definitely accept you for who you are, said Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen was quite touched by Jia Yanyan's words. Yi Chen took Jia Yanyan's hand and held it with both his hands and said, I will also accept you for what Yanyan is, dear. Both of their eyes met. Yi Chen saw Jia Yanyan's sari lips. Yi Chen then approached toward Jia Yanyan's lips. Jia Yanyan knew what Yi Chen would do, so Jia Yanyan closed his eyes. Both of his lips met. Yi Chen kissed Jia Yanyan greedily. Not until there Yi Chen put his tongue into Jia Yanyan's mouth. Jia Yanyan also started cooperating with Yi Chen. Both of their tongues entangled with each other. The feeling of a kiss like this made Jia Yanyan immediately lose his mind. Finally, after Jia Yanyan could not breathe, Yi Chen let go. Yi Chen carried Jia Yanyan and threw him to bed. Yi Chen could no longer stand it. Yi Chen closed the window and the curtains first. Jia Yanyan asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen waved his hand and immediately the window and curtains immediately closed, making this place a little dark. Jia Yanyan knew what Yi Chen would do next. At the bottom of his heart, Jia Yanyan had accepted Yi Chen as her husband. Yi Chen began to release Jia Yanyan's clothes button, and a plain white bra appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen then let go of the white bra. After the bra was removed, the two newly developed double peaks of Jia Yanyan were exposed in Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen then touched and squeezed the two very soft double peaks, making Jia Yanyan attack pleasure. Yi Chen used the King's Heart technique, which made more and more enjoyment from Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen is lighter. Jia Yanyan moaned, enjoying Yi Chen's touch. Jia Yanyan was already feeling in heaven only from the touch of Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the double peak of Jia Yanyan and saw the two pink sari Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen then played with the two pink sari, then inserted it into his mouth and sucked him like a suckling baby. Ah! Ah! Jia Yanyan could only moan pleasure. Jia Yanyan never felt pleasure like this in his life that made him unable to say anything else. Jia Yanyan felt his bottom was soaking wet. Juice overflowed from the hole in his lower body. After being satisfied smoking two of Jia Yanyan's Yi Chen sari, then went down and opened Jia Yanyan's skirt. When opening Yanyan's panties, Jia Yanyan was already wet with Jia Yanyan's own juice. Yi Chen, don't look. It's a shame. Jia Yanyan tried to cover her private parts by using her hands. No, this Yanyan is very beautiful, Yi Chen said. Yi Chen then stretched out his hand and helped Jia Yanyan take off his underwear. After opening the underwear, Yi Chen saw a little hole in the color of pink yang which was already wet with juice. Yi Chen's face approached, then stretched out his tongue to suck Jia Yanyan's little hole. Seeing what Yi Chen would do, Jia Yanyan shouted, Yi Chen is dirty. Yi Chen, there's nothing dirty about you, dear. Yi Chen continued to suck. Yi Chen didn't waste in from Jia Yanyan, so Yi Chen continued to suck the yang juice out of Jia Yanyan's small hole. Jia Yanyan continued to make a sweet moan. Jia Yanyan's mind was already empty. Jia Yanyan could only be passive in accepting this pleasure. Seeing the preparations was enough, Yi Chen stopped to suck. Preparing to take the courtesy of Jia Yanyan, Yi Chen took off all the clothes he was wearing. Jia Yanyan saw Yi Chen take off his clothes and saw Yi Chen's big brother. The size of Yi Chen's meat stick was 11 inches and its size was almost the same as Jia Yanyan's wrist. Initially, Yi Chen's meat stick was only 4.5 inches long, but after practicing the King's Heart technique unconsciously it became 11 inches. Jia Yanyan, who saw the big stick that was twitching, was quite frightened. Whether such a large object could get into him, Yi Chen approached Jia Yanyan and directed his meat level to Jia Yanyan's small hole. Jia Yanyan, Yi Chen, I'm a little scared. Yi Chen, calm down. Yanyan, the pain will only be at ease after that. I'll make sure it feels very good. Then make me yours forever. Jia Yanyan reached out his hand and waited for Yi Chen to insert his large meat stick. Yi Chen then slowly walked in. When Yi Chen's large meat stick came in, Jia Yanyan felt his body was like torn. Jia Yanyan hugged Yi Chen's back and his nails scratched Yi Chen's flesh. Finally, the meat stick managed to enter. Yi Chen did not move to look at Jia Yanyan, who was moved to tears. Does it still hurt? Yi Chen asked. Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen feels sick. After waiting for a few minutes, the pain finally decreased. Yi Chen, you can move now. After getting approval from Jia Yanyan, Yi Chen began to move slowly. Jia Yanyan felt a little pain as Yi Chen moved, but after several times the pain had disappeared and was replaced by unrivaled pleasure. More husband tastes great, shouted Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan did not call Yi Chen anymore but called her husband. Luckily the hotel room was soundproof. Even though Jia Yanyan shouted Saget loudly, it wouldn't be heard by anyone else. Yi Chen circulated his king's heart technique, Yin, which Yi Chen could get by Yi Chen hundreds of times more than absorbing, Yin, from the air, let alone the flower path. Jia Yanyan gripped his meat stick very tightly, which also made Yi Chen feel too delicious. Husband, not too deep. Deeper, it feels too extraordinary, something will come out. Finally, Jia Yanyan's Kim-esque come. Yi Chen continued on because Yi Chen hadn't come out yet. Husband, let me rest for a moment. Jia Yanyan tried to ask for mercy, but Yi Chen ignored it and kept moving forward and backward. Yi Chen also felt an extraordinary pleasure, as if Yi Chen wanted to continue to do it for a while. The battle continued. After an hour, Yi Chen finally took out his Yangqi. In the depths of Bengde, Jia Yanyan panted like a broken ship in a fierce sea. Jia Yanyan didn't know how many times he had come out, which Jia Yanyan knew felt very extraordinary, like a difference in heaven. Even for 17 years Jia Yanyan, this feeling was the most pleasing. Jia Yanyan knew that he would not be able to leave this man who took his virginity again. Jia Yanyan saw that Yi Chen's younger brother was still standing upright, which made him a little scared. From the book that Jia Yanyan read, a normal man could have an intimate relationship for just 10-20 minutes. But Yi Chen really threw him for 1 hour, and a younger brother. Yi Chen's man still wasn't limp. Seeing Chen approached himself and still wanted to continue again. Jia Yanyan asked for mercy. Husband, spare me. I can no longer do it anymore. My bottom may already swollen. Seeing the bottom of Jia Yanyan, it was already swollen. Yi Chen took pity and released it. I understand, wife, then sleep. Yi Chen then pulled Jia Yanyan to his chest. Jia Yanyan felt a very sweet feeling. Because of exhaustion, Jia Yanyan quickly fell asleep on Yi Chen's chest. Seeing Jia Yanyan sleeping peacefully, Yi Chen tertium. Finally Jia Yanyan became his woman, and today's harvest, from Jia Yanyan, is quite rich. Only from doing dual cultivation with Jia Yanyan, Yi Chen has risen 2 levels from the ancient warrior realm to the 6th level realm. It became level 8, probably because Jia Yanyan's special body of Saintus made him break through 2 levels at once. Yi Chen finally accompanied Jia Yanyan to sleep. Yi Chen did not know that the love scene with Jia Yanyan was chosen by Chu Yuechan. Chu Yuechan originally did not want to see, but out of curiosity Chu Yuechan saw it. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan doing dual cultivation, Chu Yuechan's body felt hot, and involuntarily, Chu Yuechan touched his private parts with his own hands. Chu Yuechan though often teases Yi Chen, but in truth Chu Yuechan is still a pure virgin who has never felt being touched by a man. Chapter 39, Mysterious Female Police Officer. In another place, the place where Yi Chen was fighting was now filled by the police who secured that place. Initially a driver reported that there was an accident in the lane near the city border. The police who received the report immediately headed to the place where the accident was. When they got there, the police were shocked, because at the scene there was a fairly large crack, and around the crack there were a lot of gun bullets scattered about, and the bullets were not intact. The bullet shape was flat and bumped like crashing into something very big hard. The police were assigned immediately to secure the location around the place. The police also began to interrogate the person who reported the incident for the first time. But when asked, the person who reported said that, when he was passing on this road, he saw a black car that was stopped in the middle of the road and a crack a few meters in front of the car. So the informant stopped his car on the side of the road and went down to see it. When the informant saw the crack that was on the road from close range, there was something similar like a bullet scattered about, but the informant did not know that it was a bullet because it looked almost like a coin because flattened. The informant wants to see if there is someone inside the car parked in the middle of the road. After looking closely, it turns out that no one is in the car. That makes the informant confused. Why is this good car left in a place like this? Moreover, the car key is still attached. Then when the informant looked around the place, and the informant saw something burnt looks in the distance a few hundred meters from where he stands today, because the informant's curiosity approached him. After walking several tens of meters, the informant saw that what was burning was a pretty good car. the informant did not dare to come any closer and immediately called the police and reported what he saw at this time. After hearing all the explanations from the informant, the police immediately conducted an investigation. After an investigation, it turned out there were a total of 8 victims. For how the police were deployed was quite confused to conclude, because there seemed to be a fight at this location a while ago. Car tire trail shows that the car is about to head towards the crack, but when it gets around the crack of the car, tire disappears and the car suddenly arrives at Discover a few hundred meters from the last place of the car tire trail. Moreover, cracks on this road are not the result of explosives. That's why the police do not know the origin of this big crack, because the police found a way in this case. They called the central office and explained all the inconveniences at the location, and asked for help from the special investigation team. After that, the police who were there waiting for the investigation team to come to this place. After waiting approximately 20 minutes, at the end there were 2 cars approaching towards them. The other one was a black Jeep, a new Lamborghini luxury sports car. After the 2 cars were parked on the side of the road, the people inside came out one by one. In the black Jeep car came out 4 people wearing black suits. And in the Lamborghini car came out the police. Beautiful woman aged 22-23 years, had the figure which is pretty good. After getting out of his car, the female policeman went straight to the evidence. The one at the location ignored the policeman who had been waiting for him. Fortunately, one of the 4 men in suits approached the police and showed his badge, then asked for the results of all the investigations obtained by the police. After getting all the explanations of the man in the suit, then told the police that, well, from here we will take it. Your job is to secure 1 mil from here and make sure no one/reporter can come to this place. After receiving orders, the police saluted and immediately left to secure the 1 mil street from the scene. The investigation team immediately moved to collect evidence and see the victims of this tragedy. After quite a long period of collecting evidence, finally the 4 men handed it over to the beautiful woman police officer. Miss Luo, this is the result that we can conclude at this time. The man in the black suit handed over the details of the investigation results that could be found. After the female policeman read the results, the female policeman slightly raised his eyebrows. Reports related to the number of victims who were burned in the car, a fist found in a burning car. It was estimated that the car was hit until it flew and landed several hundred meters. Several pistols that had just been used for firing, and also 3 victims which were all the bones in his chest crumbled as if he were hit by a heavy object. The man in the suit came to the conclusion that all of this is really strange and impossible for normal humans to do. Are you sure this number is correct? Asked the female Luo police. From the location there were only 8 people we could find. The man in the suit explained to the female Luo police, you see the ashes in front of the car. Luo policewoman pointed to the ashes in front of the black car in the middle of the road. That is the ashes of the 9th victim. I can smell the blood from the ash, said Luo police. The man in the jacket who heard this was shocked. If the ash on the road turned out to be ash from human combustion. But there is no leftover bone around the ashes, said the man in the black suit. I know the culprit is definitely a person who was very strong, and I think this person is a cultivator and his level must be high, maybe the level of Sky Realm that can burn people to ashes easily, Luo female police explained to the man in the black coat. After the man in the black coat knew that this was done by a cultivator, the man in the black suit understood why this incident was so strange. Even though the man in the black suit was not a cultivator, but after becoming an investigation policy, the man in the black suit had little knowledge of what a cultivator was, and how strong they all were. Cultivators could be called monsters because they were far more powerful than even trained soldiers. Luo female police officer, let's just close this special for a while, take the bodies and identify all of them, whether they are bad people or not. I will report it to the organization first. Whether this characteristic is continued or not will be decided by the organization. Luo female police did not dare to make a decision because the person concerned had enough strength, so only the organization could decide. After saying that, Luo woman policeman walked towards his car. After entering the policy, Luo woman immediately started the engine and left this place. Chapter 40 Misunderstanding. I don't know how long Yi-chan had fallen asleep when Yi-chan opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. With a very nice decoration, this was not Yi-chan's hotel room. Yi-chan looked around and saw a giant-sized mattress. Yi-chan remembered that this was a room for doing dual cultivation, but somehow Yi-chan could enter into the fairy gate. Beside him, Zhao Yanyan was still sleeping very peacefully. It seemed that Zhao Yanyan was still exhausted. Your master is awake. Chu Yuechan's voice was heard near the door. Yi-chan panicked and immediately took a blanket beside him to cover the naked part of his body. Yuechan, why did you come into this room? Yi-chan asked. Shu Yuchan giggling, the master doesn't need to cover yourself anymore. Last night I saw all your body parts, so what else do you want to hide from me? Shu Yuchan's words like a bolt of lightning for Yi Chen. Yi Chen had no idea that he and Jia Yanyan, when they were doing dual cultures, were seen by Shu Yuchan. Bad girl, how can you peek at someone who was intimately connected? Are you not ashamed? Yi Chen scolded Shu Yuchan. It's not your fault, Yi Chen, who told me to show the spectacle to me, Shu Yuchan said with a very red face. Shu Yuchan said as if he wasn't the one who was wrong at the beginning. Yi Chen didn't want to be right with this girl, so Yi Chen tried to find where his clothes were. Yi Chen, Yuchan, where did you put my clothes? This Shu Yuchan then took out a shirt from his storage room and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the clothes given by Shu Yuchan and wore them on his body. These clothes were like the old China clothes that often appeared on Dynasty TV series. Now Yi Chen, you just broke through and it looks like your stiffness isn't stable yet. You should stabilize it first. Shu Yuchan gave Yi Chen a suggestion. Yi Chen cursed. Indeed, Yi Chen intended to stabilize his strength first. Seeing that Jia Yanyan was still sleeping very peacefully, Yi Chen went to a calm enough place to start stabilizing his strength. Shu Yuchan didn't follow Yi Chen because he didn't want to bother him and go somewhere. Yi Chen began to imprison in a calm place and stabilize his strength. After about 5 hours, Yi Chen managed to stabilize his strength. Now Yi Chen had truly entered the 8th level ancient warrior realm. Yi Chen then rose from the place where he sat. Yi Chen immediately went back to the room where Zhao Yanyan slept. When he reached the door of the dual cultivation room, Yi Chen heard Zhao Yanyang's voice calling his name while crying a little. Yi Chen immediately opened the door and saw what was happening in that room. Zhao Yanyan initially dreamed that he and Yi Chen were married and were having a honeymoon in a private island which had a very beautiful view. Zhao Yanyan dreamed if Yi Chen took him to a big bed and Yi Chen laid him on a very comfortable mattress and Yi Chen hugging him until they both fall asleep together. But when Zhao Yanyan woke up, Zhao Yanyan did not see Yi Chen around him and started shouting, calling Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan was afraid that what he had just experienced was only a dream. Zhao Yanyan, who felt hopelessly, curled up while continuing to call on Yi Chen's name. Finally the door was open and the figure of Yi Chen came out from behind that door. Yi Chen saw Zhao Yanyan, who was crouching on the bed. Dear wife, what is going on? Yi Chen asked, worried. Yi Chen then approached Zhao Yanyan and Zhao Yanyan immediately hugged Yi Chen. Husband, everywhere you just now, I was very afraid you would leave me, Zhao Yanyan said while hugging Yi Chen very tightly. Calm down, I will not leave you in this life and the next life, Yi Chen said. After that, Yi Chen kissed Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan also started to kiss Yi Chen. They both kissed long enough for a coughing voice to wake them both. The person who disturbed this moment was Shu Yuchan. Shu Yuchan originally wanted to see Yi Chen's condition, but when Shu Yuchan entered the room he saw that Yi Chen and also Zhao Yanyan were kissing. But because the kiss of the two of them took a long time to make Shu Yuchan annoyed and he coughed to disrupt the world of those two, Yi Chen looked at Shu Yuchan with hostility for bothering him, while for Zhao Yanyan saw the woman in front of him who was very beautiful, like a fairy in a fairyland. Zhao Yanyan was quite curious who this beautiful woman was. So Zhao Yanyan asked the woman, who are you? I am Chu Yuchan, Yi Chen's servant. Right, master dear, Chu Yuchan said, teasing Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew how Chu Yuchan's character, who liked to tease him, but this time Chu Yuchan teased him in front of Zhao Yanyan. This would definitely be a misunderstanding before them. Zhao Yanyan, who heard this, Zhao Yanyan raised her eyebrows and was not satisfied. Zhao Yanyan then reached out her hand and pinched Yi Chen's waist. Husband, please explain what the beautiful woman just said. Yanyan is sick, I'll explain. Let go first. Actually, Yi Chen doesn't feel pain, but if Yi Chen doesn't pretend, then Zhao Yanyan might get even more angry. Yi Chen, Yanyan, our relationship is only limited to masters and servants and there is no other special relationship, Yi Chen tried to explain to Zhao Yanyan. Chu Yuchan, your master is really bad. After you do that to me, you throw me away, Chu Yuchan said while crying a little. This woman Yi Chen had no idea that Chu Yuchan was very good at acting. If it continued, then maybe it really could lead to a misunderstanding. Yanyan's sister, you have to help me pack. Yi Chen, Chu Yuchan ran towards Zhao Yanyan while complaining to him. Zhao Yanyan immediately looked at Yi Chen with a hostile look. Yi Chen came out. There is something I want to discuss with sister Chu Yuchan. Zhao Yanyan drove Yi Chen out of this room. Yanyan, can I explain this to you? Yi Chen said, trying to convince Zhao Yanyan. There is nothing to explain. Hurry and get out of here, Zhao Yanyan said. Yi Chen was helpless with all this and could only leave the room. But in his heart, Yi Chen had already vowed to give Chu Yuchan a punishment if Yi Chen could catch him. Now in the room, only Zhao Yanyan and also Chu Yuchan just puchy-eyed. Chu Yuchan laughing. Zhao Yanyan quite confused why Chu Yuchan suddenly laughed. Yanyan's younger sister, how was my acting good? Said Chu Yuchan. What now? Zhao Yanyan was astonished that he had no idea that Chu Yuchan was acting in front of him, even causing Zhao Yanyan to scold Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan was afraid that Yi Chen was angry and didn't want to let him go anymore. Zhao Yanyan pushed Chu Yuchan away and immediately chased after Yi Chen. but when Zhao Yanyan's feet stepped on the floor, Zhao Yanyan felt extreme pain from the bottom. Zhao Yanyan tried to get up, but the pain even increased. Chu Yuechan, who saw this, felt sorry for Zhao Yanyan, so Chu Yuechan tried to help Zhao Yanyan stand from the floor. Zhao Yanyan, let me go, I have to chase Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan tried to break away from Chu Yuechan. Little brother, calm down, Yi Chen will not be angry from such a thing. Let's discuss something more important first, said Chu Yuechan. Is it true? Asked Zhao Yanyan, who still couldn't believe Chu Yuechan's words. Yanyan's sister, this time I will not lie to you again, I promise, Chu Yuechan swore at Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan then received help from Chu Yuechan. Chu Yuechan helped Zhao Yanyan got up from the floor and helped her to sit on the bed. Zhao Yanyan still felt the pain of the relationship he had with Yi Chen last night. Zhao Yanyan could only blame Yi Chen, who was too excited just now, but even so, Zhao Yanyan was also quite excited last night. Enjoying the intimate relationship, Zhao Yanyan could still feel the satisfaction that was given by Yi Chen last night. Chapter 41. Zhao Yanyan made a decision. Yuechan's sister, why did you do that to both of us? Zhao Yanyan asked why Chu Yuechan teased the two of them until there was a misunderstanding between the two of them. Actually, I just wanted to test how you react when Yi Chen has another woman, but I didn't know you would be that angry. Chu Yuechan really wanted to test Zhao Yanyan because in the future more women would come to Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan wanted to see whether Zhao Yanyan could accept other women or not. Another woman? Does Yi Chen have another woman out there? For now Yi Chen is only you, but in the future there will definitely be many women that Yi Chen has, maybe dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. But why? What, I am not enough for him? Why Yi Chen still have to have another woman? Zhao Yanyan feels a little strange that one man can have dozens or hundreds of wives. Every modern woman does not like to share a partner with another woman, because on Earth it is a modern era that favors gender equality, so only a few women want to be scabies/concubines of others in this world. Chu Yuechan did not know about that. Because Chu Yuechan lived in an era where even one man could have up to dozens of concubines, even the king of the Lord of the Stars had thousands, even tens of thousands, because that was the one man had many women who were not anxious for Chu Yuechan. So Chu Yuechan explained about the world of cultivation and why Yi Chen needed many women in the future. Because Zhao Yanyan was still a layman in this matter, Chu Yuechan had to work extra hard to explain it so that Zhao Yanyan could understand. At first Zhao Yanyan was quite confused with what was said by Chu Yuechan, but eventually Zhao Yanyan began to understand. Then what, sister of Yuechan, from me is not enough for Yi Chen? Well, that won't be enough. If Yi Chen absorbs too much from you, it won't be good for you, and I'm sure even if you force Yi Chen will definitely not want to do it. Well, you might be the true sister of Yuechan. Zhao Yanyan sighed. Zhao Yanyan was still doubtful whether he could accept it or not. Chu Yuechan saw a hint of doubt in Zhao Yanyan's eyes. Then Chu Yuechan said, Yanyan's sister, do you love Yi Chen? Yes, I love him very much, but what? If you really love him you should support him after many sacrifices made by Yi Chen. A good woman is a woman who can support her man and can accept all the shortcomings he has. After hearing Chu Yuechan's words, Zhao Yanyan then pondered. Yi Chen always helped him when Zhao Yanyan was in trouble, and now it was Zhao Yanyan's turn to help Yi Chen get so Yi Chen could continue to live. Little brother, now that you've entered the path of a cultivator, so don't think like a mortal creature that can only live for decades, Chu Yuechan said, explaining that after Zhao Yanyan did dual cultivation with Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan immediately broke into the first level realm spirit formation. This is a very extraordinary progress because in just one night managed to rise 2 worlds. It can be seen how the benefits can be obtained only from doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen. After pondering well, Zhao Yanyan finally made the decision. Yuechan's sister, I will definitely always support Yi Chen beside him from now on, because I am his first wife. Hearing this, Chu Yuechan's CM bloomed like a flower. Finally Yuechan was able to convince Zhao Yanyan, and future problems would definitely not be too difficult. When Zhao Yanyan's special body woke up completely, surely his mind patterns would become more advanced and could accept everything easily. I'm glad you've made your own decision. Then how about we go take a shower and change clothes? The water here can make you more relaxed and fresh. Let's try it. Without waiting for an answer from Zhao Yanyan, Chu Yuechan immediately pulled Zhao Yanyan's hand and disappeared from the room. Whereas Yi Chen was still faithfully waiting outside, the dual cultivation watchman waiting for Zhao Yanyan to come out and explain to him, but until now there were no signs that Zhao Yanyan and Chu Yuechan wanted to come out, so Yi Chen could only wait bored. Yi Chen didn't know that Chu Yuechan and also Zhao Yanyan had left the room, because the dual cultivation room had a barrier that prevented outsiders from being able to know what was being done inside. Chu Yuechan took Zhao Yanyan into a room. When Zhao Yanyan entered the room, Zhao Yanyan saw a large pool about 70 to 80 meters in diameter. Oddly, that pool one side emits steam and one side does not. Because curious, Zhao Yanyan tried one of its side that emits steam. Jia Yanyan began to get used to the weirdness of this weirdness. When Jia Yanyan dipped his hand, Jia Yanyan felt a warm feeling from this water, and when Jia Yanyan tried to dip his hand again on the other side, the water on the other side was very cold as ice. Jia Yanyan reflected in water that was as clear as that mirror. Jia Yanyan felt something different from his face. For some reason Jia Yanyan felt that he was getting more beautiful. Jia Yanyan tried to hold his face and felt that his face really was very soft, supple and moist. Jia Yanyan also tried the parts of his hands and the results. The skin on Jia Yanyan's hands was really almost the same as his face. Jia Yanyan didn't remember having this beautiful skin like this before, so Jia Yanyan asked Tanya in her heart about this very sudden change. Chu Yuechan, who saw Jia Yanyan's strange behavior reflecting in the water, touched his face with his finger. So Chu Yuechan asked Yanyan's sister, "What are you doing?" Yuechan's sister: "I don't know why I feel something is different from me. I feel that I'm getting prettier. What do you think?" He. That is the effect of doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Besides, being able to increase strength can also make a woman not grow old and get even more beautiful. Maybe Yanyan's sister can be beautiful like me if she routinely conducts dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan explained the benefits of doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Really? Jia Yanyan could not believe that carrying out dual cultivation with Yi Chen could have this effect. Wait, if this is discovered by other women, the women are even more willing to have sex with sexual relations with Yi Chen. The temptation to be beautiful is what every woman cannot resist, even women willing to spend millions of dollars to stay young and beautiful. Moreover, women only have to do dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Besides being free, the women will get unparalleled pleasure. Chu Yuechan just laughed next to Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan did not wear clothes from the beginning, only a blanket wrapped around it. After the blanket fell, Jia Yanyan's naked body, which was very beautiful, can be seen clearly. Jia Yanyan then walked towards the bathing pool. Jia Yanyan didn't like the cold water, so Jia Yanyan decided to go to the warm side of the water. When Jia Yanyan buried her whole body, Jia Yanyan felt a very relaxed feeling. Jia Yanyan hearing the sound of people taking off clothes from behind, so Jia Yanyan was curious. Then Jia Yanyan looked back and Jia Yanyan saw that Chu Yuechan had wasted all his clothes. Apart from having a peerless face, Chu Yuechan's naked body was truly perfect. His figure was like a demon with a waist like a willow tree, had very sexy legs and also the 2F cup tops that had the shape perfect. This combination can drive men crazy if you see it. Chu Yuechan also entered into the side of the warm bathing pool and soaked next to Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan, who looked at the two peaks of Chu Yuechan Mountain and compared it with his newly developing property. Men like to compare their younger brothers, likewise women like to compare their body parts. Eventually the two of them began to cleanse their bodies with warm water and chat with the topic about Yi Chen. Jia Yanyan is quite difficult because this shirt is difficult to wear. Because Jia Yanyan has never worn this Sarumat shirt before. Chu Yuechan had finished wearing his clothes. Seeing that Jia Yanyan was very difficult in wearing his clothes, Chu Yuechan then helped Jia Yanyan how to wear it. After being assisted by Chu Yuechan, finally Jia Yanyan finished wearing it. Jia Yanyan looked very beautiful when wearing this outfit, like a fairy descending from heaven. Jia Yanyan, who saw herself in the mirror, could not believe that ancient clothes were very suitable for her, making Jia Yanyan look even more beautiful. After finishing up, they both intend to meet Yi Chen. Yi Chen was still waiting patiently in front of that room's door. Finally the door opened and Yi Chen saw Chu Yuechan and also Jia Yanyan come out of the room. And Jia Yanyan was wearing clothes that were almost the same as those worn by Chu Yuechan. Jia Yanyan in clothes like that really looked like a beautiful fairy. Jia Yanyan then walked closer to Yi Chen. Yanyan. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, Jia Yanyan's fingers closed his mouth. Yi Chen doesn't need to explain it again. Yuechan's sister already explained it to me, everything. Yi Chen looked towards Chu Yuechan, and Chu Yuechan gave Yi Chen a mischievous smile. Okay, Yi Chen, what do I think of my appearance? You look so beautiful in that wife's clothes. Jia Yanyan felt very happy being praised by Yi Chen and his heart was full of blooming flowers. Chapter 42, Fairy Gate Level Up. Jia Yanyan: oh yes husband, what are we going to do next? Yi Chen: how about we choose several techniques for Yanyan's younger sister? However, Yanyan's younger sister has entered the world of cultivation and Yanyan's younger sister hasn't had any technique yet. Chu Yuechan asked Yi Chen to immediately go to the technical storage pagoda. Yi Chen also realized that Jia Yanyan had entered the world of cultivation and was already at the beginning of the realm's spirit formation. The progress of Jia Yanyan was truly astonishing only by doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Moreover, Jia Yanyan from the beginning was only a normal human who did not even enter the martial realm level, but only in the overnight time has risen 2 worlds or immediately at the initial level of spirit formation realm. If cultivators on Earth who have practiced several decades and could only set foot on the level of spirit formation realm knew this news, they would definitely vomit blood. Finally Yi Chen went together with Zhao Yanyan and Chu Yuechan to the pagoda tower, a place where cultivation techniques were stored. While on the road, Yi Chen did not forget to explain the basis of cultivation to Zhao Yanyan. His father Yi Chen and the women arrived in front of the entrance to the pagoda, then they all entered into it. Our wife has arrived at the place of cultivation techniques. Let's see. See, and if you find a technique that you like, take it. After that, Yan Yan went to the existing shelves and began to search for the technique he liked. Na Yuechan, do you think that cultivation technique is suitable for Yan Yan? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan because Chu Yuechan's experience was richer than him. Because Yan Yan's younger sister has a body saint, then the technique of light attribute should be the most suitable for her. But let Yan Yan's little brother choose what he likes. Let fate find his own way, but it seems like it will take a while. After saying that, Chu Yuechan sat in the same chair when Yi Chen first arrived at this pagoda. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yanyan, who was sorting out the technical books one by one. The speed of Zhao Yanyan was really very slow. To wait for Zhao Yanyan to get the technique, Zhao Yanyan wanted Yi Chen to sit next to Chu Yuechan and wait patiently. After about 4 hours, Zhao Yanyan finally got the desired technique. Zhao Yanyan took the first two techniques, the light technique to punish the sky, and the second technique was the goddess melody technique. Yi Chen saw the description of the technique that Zhao Yanyan was holding in his hand, the penalty light technique of the heavens. Anyone who cultivates this technique can use the light attribute, and this technique also has a few special attacks. Only 3 skills in this book can be used after learning the light of heaven's judgment. That is the light chain, the shield of light, and also the light sword, light chain. Conceal all enemy movements for a while. The duration of sealing enemy movements depends on the level of Pengyunanya. Light shield. Make a protection around the user and fend off all attacks made by the enemy. The defense force also adjusts to the level of use. Light sword, making a flying sword from light. This flying sword can be used to attack an enemy or to defend against an enemy attack, to control the movement of the flying sword. And the second technique is the melody technique of the goddess, the female goddess who plays music in the battlefield, which makes the allies get blessings and for the enemies get a curse. This technique can strengthen the power of friends, and can confuse the enemy of melodies that are released and have a very broad range. Melodic goddess technique can also kill many enemies from a great distance. Unfortunately, this technique is not suitable for melee, as much as possible the user of this technique to keep his distance from his enemy. But according to Yi Chen, if the light of heaven's punishment and technique of the goddess melody is combined, it will be very suitable and complementary. Yi Chen read the second description of this technique, and according to Yi Chen, this technique was quite good. But unfortunately, both of them were only a first-level manual and were still incomplete. Yuechan, do you know where the continuation of this manual technique is? Yi Chen asked because he felt that this technique was incomplete if Zhao Yanyan learned it. For the advanced level of the light judge technique, the sky is on the top floor. In this pagoda, it consists of 5 floors, and the floor that we are currently occupying is the first floor. The technique here is mostly low-ranking god techniques or incomplete techniques, and if you want to learn all the full versions, you have to search all the floors in this pagoda. Chu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen about the details in this pagoda. You mean if you want the full version, we have to search upstairs? Yi Chen asked. Yes, you could say so. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go up to the next floor. Yi Chen wanted to immediately see the technique on the second floor right now. The second floor is currently inaccessible or not yet open. Then how do you make the second floor? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan how to open the second floor of this pagoda. The problem is you are still at level 2, and to open the second floor requires level 20 to access it. Chu Yuechan explained how to open the second floor of this pagoda. Level? What do you mean, Yuechan? Yi Chen still hadn't fully known the ins and outs of the Fairy Gate's secrets. For Yi Chen, the Fairy Gate really had a lot of mysteries stored up. It's my fault. I forgot to explain at the beginning to you, because you were too cool in practice when you first came here. Then Chu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen more about this Fairy Gate. The first few places that are in this Fairy Gate are still inaccessible or not yet open, and to open them you must increase the level of the Fairy Gate's authority. You only need to think about your status details to find out your current level. Yi Chen then followed the instructions given by Chu Yuechan and tried it. When Yi Chen thought about it, a status window appeared in front of Yi Chen. This status window had some neatly written information, details of the Fairy Gate ruler. LVL 2, name, Yi Chen, age, 19 years old, strength, ancient warrior realm, inherited, god of sage, technique, king's heart technique, god's path technique, step 9 shadow, desolate palms technique. Author's note, the following technical details follow. Woman, Zhao Yanyan, current EXP, 14 of 84. Then how do I get EXP? Yi Chen was already at the second level, but Yi Chen still didn't know how to get his experience. There are 3 ways to memorize Express 1. Conquering women, 2. Training your women, 3. Do dual cultivation with your woman. Well, that's 3 ways to get express so you can raise your level. Every level up there will be a mysterious gift and new things will open at the fairy gate. Chuyuo-chan explained 3 ways to be able to level up. Now Yi-chan understood why Chuyuo-chan was insisting that Yi-chan could quickly find many women. The more women the faster the fairy gate could level up. Jia Yanyan was left alone. Jia Yanyan didn't understand what Yi-chan was talking about, and could only hear next to the two of them. Yi-chan had just leveled up and had not yet taken the prize, so Yi-chan pressed take the prize. Then several posts appeared on the window screen. Congratulations on reaching level 2 of the fairy gate, Lord. This is the gift you will get. Marrow X3, Zither Lotus X1, Heaven Peach Seedlings, LVL1 growth area in the medicinal garden is open. For marrow pills it was useless for Yi-chan, but for Jia Yanyan it was a good thing. The second item Yi-chan sees in his details, weapons used by the flower elves in the past to sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately this tool has been damaged and lost its power. Now this tool is entered into a level 3 spiritual weapon. Yi-chan thought that the Zither Lotus Burr was related to the goddess melody technique, so Yi-chan thought of giving this spiritual tool to Jia Yanyan only, and looked for ways to improve it in the future. The third item is Heaven Peach Seedlings. This fruit can restore the power of a cultivator in a certain Jula, and it seems that in all the Deva realms no fruit can defeat its delicacy. This peach takes 100 days to bear fruit until ripe and ready to eat. And lastly, Arai growth LVL1 arrangement of Arai that can accelerate the growth of plants, fruit, medicine, etc. Up to 50x fold from normal. If a peach takes 100 days for the fruit to ripen, if using the Arai arrangement it only takes 2 days for the fruit to ripen. Chapter 43 Practicing Technique. Yi-chan received all the prizes. They all went straight into the fairy gate storage, and this fairy gate had an infinite storage capacity. This was far better than Yi-chan's storage ring, because the principle is similar to a storage ring and it's impossible to see. It's very suitable for Yi-chan. My wife has a good gift for you. Yi-chan then took the marrow washing pills and the Zither Lotus and handed them to Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan received pill bottles and zither that looks very beautiful. Jia Yanyan loves traditional musical instruments, therefore Jia Yanyan draws on techniques related to musical instruments. Yi-chan also explained that this Zither Lotus was a spiritual weapon and had special powers. Yanyan's younger sister. How about I teach you these 2 techniques? Come with me. After that, Chuyuo-chan took Jia Yanyan to the practice room to practice these 2 new techniques. Your husband wants to come with us. Jia Yanyan asked Yi-chan to go to the training room. You guys go first, I'll follow you soon. Yi-chan wanted to follow the 2 of them, but first Yi-chan wanted to plant the seeds of the peach heaven first, so Yi-chan hurried to the medicinal garden. Arriving in the medicinal garden, Yi-chan searched for the empty land to plant heaven peach seeds. For Yi-chan's growth area technique you can at any time make it possible to disable or disable it. After finishing planting heaven peach seedlings, Yi-chan went following Jia Yanyan and Chuyuo-chan. Yi-chan finally arrived in the practice room and saw Jia Yanyan being lectured by the Chuyuo-chan basic problem to become a cultivator. Yi-chan didn't want to relax. Yi-chan wanted to practice his technique further, to become even more perfect. These 3 people did not realize that time had passed for a whole day, and Jia Yanyan had successfully mastered the basis of the 2 techniques. Jia Yanyan showed off that technique to Yi-chan, like a little girl who showed off her new toy. Yi-chan only smiled at Jia Yanyan's behavior. Yi-chan brought Jia Yanyan out of this place. Yi-chan then gave Jia Yanyan one of the 3 keys of the fairy gate. This fairy gate key was a special right for women because it could go in and out of the fairy gate completely. This fairy gate key turns out as a mark that appears in Jia Yanyan's left hand, and this mark will appear if Jia Yanyan wants to enter or from the fairy gate. When Yi-chan and Jia Yanyan came out, it turned out that they were still outside. Yi-chan looked at the clock on the wall and showed me it was 9 o'clock at night. My husband wants to take a shower first. After saying that, Jia Yanyan immediately went into the bathroom and prepared to take a shower. Yi-chan was currently quite exhausted after practicing some of his techniques. Yi-chan lay on the bed of the bed. When Yi-chan was relaxing, suddenly the cell phone rang. When Yi-chan looked at his cell phone, it turned out that it wasn't his. Yi-chan saw that the cell phone that was ringing belonged to Jia Yanyan. When Yi-chan took it, it turned out that the person who was calling Jia Yanyan was Lin Roshi. Yi-chan looked at the bathroom door and saw that Jia Yanyan was taking a shower, so Yi-chan decided to lift it. When the call was connected, Yanyan, where are you now? Why aren't you home yet? Lin Roshi's tone on the cell phone seemed to be very worrying about Zhao Yanyan's condition. Teacher Lin is currently Yanyan with me, so you don't need to worry. Who are you? How is Yanyan's cell phone in your hands? It's me, Yi-chan, and now Yanyan is taking a bath, so I picked up his cell phone. Are you Yi-chan? Yi-chan? You say Yanyan is taking a shower? Actually, what are you doing together with Yanyan now? Yi Chen spoke wrongly, so Lin Roshi actually showered him with so many questions. Luckily Jia Yanyan was out of the bathroom and was wearing a towel. Yanyan, teacher Lin called you. This is for you. Yi Chen handed the phone to Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan Yang received the phone, was completely scolded by Lin Roshi, leaving Jia Yanyan helpless. Luckily Jia Yanyan was good at making excuses for Lin Roshi to believe in her. After the phone was turned off, Jia Yanyan looked at Yi Chen with a complaining look. Yi Chen, it's your fault. I was scolded by Roshi's sister. What can I do with it? Oh yeah, are you going home to where you live? Sister Lin told me to go home soon because it was very late. Okay, I'll take you to. After that, Jia Yanyan immediately changed his clothes to the clothes that he was wearing before. When Jia Yanyan changed his clothes, Yi Chen never took his eyes off of Jia Yanyan's body. Jia Yanyan was not shy about being seen by Yi Chen when he was naked. Instead, Jia Yanyan felt quite happy. After a little more or less minutes, Zhao Yanyan finished dressing and dressing. Yi Chen then immediately drove Zhao Yanyan home by flying, because it was far faster than walking. Finally, Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan arrived at the front gate of the girls' dormitory. Husband until here only, Zhao Yanyan then went towards the entrance of the hostel, but while taking a few steps, Zhao Yanyan turned back and kissed Yi Chen. Yi Chen was not ready with Zhao Yanyan's sudden attack. Zhao Yanyan, my real husband does not want to be separated from you. It was natural because Zhao Yanyan felt that the two of them were new beauties and did not want to be separated as far as possible. Yi Chen, what do you say? If you want to meet me, you can enter the ferry gate. Wherever we are, we can meet at any time. But, Zhao Yanyan, not tonight. I want to just rest. I am quite exhausted from fighting. Husband until tomorrow again. After saying that, Zhao Yanyan left Yi Chen's arms and ran towards the entrance of the dormitory. After the figure of Zhao Yanyan was not seen again, Yi Chen decided to leave this place and immediately returned to the hotel to rest too. Chapter 44, Delicious Peaches. The next day Yi Chen left to go to school. Last night, after returning to take Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen home and sleep in his room. Today the weather is very bright and beautiful. People are also starting to go to work looking for money for the necessities of life. Upon arrival near the school, Chen Chen suddenly was stopped by several people. These people were carrying iron pipes and clubs. Are you Yi Chen? The person who spoke to Yi Chen, all parts of his head were wrapped in bandages like a walking mummy. Yi Chen almost laughed at this. I have no business with you, all get out of my way quickly. Yi Chen tried to hold them all out of his way. I ask again, are you Yi Chen or not, or I hit you? Men with bandages like mummies really shouted at Yi Chen. Yes, I am Yi Chen. What do you want from me? Yi Chen had already lost his temper and challenged these bad guys. Good, you two quickly break the legs of this person. The man with the mummy bandage on his head ordered his two men who were carrying weapons to hit Yi Chen. Bang! Before the man with the bandage on the head could laugh, Yi Chen had already hit his head until it bounced a few meters, and the head of the man with the bandage crashed into a street light pole. The two bad guys could only see their boss being hit by Yi Chen. The two bad guys immediately used an iron pipe and a wooden stick to hit Yi Chen. Bang! 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 They both beat Yi Chen with all their might. Samapai iron pipe, crooked and broken wooden sticks. The two criminals saw a bent pipe and a broken wooden stick with horror. What made those two bad guys feel weird was that Yi Chen was still standing like a sturdy wall. Oh, the massage was comfortable enough now. Get lost. Yi Chen raised the collar of the two bad guys, then slammed their heads at each other as hard as possible. The two bad guys immediately felt pain in their heads. Yi Chen then walked towards the man who was wearing a bandage. The bandage that this person is wearing now apart and this bad guy is showing his real face. People's faces were familiar to Yi Chen, even though the state of people's faces was as thick as Yi Chen still remembering this person. Yes, this bad guy was the blonde-haired man who was looking for trouble with Yi Chen while at the antique goods exhibition. Say who sent you. Yi Chen grabbed the blonde man's hair and asked, Brother, my grandfather, I'm sorry for confusing you just now. The person who asked me to beat me was Sen Tu. The blonde man tried to look for mercy on Yi Chen. Sen Tu, Yi Chen muttered. It turned out that one of the pursuers of Zhao Yanyan was in his class yesterday. Yi Chen had warned him yesterday and it seemed like Sen Tu didn't take him seriously. Just look later, I will definitely make that person regret. Zhao Yanyan was now his woman. Yi Chen would not let others have bad thoughts on him. I don't know what your name is, but if in the future you dare to look for trouble again, then there won't be anything else in the future. Yi Chen had no business with these people, so Yi Chen let them go, and continued on his way to school. After Yi Chen left, the two people whose head hurts could finally wake up. The two men approached the blonde man and helped him up. Boss, what do we do now? Should we release that person? These two bad guys were a little afraid of Yi Chen because of his weirdness. They both had beaten him up and nothing happened to Chen Chen. Let go? After what he did to us, how can I get rid of this person named Yi Chen? The blonde-haired man had just come out of the hospital this morning and now some of his teeth seem to fall out by Yi Chen's punch. How could a blonde-haired man get rid of Yi Chen? Let's go back. I'll ask Big Wolf's big brother for this problem. After that, the three of them left right on that too by walking a little staggered. After a few minutes, Yi Chen finally arrived at his class smoothly without any other interference. Zhao Yanyan seemed to have arrived early and as usual read a book. Wife, Yi Chen Mamanjal, and hurried off to the side of Zhao Yanyan's seat. Ah! Yi Chen doesn't call me like that in public. Zhao Yanyan, who was reading the book, was shocked by Yi Chen's call earlier. Okay Yanyan, so are you used to being a cultivator? Yi Chen asked whether Zhao Yanyan was getting used to being a cultivator. Yes, I like it, you know. After I woke up this morning and tried to memorize the contents of the book, in just one reading I could remember it very clearly. It's good that Yanyan likes it. So does Teacher Lin know about our relationship? Yi Chen changed the topic towards Lin Roshi. It's your fault, you know. In fact, I was really scolded for more than half an hour. Luckily I could find an excuse if I didn't. Zhao Yanyan complained to Yi Chen. If not, what? Yi Chen wanted to know the continuation of Zhao Yanyan's words. Forget it. Oh yeah, Yi Chen, seems like your relationship with Roshi's sister is quite special. Yesterday's sister Roshi calls you to her personal room, right? Now it's Zhao Yanyan's turn to change the subject. My relationship with Lin Roshi is not special. It can only be teachers and students. Then tell me what you did yesterday in Lin Roshi's sister's room. That question. Yi Chen was a little confused. Must say how, because yesterday Yi Chen had lunch with teacher Lin Roshi in the writing room and let Zhao Yanyan wait until he was kidnapped. If Yi Chen said it, surely Zhao Yanyan would be angry. Because that was Yi Chen confused to answer it. Seeing Chen Shen's doubts, Yanyan Segura said, Yi Chen, so you don't want to be honest with me? Zhao Yanyan seemed to want to cry, so Yi Chen had no choice but to be honest with Zhao Yanyan that happened yesterday in Lin Roshi's room. Zhao Yanyan, so it was just lunch together. I did not think that your relationship was that close, Yi Chen. That is the reward for healing only Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan, I don't think it's just for making food, you know. Even though Roshi's older sister makes you food, but if I eat with a man I've never seen before, even every invitation from the male pursuers of Roshi's sister is always an ignore it. Yi Chen, you mean? Yi Chen did not understand the meaning of Zhao Yanyan. I mean, maybe Roshi's sister has feelings for you. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen, it's impossible for people like teacher Lin to be interested in me. He just regards me as a student all this time. Yi Chen recalled that every time Lin Roshi would always only advise him on the subject and also his future career. And Lin Roshi never discussed love or anything when they were both. Nothing is impossible in this world. You know, women are very complicated creatures, Zhao Yanyan said as he smiled. Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen, I'm so glad you want to be honest with me. I don't mind if you have another woman. But I hope that you will always love me in your heart forever. Yi Chen, Yanyan, you will always be the woman I love most in this life and the life to come. Yi Chen took Zhao Yanyan's hand to make his promise. Zhao Yanyan, who heard this, his heart felt very sweet and happy. Master, isn't that great? Zhao Yanyan agree. You have other women, so in the future there won't be any more problems. Zhu Yuechen's voice spoke in his mind. This is none of your business, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. At least make a little happy expression. Why? Basic not cool. After saying, Chu Yuken kept quiet and said nothing more. Yi Chen and also Zhao Yanyan continued the conversation until the lesson began. The teacher who taught in the morning was not Lin Roshi but a middle-aged male teacher. Lin Roshi would teach at noon. During the rest, Zhao Yanyan got an incoming message on his cell phone. Who? Yi Chen asked curiously. This is Lin Roshi's sister. She said you must go to her room now. There is also an important matter. Zhao Yanyan read the contents of the message. Lin Roshi knew that Zhao Yanyan and Yi Chen were now good friends, but Lin Roshi did not know that they were actually a pair of lovers. Therefore Lin Roshi sent a message to Zhao Yanyan, who was at the same table as Yi Chen. Maybe it's lunch today. Then go now or Roshi's sister will be angry again. Zhao Yanyan encouraged Yi Chen to go to Lin Roshi's place. Zhao Yanyan planned to make Lin Roshi a woman of Yi Chen, so that Zhao Yanyan would no longer be afraid that Lin Roshi would report to his grandfather. Zhao Yanyan's grandfather was a strict person to Zhao Yanyan, which made Zhao Yanyan have a few friends until now because he was too restricted. Fortunately, after living together with Lin Roshi, Zhao Yanyan felt a little free now, but if Lin Roshi reported it to his grandfather, it was very likely that Zhao Yanyan would have to go home to his grandfather again. So if Zhao Yanyan and Lin Roshi were on the same boat, then Lin Roshi would not report it to his grandfather. That was the perfect plan. Zhao Yanyan did not know when that plan began to cross his mind. Yi Chen arrived at Lin Roshi Ruwangan. When he entered the room, the food in the box had been neatly arranged by Lin Roshi. Oh, looks like it's going to taste good. Yi Chen immediately pulled out a chair and sat face to face with Lin Roshi. Yi Chen then began to eat the food provisions. Yi Chen felt strange because Lin Roshi rarely spoke to him as usual, who would ask Yi Chen various things. Even until finished, Lin Roshi still rarely spoke. Is Teacher Lin angry at me? Yi Chen said in his heart. After finishing eating, Yi Chen said goodbye and left Lin Lingqi's room. Right now Lin Roshi's face was very red. In his mind, the incident of the indirect kiss yesterday always loomed in his mind, which was ashamed to start talking to Yi Chen. So Lin Roshi from the beginning only bowed his head while eating with Yi Chen. After exiting the room, Lin Roshi, Yi Chen returned to his class and met Jia Yanyan. Oh, Yi Chen, you're back, so fast? Jia Yanyan questioned Yi Chen. Of course I will quickly return to accompany Yanyan dear. Yi Chen came and hugged Jia Yanyan. Fortunately, the class was pretty quiet during recess and there were only Yi Chen and also Jia Yanyan in the class. Yi Chen, are you still hungry? Jia Yanyan asked. Yi Chen, so what? Today I bring food, how about we eat together? Jia Yanyan pulled out a box of food from under the table. Yes, let's just go to the L's Gate. There won't be anyone disturbing us. Yi Che then dragged Jia Yanyan to a deserted place so that when they came out no one would know. Yi Chen and also Jia Yanyan were like having a picnic. The view at the ferry gate was very beautiful. Even when they ate they were very romantic, feeding each other. Yi Chen just remembered that he planted the peach heaven yesterday, it should have grown now. Yi Chen then went to the medicinal garden for a while and saw that the Ouyang Yi Chen had planted yesterday had now become a big tree and it was really fruitful, and the fruit was much bigger than a peach in general. Even though the fruit is around 30, Yi Chen mementic fruit around 5 and took to Jia Yanyan to eat together. Yi Chen suddenly left without speaking first to Jia Yanyan. When Yi Chen returned and he brought 5 pieces that looked like peaches but were very large in size. What fruit, husband, is that? Jia Yanyan asked because he was very curious about the fruit Yi Chen was carrying. It's called Paradise Peaches. I've never eaten it before either. Let's try it together. Yi Chen took a knife from his storage room to peel the flower. Husband, I'll do it. Zhao Yanyan took the fruit and knife from Yi Chen's hands and peeled the fruit. The strange thing is that this fruit does not have any seeds in it, only the fruit. Zhao Yanyan cuts it into small pieces so that it is easy to eat. Yi Chen saw that there were no striking differences with the local peaches on the market. Yi Chen took one piece from the peach and ate it. It tastes really sweet and the body becomes very fresh after eating it. This was the most delicious food Yi Chen had ever eaten in this life. Wife, let's try. Yi Chen then responded to Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan also felt the same way. Jia Yanyan had never eaten such delicious food. Zhao Yanyan took another piece and put it in his mouth. In no time at all the 5 fruits had been consumed by Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan. This fruit, husband, tastes very good. I think I want it again and again after eating it. It's true that this fruit tastes extraordinary. If only this were sold, would sell for thousands of dollars. Yi Chen finally had the idea to get money quickly. Yi Chen could sell this fruit at a high price. Culinary lovers would definitely spend a lot of money for this momentary fruit. But the problem was who Yi Chen had to sell this heaven peach on. Yi Chen began to think, it's also true, why not ask for help from that woman? I'm sure that woman must have many connections to the rich people in this city. Yi Chen said in his heart. Hey, you two, what are you doing? Suddenly Chu Yuechan dantang out of nowhere. Jia Yanyan, our Yuechan's sister just ate a delicious meal, dear. Once it was finished. You mean the heavenly peach? This fruit is a very rare fruit. It is said that there are only 3 seedlings in the gods' Allah. At the time there was one god who planted the seed, and every fruit is fruitful. Eating other gods will scramble to get it. Because of the taste of the fruit, this is very extraordinary delicious. Chu Yuechan explained to Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen began to understand why this fruit did not have her in it. Because indeed this fruit could not be planted, which made it rare. Chapter 45, Meet Luyu. After Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan left the ferry gate, they went to class as usual. Until the end of the school bell is heard, Yi Chen and also Jia Yanyan left the school. After returning home from school, Yi Chen intended to sell the heavenly peaches. A total of 25 heavenly peaches that Yi Chen had picked were put into a box container. Yi Chen did not leave for himself because he knew that the heavenly peaches were very fast to bear fruit, because that was Yi Chen. No need to be afraid of running out of stock of fruit. While on the road, many women always glanced at Yi Chen and occasionally pointed at him. There were even a few girls who dared to come and ask for his contact information. Yi Chen had no idea that being popular was quite troublesome. Luckily, Yi Chen immediately stopped the taxi and left the ladies' trap. After 10 minutes, Yi Ye's journey finally arrived at the Lu Company's branch building. Lu's company ranked first on the list of the largest companies in the city. Not surprisingly, the branch office has a very tall and also magnificent building. Yi Chen wanted to enter the building, but Yi Chen was immediately stopped by the 2 middle-aged guards who were guarding the entrance. These 2 people seem to be security guards in this office. Hey, "What do you need to come to this office?" asked one of the two guards. "I came here want to meet Miss Lu Yu to discuss something with her." Yi Chen insisted that he wanted to meet with Lu Yu. To the two guards, "Do you have an appointment to meet with President Lu Yu before?" Yi Chen, "No, I don't have such an appointment with Miss Lu Yu. Sorry, our young people can't let you in because you look quite suspicious." The two guards were suspicious of Yi Chen. What else was the big box currently carried by Yi Chen? Maybe it was something dangerous for security in this place. "I want to meet with Miss Lu Yu right now, so please get out of the way." Yi Chen tried to take good care of the two guards from before him. We have tried not to use violence. If you insist, then we are both not reluctant to use violence." The guard threatened Yi Chen by using violence. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows this time because he wasn't satisfied with the attitude of the two guards. Did he look like a bad person? Seeing that Yi Chen had no intention of leaving this place, the two guards pulled out their clubs. "Smelly boy, prepare to be beaten." The two guards prepared to beat Yi Chen. Yi Chen put the box he had brought to the floor and prepared to fight too. "All of you, what are you doing? Don't you know that you are now blocking the entrance?" When Yi Chen and also the two guards would fight, a female angry voice could be heard from behind them. When the three people saw it, they all saw a beautiful woman in professional clothes. This woman, of course, Yi Chen knew. This was Lu Yu, the person Yi Chen wanted to meet. Yi Chen had no idea that Lu Yu was outside at the moment. If Yi Chen knew, Yi Chen would not have spent time arguing with these two bad guards. "President Lu, we are giving lessons to this young man who claims to know you." The two guards immediately said that Lu Yu did not scold them. Lu Yu then looked at Yi Chen, especially that this young man was very handsome. Even Lu Yu had never met a man as handsome as Yi Chen. Even though this young man looked familiar, but Lu Yu did not remember that he had met Yi Chen before. Lu Yu tried to recall through her memories. Yi Chen immediately came to Lu Yu's side. "Miss Lu Yu, do you still remember me?" Yi Chen then spoke with Lu Yu. "Sorry, I don't know you. May I know who you are?" After searching in his memory, Lu Yu never remembered meeting this handsome man before. "Son, you heard President Lu's words just now. President Lu said that he doesn't know you, so hurry and get out of this place right now." The guard came forward and tried to drive Yi Chen away. Yi Chen was not angry because Lu Yu did not remind, because at that time Yi Chen was disguised as his appearance. Yi Chen was completely hidden from Lu Yu. "This is Ms. Lu Yu. I'm Yi Chen, the person who sold you Zilio bracelets." Yi Chen tried to make Lu Yu remember. "Are you Yi Chen, the person from the exhibition?" Lu Yu looking Yi Chen up and down. Lu Yu was always curious about the person who had sold the bracelet to her because it was so mysterious. But today Lu Yu did not expect that the person who sold Zilio's bracelet was in front of her, and a very handsome young man. "I'm glad Ms. Lu Yu still remembers me." Yi Chen laughed a little, then looked contemptuously towards the two guards. The two guards began to sweat all over their bodies. These guards did not expect that this young man would know Chairman Lu. If this easy man complained to Lu Yu, then their career in writing would be over. "So, Mr. Yi Chen, what do you want with me?" Lu Yu wondered why Yi Chen was looking for him. "I want to try doing business with you. Are you interested?" Yi Chen immediately spoke to the main points. Then, "Let's just talk about it." In Mr. Yi Chen, Lu Yu invited Yi Chen to enter the building. Yi Chen took the box he was carrying and followed Lu Yu to walk to the entrance. The two guards were finally relieved because Lu Yu didn't mind the two of them, who made the burden on the hearts of the two guards disappear. Lu Yu, who was going to walk to the entrance, suddenly stopped and looked back. "You two, from today you are officially fired. You may return your uniforms to the office now." Then Lu Yu immediately went with Yi Chen, who followed him behind him. The two guards were initially happy because they were not scolded by Lu Yu, but after hearing these words came out of Lu Yu's mouth, the two guards were struck by lightning. The two guards can only regret their misfortune. As a security guard, the basic salary in this place is very high, $1,500 in 1 month. That is not a monthly bonus, whereas in other places the security guard's salary is only $500, a third of what can be obtained here. The two guards gloomily went to the security office to hand over their clothes. Chapter 46, Business. When Yi Chen and Lu Yu entered the building, all the employees Yi Chen met always greeted Lu Yu. The reason why many young employees appreciate Lu Yu is because of his excellent leadership style, even receiving bonuses every year. Because he is an employee at the company, Lu Yu is really very prosperous. Some employees also noticed Yi Chen, a handsome man who was carrying a walking box behind President Lu Yu. Lu Yu's outside is at the very top of the building, so check there for some decent time. When Yi Chen opened Lu Yu's room, Yi Chen saw a very spacious room with an area of about 50 square meters with a very luxurious interior. This room has very complete facilities, such as a home rather than an office. "Mr. Yi Chen will sit down first before I make drinks." Lu Yu invited Yi Chen to sit on a chair, and Lu Yu then went to the coffee machine to make coffee. If employees outside knew that their most respected president in this place made coffee for young people under the age of 20, they would have been astonished. Because the employees at this company knew about Lu Yu's strong position in this city, even as a big boss from another company who was very arrogant. When partnering with Lu Yu, both immediately changed that position to be very obedient like feared children. Their teacher. The reason was quite simple, with just one word coming out of Lu Yu's mouth it could easily determine the big boss's company. As one of the normer companies in this city, Lu Yu's company takes full advantage of the economic wheel in this city, so discussing other business matters is very much like the company owned by Lu Yu. Even the mayor must give a face to Lu Yu. Lu Yu gave 2 cups of coffee on one table for her and one for Yi Chen. Mr. Yi Chen was drunk. Lu Yu said with a friendly smile to Yi Chen, "That's not Lu Yu. You don't need to be too formal. You can call me Yi Chen only." "Oh, alright, Yi Chen, you can call me Lu Yu too. You don't need to be too formal with me either." "Then Yi Chen, what business do you want from me?" Lu Yu asked why Yi Chen suddenly asked to do business. For Lu Yu, Yi Chen is a person who is quite strong and mysterious. Even her grandmother, who has been sick for a long time, can be healed in just a few days. Even professional doctors gave up on his grandmother at that time, which made Lu Yu even more desperate. Contact Lu Yu to meet with Chun Yi and buy Zilio's bracelet, and finally his grandmother was successfully resolved. And within a few days Lu Yu's grandmother could be discharged from the hospital. Even the doctor who won her grandmother saw this was a miracle. Therefore, Lu Yu was very grateful to Chen for his help. Lu Yu knew the value of the Zilio bracelet that sold Yi Chen must be the price agreed upon by hundreds or even more expensive than what Yi Chen tried to try. "I came here to ask you to sell me something." Yi Chen said that he wanted Lu Yu to sell his belongings. "What goods do I want to sell for you?" Lu Yu wondered what object Yi Chen had. Could it possibly be something that had magic like the Zilio bracelet? If so, then it would definitely be very expensive if sold. "I want you to sell these peaches for me." Yi Chen then opened the box he was carrying and its contents. Peaches issued were about 25 pieces. This time it was Lu Yu's dumbfounded turn. Yi Chen had come all the way here and only wanted to sell peaches. Why not come only to the market to sell fruit? Yi Chen, if you want to sell peaches, why not go straight to the market? Lu Yu said while waiting, a little dizzy with Yi Chen. "But this fruit is different from the others, it tastes really extraordinary." Yi Chen explained the difference of the peaches to Lu Yu. "Extraordinary? Indeed, the taste of a peach can taste that good. The taste of peaches has always been the same." "Indeed, what can make the difference? If you don't believe, why not try one?" Yi Chen then handed over the heavenly peaches to Lu Yu. Lu Yu received the heaven peach. Lu Yu saw that this fruit was slightly larger than a peach in general. Lu Yu then took a knife and split the fruit and began to peel the skin. After being peeled and cut into pieces, Lu Yu took that one piece and put it in her serious mouth. When Lu Yu felt it, it was really very sweet and very tasty. The body also felt very fresh after entering Lu Yu's throat. Lu Yu had never eaten such delicious food in her life. Lu Yu then took another piece of fruit, until everything was finished quickly. Yi Chen turns yum. It seems that the peaches of heaven do indeed taste l'herbiesa. Even Lu Yu got addicted. It was true that Lu Yu was really addicted to the taste of heavenly peaches. Just by trying it once, Lu Yu was not satisfied with just eating one. Lu Yu Malo looked at the peaches in Yi Chen's box. "Yi Chen, may I ask for your 2 more peaches? I promise I will do whatever you want." Lu Yu approached Yi Chen. Lu Yu said next to Yi Chen's ear. A very soft voice and very seductive. Lu Yu didn't care about being a dignified woman anymore. Lu Yu only wanted heaven peaches from Yi Chen. Yi Chen was almost absent-minded to see the change of Lu Yu in a flash of time, from a woman with a dignified attitude to teasing like this. Moreover, doing what young Yi Chen wanted for Lu Yu, Yi Chen began to fantasize about bringing Lu Yu, the queen of this business, onto her bed. But Yi Chen shook his head and quickly threw away his dirty thoughts. "Yi Chen came here to do business, not to do that." "Fine, I'll give you 2 more, but promise that you should help me sell them to rich people." Yi Chen said his request. "Yes, I promise with that." Lu Yu immediately answered to quickly get the peach. Yi Chen then handed the 2 peaches to Lu Yu. "Thank you, Yi Chen." Lu Yu was very thankful Yi Chen wanted to give him just this heavenly peach. Seeing Lu Yu like a little girl who just got her favorite candy, Yi Chen tersyum. "So how are you going to sell these peaches?" Yi Chen asked how Lu Yu's method was to sell it. "You arrived on time. Today our company will auction off some goods, and we can promote this fruit at that auction too." Lu Yu said that today there will be an auction held by his company. "But how do I do it?" Yi Chen asked. "You don't need to think about it. I already have my own plan for it." Lu Yu confidently said that. "Let's prepare everything in advance." Lu Yu then stored the peach in a very safe place, then invited Yi Chen to go to the place where he held the auction. Chapter 47 Auction. Yi Chen left the building and headed to the car park, where the auction Yi and Lu Yu were headed to was in another building not too far from here, so Yi Chen had to go there using the car to get there faster. After arriving at the parking lot of Lu Yu inviting Yi Chen to the place where Lu Yu parked her car. Lu Yu's car is a Lamborghini Veneno, which is one of the most expensive cars in the world today. "Yi Chen, come on in." Otherwise, we can be late to get there. Lu Yu told Yi Chen to get into the car immediately. After entering inside, Chen saw the interior of a very nice and cool spot car. Yi Chen had never ridden in a luxury car before. Even touching a car like this could only be Yi Chen's wishful thinking in the past. Lu Yu immediately stepped on the gas pedal and immediately drove to the building where the auction would be held. Fortunately, the auction venue was not too far from Lu Yu's corporate headquarters. In a few minutes, the car driven by Yi Chen reached the parking lot of the auction site. After getting out of Yi Chen's car, he saw that there were many luxury cars neatly parked here. The cheapest prices of cars that are here are almost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It looks like these cars belong to people who attend this auction. People who attend this auction are all really very rich people. Let's go in. After getting out of the car, Lu Yu immediately went with Yi Chen to enter the building. At the entrance to the Yi Chen building, and also Lu Yu had been welcomed by female and male receptionists. The receptionists' attitude was very polite because they knew that they were the company's big president. "Take us to Uncle Chin's place," Lu Yu spoke to one of the receptionists. "President Lu, sir, please follow me." The receptionist immediately rushed to get Lu Yu satisfied with the service. The servant looked at Yi Chen and Lu Yu in his special room. When he entered, Yi Chen saw that there was a middle-aged man who was focused on researching something quite strange. "Uncle Chin," Lu Yu called the middle-aged man. Middle-aged man immediately turned around and put down his work and went towards Yi Chen and Lu Yu. "President Lu, what do you want to come here?" Qin Guan asked Lu Yu very politely. Qin Guan very rarely saw Lu Yu coming to this inspection site. Usually Lu Yu comes and goes directly to the VIP chair to see the auction. Course, that's why Qin Guan rarely sees Lu Yu coming to his workplace. "This uncle of my friend Qin wants to auction off something, whether there is still a quota left for it." Lu Yu while pointing at Yi Chen, who was behind him. "Of course we still have a lot of quota for that, so what did President Lu's friend want to sell?" Qin Guan wondered what this young man wanted to sell, especially the large box Yi Chen was currently carrying. "Yi Chen, put your box on the table and let Uncle Qin do the procedure first." Qin Guan approached the table and was curious about the contents of this box. Then Qin Guan opened it and inside it turned out to be a fruit. "President Qin, what does this mean?" Qin Guan had usually found strange items during the check procedure. While working here for many years, this was the first time that Qin Guan had checked the fruit. "I want you to auction off this peach and the initial price is $20,000. Lu Yu explained to Qin Guan. What, President Lu is not kidding, this fruit would be like $20,000 for the initial price. Qin Guan hardly believed that this fruit would sell even if it was sold for $10. Because the people who attended the auction were rich people, you do not need to worry about quickly completing the procedure and do as I say. Lu Yu discussed the plan so that this fruit can be sold during the auction later. Qin Guan nodded at the Lu Yu plan. After that, Qin Guan immediately performed the procedure, but Qin Guan did not know how to check this fruit because this was the first time he had done it. Because this is President Lu, Qin Guan's request to immediately pass this heaven peach. "Yi Chen, let's go to our seats." When Lu Yu looked back, Yi Chen was gone. It turned out that Yi Chen was on the bookshelf and was reading some special books that recorded some historical objects in the past. Because bored waiting for Lu Yu and also Qin Guan to discuss the plan, Yi Chen went to the bookshelf and read all the books on the shelf. Yi Chen had memorized all the contents of the book on this shelf in just a few minutes. When Lu Yu called, Yi Chen immediately placed the book and rushed back to Lu Yu. "Yes, let's go." Lu Yu and Yi Chen also finally went to the room where the items would be auctioned. When Yi Chen entered the auction room, many people in fancy clothes selling, chatting and drinking were waiting for the auction to begin. Lu Yu pulled Yi Chen off to the second floor where the VIP room was located. On the top floor everything could be seen clearly and there were several walls separating the rooms from one another. While waiting for the auction to start, Lu Yu asked a few questions about the origin of Yi Chen. What made Lu Yu not really believe was that Yi Chen was still a high school student and was a few years younger than Lu Yu himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, please keep quiet, the auction will start soon." The auction host is a woman who was very sexy with her snake and very sassy. "Now, the attendees are the first item we will auction." The woman opened the cover that covered Yi Chen's peaches. After opening, the people began to ask what was the truth. "This is a peach, the initial price is $20,000, offers starting from now." After the price was mentioned, almost no one wanted to bid on Yi Chen's peaches. The people began to pout and insult. How could only a peach enter a large auction like this? Many servants immediately entered and brought a plate containing peaches and distributed it to everyone. Lu Yu had anticipated this would happen, so Lu Yu had prepared 3 pieces to be distributed to the entire audience so that they knew how great the taste of the peaches was. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, are the same peaches as we are auctioning now. Please try." People started to try small pieces of fruit on the plate. When they put in small pieces of peaches, they felt the same thing as Luyu. The people present had never tasted such delicious food before. Even the food of five-star restaurants they usually eat cannot be compared with the taste of this peach. I'm 25,000. One of the people began to bid on Yi Chen's peach. I'm not going to get it. I'm bidding 50,000 for the fruit. People present began to bid one by one. Even those who had previously insulted also started to bid on this heaven peach, until the price of heavenly peaches reaches the price of hundreds of thousands of dollars. $500,000. Finally, there is someone who dares to raise the price up to $5,000. Although the peach tastes extraordinary, but $500,000 is too expensive, especially since this is still the first item auction. $700,000. Apparently, there are still others who want to increase the price of this peach. Yi Chen just smiled at seeing this competition because, after all, Yi Chen got the most benefit from the competition of these people. $700,000. Does anyone still want to bid again? The female organizer asked the audience present at this place, but these people were silent and no one dared to bid higher. If no one wants more, then I will announce the winner. Congratulations to Mr. Number 20 for bringing this peach. The female auctioneer congratulates the person who won the peach. Some people seemed quite disappointed because they could not bring the delicious peach home, so we proceed to the second item. After that, the auctioneer opened the cover of the second item and it was still a peach. Some people who were previously disappointed were immediately excited and waiting for the initial price and preparing to start bidding again. Chapter 48. Reiterin Pendant Necklace. The second peach auction was valued at $550,000. Then the peach auction continued until the 20 Yi Chen's heavenly peaches were sold and Yi Chen had a profit of around $12 million. That was a number Yi Chen had never imagined, that paradise peaches can be sold that much. Finally, Chen Shen's dream to change his life has been fulfilled in just one day. Yi Chen has become a young millionaire. The people who got the peaches were very happy. Some of them immediately paid and took the heavenly peaches. Then the people who won them hugged the heaven peaches like a very valuable item to them. People who can't get peaches are disappointed. Even just eating one bite, they still can't forget the taste of peaches in heaven. Yi Chen is saved because all of your peaches have been sold at a very high price. Luyu, who always sat next to Yi Chen and continued to observe the auction proceedings, congratulated Yi Chen. After all of Yi Chen's fruit was successful at the auction, this is also thanks to the help of your Luyu. If not an auction from your company, then surely my peaches will only sell thousands of dollars. Yi Chen was grateful for the help Luyu had given him. Then don't forget to often give me peaches for free if you only have them, okay? Luyu likes being called by Yi Tersium's sister, with a beautiful and charming character that can make men captivated by their smile. Okay, well, let's continue with the next item. The Master of Ceremonies continues to auction the next item. The next auction items include antiquity, paintings, jewelry, etc. The items that were auctioned turned out to have quite fantastic price values as well, even some that were bargained by millions of people who attended this auction. Yi Chen was quite disappointed because all items were just ordinary items, but Yi Chen hoped to find treasure in this auction. Now, ladies and gentlemen, finally we have arrived at the end of today's auction, and this time there will be 3 last items that we will auction to all people here. Quickly bring the first item here. The Master of Ceremonies tells someone to bring a special item to the front of the stage, which is also covered by a piece of cloth. Yi Chen immediately raised his eyebrows after this item was brought out, because Yi Chen felt that inside the cloth was a spiritual instrument, but Yi Chen did not know what tier artifact it was. The host then opened the cover, and a white pendant necklace with a fairly complicated pattern exposed to all the people in this place. Yi Chen, you must get the pendant necklace. This time Chu Yuechan's voice was heard in Yi Chen's head. Yuechan, do you know what spiritual device this is, and in what tier is it? Yi Chen asked what spiritual instrument this was. Because Yi Chen could not identify it, this is a celestial tier spiritual instrument. I also didn't expect that such a high tier artifact could appear in a place like this. Otherwise, the name of this artifact is the Reiterin Pendant Necklace. Chu Yuechan explained the name of the artifact to be auctioned. Yi Chen had heard from Gu Xian that above tier 10 there were still other tiers, namely the Earth tier, the Heaven tier, the Legend tier, and the most peak was the Heavenly tier. Heavenly tier is a spiritual tool that has the ability to oppose the laws of the world. Until now, no one knows how this spiritual tool was made. Even experts in spiritual weapons in the heyday of the gods were only able to make tier Legend, even though it took hundreds to millions of years to make spiritual tools tier Legend. The reason for the old manufacturing is because to get ingredients in tier Legend is very difficult to get. As for the Heavenly tier, held by 4 true gods and 5 demon emperors, the sage deity is the only deity who does not have a heavenly tier spiritual instrument. but the sage deity remains recognized as the most powerful despite the spiritual tools of the heavenly tier. For the current era, the earth tier spiritual instrument alone is difficult to find. Even if the earth tier spiritual instrument appears, then there will definitely be bloodshed of many cultivators in the goddess religion, and Yi Chen this time discovered the heavenly tier spiritual instrument. How could Yi Chen want to release it? Yu Chen, do you know what the function of this spiritual device is? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuchan the purpose of the Reiterin pendant. What I read from the book of this spiritual tool can fully hide the power of the wearer. If usually the spiritual tool hides the power, if you use your power will be exposed by others, but if you use this Reiterin pendant necklace, even if you release your real power, this bracelet can still hide your level. Refreshing explanation from Chu Yi-chan, interested to have this Reiterin pendant necklace. This Reiterin pendant necklace is very useful for Yi-chen in the future, because it can make the enemy off guard. When fighting, cultivators are very careful with enemies who hide their strength, but if the enemy is known to be weak, then the cultivator will brittle and relax his defenses. When wearing this Reiterin pendant necklace like a dragon disguised as a sheep waiting for the wolf and eating it, and there is still one more ace that is possessed by this Reiterin pendant necklace, you can store your strength in this necklace, and when your power is released it will become a frightening weapon. The longer the power that accumulates, strong man is also an attack that is issued, but the weakness of the enemy can also avoid it. Chu Yuechan said that a hidden card can be used by this Reiterin pendant necklace. Ladies and gentlemen, this pendant necklace is found in a cave in the depths of the forest, and our people do not know the usefulness of this object, but they are quite old. The person who invented this pendant will want to sell it at an initial price of 2 million. Offers start from now. After being announced by the female host, there are still no people who dare to bid because the information is very minimal. The lady of the show is disappointed because no one wants to bid on this item. The lady of the show doesn't know how it can. The pendant necklace is very lacking in information. This can get to the top of the auction event, because at the top of an auction item, many people will start offering it, but now after 30 seconds there is still no one who wants to bid on this pendant necklace. The female presenter is quite awkward because all this time the female presenter has never met such specialists. While at the top of the auction item, 2,100,000, people present immediately turned around and saw that the voice came from the VIP room above. The people in the VIP room were usually people who had quite a lot of assets, because that was quite troublesome to compete with those in the VIP room. Chapter 49, Luck Above Misfortune. The person who bargained in the VIP room was of course Yi Chen. Yi Chen hoped that if there were no people who would compete, because Yi Chen needed only about $12 million, if the rich people in the VIP room participated, then Yi Chen would definitely lose. Yu Chen are also interested in antiques too, but this item is of origin and its use is unclear. Maybe this is just an ordinary liantic that is always dropped by the past. Yi Chen, I'm interested in this pendant necklace. Yu Chen can't possibly tell its usefulness because maybe Yu won't understand either. Announcer, ladies and gentlemen? No one wants to bid anymore? If not, then the master in the VIP room will get this liantin necklace. Yu Chen happy because no one wants to bid on a Reiterin pendant necklace. This feels even easier. 2,500,000. Suddenly someone else also offered this item, and this time his voice also came from another VIP room. Yi Chen did not expect that if other people bargained, it seemed that this would not be as easy as Yi Chen thought. From the sound of the person Yang had just bargained for was a woman, and this woman was right on the other side of Yi Chen's room. Yi Chen, 2,600,000. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and began to bid as well. Mysterious woman, 4 million. Women on the other hand also raised the price of the offer very crazy. Yu Chen is quite curious who this woman is. Is this woman also a cultivator and also knows about the origins of the Reiterin pendant necklace? Yi Chen used his spirit sensei, and this woman was just an ordinary woman. Yi Chen could not find any trace of strength in this woman's body. Yu Chen had no choice but to participate in this game with this woman. Yi Chen, 4,100,000. Yi Chen bid again. Mysterious woman, 5 million. Women on the other hand continue to raise their bid prices. Yu Chen, just forget about the inappropriate things with $5 million. Liu tried to convince Yi Chen to give up, because the price raised by the woman on the side was very unreasonable. Because the woman on the side can enjoy the VIP room and its owner, Liu does not believe in wealthy women like this. It could be the woman next to play with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, no Liu, I must get the locket necklace. How could Yi Chen want to give up something valuable? Such a value cannot be measured with money on this earth. Yu Chen can get more money in the future, but it will be difficult to find God in the future. therefore Yu Chen will not accept unless you have no money to offer it again. Yi Chen, 6 million. Yi Chen raised it again. Mysterious woman, million freedom. The woman on the side casually raises the price again. Yi Chen 10 million. Yi Chen shouted loudly. His voice made the people attending the auction shocked. Because he was angry, Yi Chen had forgotten to defeat his strength. Lu Yu, who was near Yi Chen, was also quite shocked by the voice that had just been released by Yi Chen. After that, the woman next to her would no longer bid and be quiet. Yi Chen would take this woman's aura and want to know who was. Announcer. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the master who is in the VIP room for winning the auction for this item. The auctioneer gave congratulations to Yi Chen. Poor Yi Chen had to lose the $10 million he had just gotten today, and only received $2 million. Announcer. Well, let's move on to the next item. The second item is a painting from the century BC, and the initial price of this painting is also $2 million, and this painting has been authenticated. Soon many historical antique collectors began offering it. The final price of this painting was $15 million, won by buyers who needed the VIP room as well. Announcer. And now we have arrived at the last auction, which will also close this auction. Waiters immediately bring items in the form of a document to the stage. Announcer. This is a certificate of land and villa on the land, and the initial price is $1 million and the increase cannot be less than $100,000. Now start bidding. After the woman on the stage started the price, no one started to bid on that certificate. Yi Chen was quite confused with this incident. A villa worth $1 million was very cheap at all, but the people here were not immediately started whether they were stupid or what. It also happened that Yi Chen didn't have a place to live. Yi Chen still had the $2 million left. Why not try your luck, Yi Chen? 1,100,000. Yi Chen didn't think much and immediately offered it. May I know which villa you are selling? The audience did not start bidding because they did not know which villa to sell. So what if these people asked? People here are not stupid. Maybe a villa will be auctioned with an initial price of $1 million. Even the worst price is initially $10 million. There are two possible places that are far from the settlement or something odd in the villa. Announcer. This is a villa in Golden Eagle District number 22. After the host said the location of the villa, everyone immediately shuddered. Villa number 22 in the Golden Eagle District was famous for the curse villa. The owner of the villa has experienced many strange things, from being haunted, accidents that have befallen, to mysterious illnesses that have led to death, and the company has suddenly gone bankrupt. That's why the villa is no longer someone who wants to buy it, even though the villa's property value is estimated at almost $100 million. But with such risks, even if it's given for free, surely the people here are not willing to accept it. Yi Chen, Lu Yu, do you know a little information about the villa? Yi Chen asked Lu Yu after seeing the reaction of the people downstairs. Lu Yu slightly raised her eyebrows and said, the villa is only a few villas away from where I live, and the rumor is that many people have become victims of the malignancy of the house, from starting to contract strange diseases, accidents, until some become crazy, but I must admit that the villa is much better than what I have at the moment. Lu Yu explained about the damned villa to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, oh, so the reason people don't want to bargain is because the reason is like that. Yi Chen was not afraid even after Lu Yu said the villa was cursed. It only made Yi Chen even more curious what made the villa become like that. Lu Yu, Yi Chen, I suggest that you immediately cancel to bid on the villa. I will help. Lu Yu was afraid that Yi Chen would have the same fate as the previous owner of the villa. Yi Chen, thank you for worrying about me. But no need to worry because I can handle that. Yi Chen said that with great confidence. Lu Yu saw Yi Chen's conviction, and just remembered that Yi Chen was also quite a mysterious person too. Yi Chen could even heal his grandmother Yang. Even your doctor gave up on his grandmother's condition. Lu Yu, if you are confident enough, then I will not forbid you again. From the very beginning to the end, nobody even dared to bid on the villa, so the villa was finally officially Yi Chen's. Yi Chen was lucky enough to get a villa worth $100 million at a price of only $1 million. Since the auction was over, people also began to leave their seats. Many people saw the rooms of Chen Yi VIP and Lu Yu and felt sorry for buying the damned villa. Yi Chen and also Lu Yu also decided to go and pick up the auction items. Chapter 50 Demons. Yi Chen and Lu Yu went to the pickup place to collect the goods from the auction. When they arrived, there were also some people who bought the items that had been won at the auction. First of all, Yi Chen took the proceeds from selling the Peach Heaven. Usually the result of the total auction would be cut by 7% and given to the organizer was Lu's company. But because Lu Yu was with Yi Chen, all the money Yi Chen had gotten at the auction was not cut in the slightest. Yi Chen saw that his $12 million card was now charged, but it was rejected that still had to be used to pay for the Reiteran pendant and Villa's necklace. After making all the money payments on the Yi Chen account card, only $900,000, Yu Chen immediately cursed the reiterant pendant necklace and tried its use. Yu Chen can only ask that this necklace is fine and not damaged, otherwise Yi Chen would be very lucky to buy $10 million. After using it, you can set its power very freely. You can set the cultivation base that is seen by others. Yi Chen hit his strength into a level 3 martial realm. Now his enemy would definitely consider him weak. Then Yi Chen saw the ownership letter of the villa along with his land, and the key to owning the villa. Yi Chen wanted to see immediately what kind of villa he had bought. Yi Chen, Lu Yu, I will go to the Golden Eagle district to see the villa that I have purchased. Lu Yu. If that's the case, if I just take you there, Lu Yu offered you to take Yi Chen to the villa. Yi Chen, alright, let's see the villa together. Suddenly Lu Yu's cell phone was bordered. Lu Yu took the call and exchanged a few words for the person who called him. After several minutes, Lu Yu finally turned off the call, and Lu Yu lent me a little pleasure after getting the call. Yi Chen, what's up? Yi Chen asked after seeing the changes. Looks like my company is at least a problem and I have to go back there right now. Sorry that I can't accompany you to see the villa. Lu Yu said with regret to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, it doesn't matter, I can go there myself. I immediately resolved the problem in your company first. After that, Yi Chen and also Lu Yu exchanged telephone contacts to make it easy to connect with each other. After Lu Yu left, Yi Chen decided to see if the villa was worth living. And to save time, Yi Chen flew to the Golden Eagle district. The Golden Eagle district is filled with luxury villas. It is indeed fitting to be the location of the richest people in the city. Yi Chen was looking for the villa he had just bought. After he had found, Yi Chen finally found the same villa as the picture that was given with the villa ownership contract. Yi Chen saw the villa involved 200x200m with 4 floors, and the condition is still quite good because there are many liars whose bodies around this villa. In the description also mentioned if this villa still has 3 underground floors as well. Related to this villa is not occupied for a long time. A villa of this size, if normally maybe expensive, can be tens, even more than millions of dollars. Yi Chen is very lucky to receive it at a super cheap price. Yi Chen descended and walked towards the entrance of the villa. When Yi Chen reached the front entrance, Yi Chen received evil energy from inside this villa. It seems like Yi Chen's conjecture was true that inside this villa there must be an evil spirit. Yi Chen opened the door and walked into the villa. Inside the villa the condition was very dusty, because for a long time not lived. Yi Chen walked to look around inside this villa. When Yi Chen wanted to climb the stairs to the second floor, Yi Chen saw a strange black lump that had red eyes and a sharp mouth. Haha, there is another strange man who dares to come here. Just look at me will definitely make you feel incredible despair. Evil spirits laugh very happy. Yi Chen heard what the evil spirit had just said. Yi Chen looked at this evil spirit with a hostile look. The reason the people who bought this villa received bad luck were all turned out to be caused by this evil spirit. Although Yi Chen had never met an evil spirit before, but Gu Xian never explained the details of the evil spirit to Yi Chen. The evil spirit, who felt the gaze of Yi Chen, immediately stopped laughing and seeing Yi Chen. The evil spirit, seeing the human in front of him looking at him with a look of hostility, the evil spirit believed that Yi Chen was a normal human being and it was impossible to see it. The evil spirit then moved to the left and right. Yi Chen's eyes followed wherever the direction of the evil spirit was. Can you see me? The evil spirit asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen, of course I can see you, and I will also hear what you just said very clearly. The evil spirits don't believe ordinary people this can see its form. Pretty human attracts you are the first person who can see my whereabouts. The evil spirit gave praise to Yi Chen. No pleasantries, I will destroy you soon. Yi Chen issued a faith to destroy this evil spirit. Evil spirits, humans are quite arrogant. Let's see how strong your strength is, with the arrogance you have. Evil spirits pulled chains of darkness from within his body. Yi Chen, be careful with that chain can hurt your soul. Chu Yuchan warns Yi Chen the danger of the chain being released. Alright, I understand. Yi Chen threw his talisman towards the evil spirit. The Jima exploded and let out a light. This light could definitely destroy this evil spirit. After the light disappeared, it turned out that the evil spirit was still staying in the place while smiling. Evil spirits, haha, stupid man tried to use such low-class talismans to destroy me. Do you think I'm a Terry-class evil spirit? An evil spirit insulted Yi Chen with spicy words that came out of his mouth. Fire came out from Yi Chen's body and around Yi Chen, seeing that the talisman Yi Chen had made did not work against this evil spirit. It could be ascertained that this evil spirit must have a high enough power rating, 100,000 fire swords. The fire around Yi Chen formed a sword that flew behind Yi Chen. Even though his name was 100,000 fire swords, Yi Chen could only display the first of the 5 existing levels. This is the fire inheritance technique left by the sage god in Yi Chen's memory. Yi Chen used his mind to scatter the sword towards the evil spirit. Evil spirits don't stay still. The chains in their bodies also start to move. The chain of soul suckers. Bang, bang. The sound of a collision between Yi Chen's fire sword and also the chain of evil spirits. Yi Chen had no idea that this evil spirit possessed strength that was strong enough as well. Although Yi Chen still held back his strength so as not to destroy this villa, but the attack that was carried out by Yi Chen was strong enough to threaten the Taham Sky realm. This evil spirit can fend off Yi Chen's attack quite easily. It seems like Yi Chen must be serious now. Yi Chen mobilized all of his swords towards the spirit and swirled around the evil spirit as if he were forming a sword. The evil spirit tried to escape from the sword prison, but unfortunately only healed the flame sword. Hell prison swirling swords emit flames and burn the evil spirits in them. Arg desperate cries of evil spirits echoed throughout the room, after there were no more screams. Chen Shen stopped the hell prison technique and saw that the evil spirit had disappeared. The matter about this villa could finally be resolved. Yi Chen turned around and wanted to see the rooms in this villa, but suddenly Yi Chen felt something dangerous approaching him. Bam! Yi Chen reflexively wept with both of his wrists and retreated a few meters. Although Yi Chen's hand was not hugged, Yi Chen felt pain. Yi Chen saw that the evil spirit was still alive. Ha ha ha, why kid, are you surprised to see me still alive? You think it's easy to defeat me? An evil spirit that has lived for centuries. The evil spirit laughed, underestimated Yi Chen. Yi Chen was quite sure that he had already eliminated this evil spirit, but why was this evil spirit still alive again? Shu-Yuan, Yi Chen, this evil spirit seems to open a connection with a spiritual item. If you want to destroy it, you should look for it around this house, then just destroy it. Shu-Yuan gave instructions on how to defeat the evil spirit at Yi Chen. After hearing Shu-Yuan's explanation from Yi Chen immediately used his spirit sensei to all the house officers to find the spiritual item that was meant by Shu-Yuan. That's right. After Yi Chen looked for Yi Chen to find a sword that emitted negative spiritual power that was right on the second floor. Yi Chen wasted no time. Yi Chen immediately passed the evil spirit and went to the second floor. Now you want to run away from me? Don't dream about it. The evil spirit immediately chased after him with Yi Chen. After riding on the second floor, Yi Chen saw an antique sword displayed on the wall. Yi Chen immediately took the sword. The evil spirit finally succeeded in catching up with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you have any last words before you disappear from this world? Yi Chen held the sword with both hands, prepared to break it. The evil spirit saw that Yi Chen's source of life was held in fear by Yi Chen. Evil spirits. Son, don't do that. How about we just make peace? If you put down the sword, I'll give you whatever you want. The evil spirit tried to bargain with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, so what can you give me? Evil spirits, I can give you strength, wealth, and women. How are you attracted to it? Evil spirits give offers to Yi Chen. Evil spirits are very sneaky. He gives offers like that, so Yi Chen gives the sword, which is the source of his life, to him. After that, if an evil spirit had a chance, an evil spirit would pierce Yi Chen from behind. This was a very perfect plan that could be thought of by an evil spirit. Yi Chen, really, evil spirits? Yes, I promise. Sorry, but I won't believe in an evil spirit like you. Crack. Yi Chen broke the two swords with his hand. No, the evil spirit immediately shouted as Yi Chen broke the sword. Agya, the evil spirit's body shines with a superior color and its body slowly turns into flakes and disappears into thin air. Finally, the evil spirit is now completely destroyed, and the aura of this villa, which was previously negative, has now disappeared. Now all Yi needed to do was clean the villa and install some arrays to make the villa safe.